The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
I hope you're having a fine weekend. It is January the 4th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1847, Samuel Colt sells his first revolver pistol to the United States government. In 1865, New York Stock Exchange opens its first permanent headquarters at 10 through 12 Broad Street near Wall Street in New York City. In 1959, USSR's Luna 1 becomes first spacecraft to leave Earth's gravity. In 1961, the longest recorded strike ends as the Danish barbers' assistants end a 33-year strike. In 2007, the 110th United States Congress convenes and elects Nancy Pelosi as the first female Speaker of the House. In 2021, first Oxford AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine gave into the general public, with 82-year-old Brian Pinker in the UK first to be jabbed. In 1984, Night Court, starring Harry Anderson, created by comedy writer Reinhold Weege, premieres on NBC TV, runs for 9 seasons. If you haven't watched Night Court, go watch it. I think it's on Freevee right now. In 1936, Billboard magazine publishes its first music hit parade. In 2001, Washington Wizards forward Michael Jordan becomes 4th player in NBA history to score 30,000 career points. Hits a free throw in second quarter of an 89-83 win against his old team, the Chicago Bulls. Born on this day, Isaac Newton, Jacob Grimm, Louis Braille, Isaac Pittman, Doris Kearns Goodwin, Lisa Serbeno, Grace Bumbry, Labyrinth, Don Shula, Floyd Patterson, David Toms, Derek Henry. And dying on this day, Elizabeth Ann Seton, Cornelius Vanderbilt, John William Draper, Albert Communis, Erwin Schrödinger, and T.S. Eliot. And that was this day in history. Now, let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars, broadcast 113 regarding a murder. A body found in Mint Canyon, face mutilated with a shotgun. That's all. Rolls and quits.
cracked gasoline above all other brands. Recent public figures show that for the year 1935, 4.5 million gallons of Rio Grande cracked gasoline were used in thousands of police cars, fire engines, police motorcycles, and emergency cars operated by cities, counties, and other governmental units. To protect your lives and your property, all these divisions of your government have selected Rio Grande cracked gasoline because it gives the most outstanding emergency performance. They choose Rio Grande cracked in preference to any other brand of gasoline available in this market because their accurate records prove conclusively that it operates cars more efficiently and more economically. Several 100,000 motorists must agree with their government in the selection of an ideal gasoline. For the sale of Rio Grande cracked is 140% ahead of last year, making Rio Grande by far the fastest growing oil company in the West. And now it is our great pleasure to present once more Sheriff Gene Discaloo of Los Angeles County. Sheriff Discaloo.
Good evening, friends. You hear a great deal from time to time of sentimental objections to capital punishment. People with more milk of human kindness in their souls and hard factual experience in their background maintain that man has not the legal right to take a life in the name of society, that the criminal should be corrected, not executed. I ask you to listen carefully to tonight's dramatization and ask yourself whether the criminal about whom you are to hear should have been dealt with differently. Personally, I believe that the only way to deal with avaricious, cold-blooded killers is to make an example of them. It is sad but true that the strongest crime deterrent is the fear of consequences. It has been my experience that so many people are not good so often because it is the right thing to do, as they are good because they are afraid they will be punished if they are bad. If a guilty plotter is wise, he will change his mind, for I can assure him he will not get away with it any more than John Vittori did. I am Jose Diego. I was paroled from the Arizona State Prison at trial here on May 12, 1933. They sent me there for burglary. Maybe I was guilty. What is a man to do when he's hungry and there is no work? They drove a bunch of us over to Phoenix the day they let us out. I went from there to the coast. I am Luis Blanco. I was having a hard time in Los Angeles. The county gave me food and they gave me work now and then, but I didn't ever have enough to eat. My wife was in the insane asylum in Scotland. I didn't know many people in Los Angeles except our relatives, so I left for Arizona on April 10th. My sister lives in Globe, and I hoped maybe I could get a job there. At least I could eat. I'm John Vittori. Louis Blanco is my brother-in-law. That is his wife and my wife and sister. He disappeared a month ago. Last thing he told me was going to San Francisco to look for work. Now his wife is well enough to get out of Patton, and he's got to sign the papers. We can't find him anywhere. So I reported him to the police as a missing person. I hope they find him. Certainly I ain't going to sign for his wife's release. I've got too many mouths to feed now with my own wife and the kids. Such are the three chief protagonists in this drama of greed and violence. The prologue has spoken. The action has already begun in a lonely canyon in the foothills of the Cascades. And now the curtains fall on the first scene in the office of Captain William Bright, head of the Homicide Squad, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office, as the telephone rings. Homicide, Bright speaking.
Good. Is Newhall substation, Captain?
Yes, Stuart.
Just received a report of a murder up in Lake Canyon.
Oh, you saw it's murder?
Yes, the man who turned in said the body was found on his ranch. Been shot tight.
All right. You go on out there, and I'll get a couple of men and follow you right away.
While Stewart and Deputy Sheriffs Brewster and Dickerson are making a cursory investigation of the scene of the crime, Captain Bright, accompanied by Deputies Morel, Sepulveda, and Morford, speed through San Fernando Valley on their way to Newhall. Stewart reached them on their arrival.
Well, Stewart, what is it?
Pretty gruesome mess. Just this way, Captain, through these bushes.
Shot in the face, huh?
Yes, apparently to prevent identification. There were 2 shots, both from a 12-gauge shotgun. We found the shells. One shot killed him, and the second was fired while the victim was lying on the ground. It was fired close, as you can tell by the powder burns on the clothing. And it was the second shot which obliterated the features.
Yes. Yes, you were right on the reconstruction. Apparently the victim was a Mexican. Any marks on the clothes?
No, sir.
Any identification?
Yes, that's the strange part of it. Although the murderer apparently wanted to make recognition impossible, he overlooked a slip of paper which he found in the victim's shirt pocket.
Oh. My name is Luis Blanco, 1720 Yale Street, Los Angeles. In case of accident or serious illness, notified John Victoria, 602 Stella Avenue, Los Angeles. Find anything else on him?
Well, we haven't searched him thoroughly. I didn't want to move the body until you arrived.
You've got photographs of it by now, haven't you?
Yes?
Well, then, let's see if he has anything else on him. I'm not satisfied with this identification.
Yes, sir. Brewster, examine the body and see what else you can find on him.
Yes. Who found the body?
This young fellow here, hired man on the ranch.
Oh? You found the body?
Yes, sir. I was out hunting, and I stepped right on the body. Gee, like to scare the daylights out of me.
When was this?
This morning, I told the boss about it right away, and he called you fellas.
Looks like he's been dead 24 hours. You had any shot yesterday?
Well, now, come to think of it, believe I did. I was out looking for a stray cow, and I heard a couple of shots.
What time was this?
About 11 o'clock yesterday morning. I didn't pay no attention to the shots because I figured somebody else was out hunting.
Did you see anyone around here?
Well, no, but about 15 minutes later, I was walking along a back road on the way back to the ranch. I didn't find the cow, you see, and a fellow passed me in a car going west.
That was the four-door Sanger?
Yes, sir.
What kind of a car was it?
It was a Nessie sedan.
Did you notice the license number?
No, I didn't.
What color was it?
It was blue, only kind of faded, and it had a black top.
Here's some more papers I found on the body, Captain.
Uh-huh.
These are in his hip pocket.
Thanks. Let's see. Well, according to these papers, this man is Jose Diego, released from the Arizona State Penitentiary at Florence on May 12th. Today's the 24th. Well, if this body is Diego, he enjoyed just 12 days of freedom.
And if it's Luis Blanco, how did he get possession of Jose Diego's parole papers?
Well, it seems that the answer to that lies in this John Vittori. Morel, I want you to go to 602 Stella Avenue and bring in John Vittori. By the time you get him, the body will be in the morgue. Take him there for an identification and bring him to my office.
Yes, sir.
Silver.
Yes, sir.
I want you to follow through on fingerprinting this body. Send the classification to the Arizona Penitentiary at Florence for a check against the prints of Jose Diego. Come on now, step on it, boys. We've got one corpse with 2 identities. I don't like mysteries when they're that mysterious.
While Sepulveda fingerprints the corpse, Morel picks up John Vittori at the Stella Street address. At the morgue, Vittori identifies the body as his brother-in-law, Louis Blanco. Then Vittori leads the officers to Blanco's rooming house on Yale Street. The Mexican landlady greets them at the door.
Ah, buenos dias, Senor Vittori. Have you heard from that brother-in-law of yours who owes me so much back rent?
Yes, Mrs. Gonzalez. I've heard of him. He's been murdered.
Murder?
This man is from the sheriff's office and wants to go through Louis' room.
Bueno. But who is going to pay his back rent? Are you, Senor Vittori?
You know I ain't got no money.
Mrs. Gonzalez, do you know whether Blanco had a gun?
A gun? Oh, no, he didn't have no gun.
Did he have an automobile?
An automobile? Where would he get the money for an automobile when he owed me 3 months' rent?
Are his things still in his room?
Oh, see, such as they are. He doesn't have very much.
I'd like to take a look in there.
He's just down the hall here. He said when he went away that he was going to get a job in San Francisco. And now he comes back murdered.
Yeah, that's what he told me, too. That he was going to Frisco to get a job.
Here's his room.
Oh. Well, it's pretty bare. No clothes.
Oh, no, he didn't have no clothes, only what he wore.
An old magazine.
There are some letters in the drawer there.
Oh, that's what I'm looking for. A letter from Mrs. Rosita Tapoca, Globe, Arizona. You know who this is, Mr. Vittori? I think he had a sister in Globe. That's fine. Well, come along. Where are we going now? Down to headquarters. The captain wants to ask you some questions. What is your name? John Vittori. Where do you live? 602 Stella Avenue. Do you know Louis Blanco? Yeah, my brother-in-law. Is the body you saw at the morgue that of Louis Blanco? Yeah, I think so, but it's hard to tell. When did you see Blanco last? About 6 weeks ago. Told me he was going to San Francisco to look for work. We've been looking for him. His wife, my wife's sister, has been in the insane asylum in Patton, and she's ready to come out. But Louis has to sign the papers to get her out. I asked the police to look for him. Yes, we have the missing persons report right here. Oh, you know all about that already, huh? Sure. You're pretty fair in this office. Now, what kind of a car do you drive? I drive an Essex and a Star, both. Oh, an Essex, huh? Yes, sir. What year? 1927. What color is it? Kind of dark blue. How's the paint job? Faded out? No, sir. First class. Ever have it repainted? No, sir. You ever own a shotgun? No, sir. You know Jose Diego? No, sir. Not that I know of. Well, did you ever see this identification card before? Only when the officer showed it to me up at my house. Never saw it before, huh? No. Has your name on it? Yes. Name on it? Yes. Well, why should Blanco say to notify you in case of accident? I don't know. He didn't get along with the rest of his family, I guess. I was the only one who was friendly with him. Where were you yesterday? I was home all day, except when I drove my kid to school. Well, do you know anybody who would want to murder Blanco? Do you have any enemies? No, sir. We may want to question you again, Mr. Vittori. You won't leave town? Oh, no. I'll be right up there on Stella Avenue. Fine. Thank you very much for coming in. Yes, sir. Goodbye. Goodbye. Well, the story seems straight enough. Of course, we haven't checked up on it. And we will. Well, Captain, I've got the reply from the warden of Toronto, Arizona. Yes? Our victim is Jose Diego. Fingerprints on the body check identically with his card at the prison. Well, that changes everything. Now we've got to find Louis Blanco. And I've got a lead on that. I found this letter in his room. It's from a sister of his in Globe, Arizona. Fine. Get on that angle right away. Sheriff Charles R. Burns, Globe, Arizona. You're attempting to locate Louis Blanco, Mexican, whose name was found on a murdered Mexican we have identified as Jose Diego. We believe Blanco has a sister, Rosita Tapoca, living in Globe. It is imperative to the investigation of this murder that we find Blanco. Would appreciate your making confidential investigation to discover if Blanco is now in Globe. W. Biscalou, Sheriff, Los Angeles County. Sheriff E.W. Biscalou, Los Angeles, California. Louis Blanco arrived here from Los Angeles April 10th. Now staying with sister, Charles R. Burns, Sheriff, Globe, Arizona. Sheriff Charles R. Burns, Globe, Arizona. Please question Blanco and search for 12-gauge shotgun and blue automobile with black top. Possible victim brought from there by car. E.W. Biscalou, Sheriff, Los Angeles County. Sheriff E.W. Biscalou, Los Angeles. unable to check or find either automobile or shotgun, holding Blanco in custody, refuses to waive extradition, awaiting instructions. Charles R. Burns, Sheriff, Globe, Arizona. Sheriff Charles R. Burns, Globe, Arizona. Deputy Sheriff Sepulveda and Morrell arrive Globe tomorrow to question Blanco. Many thanks for your cooperation. W. Biscalou, Sheriff, Los Angeles County. Blanco, we're glad to see you. What is this about? Why have they arrested me? No, nothing serious, Blanco. We just want to ask you some questions.
Well, all right. That's done nothing. I'm not afraid to answer your question.
That's fine. Now, do you know Jose Diego?
Jose Diego? No, I do not know him.
You never knew anybody by the name of Jose Diego, huh?
Well, I used to play with Manuel Diego when I was a kid. He has a grocery store here in Globe now.
He hasn't any relatives by the name of Jose, has he?
No, he hasn't.
When did you get to Globe, Louis?
I hopped the flight from Los Angeles. Got here to the 12th of April.
Been away from here since?
I drove down to Superior with my father one day.
What day?
A couple of weeks ago. I don't remember the day.
Were you here in Globe on the 23rd of May?
Yes, sir.
You sure of that?
Positive. I only been away once, and that was the time I went to Superior.
Do you know John Vittori?
Sure, he's my brother-in-law.
When did you see him last?
Just before I left California.
Does he drive an automobile?
Yes.
Have you ever ridden in it? Can you describe it?
Sure, it's a nice sedan.
What color?
Blue.
Does Vittori own a shotgun?
I don't know.
Has he ever been in any trouble?
Hey, why should I tell you this? What are you trying to get on John?
Well, Blanco, it's this way. We found the body of a Mexican in a canyon near Newhall. He'd been shot twice, and on his body was an identification card with your name on it, saying that we should report death or illness to John Vittori.
A dead Mexican with my name on it?
Yes.
Oh, so that is it. And he gets me to take out an insurance policy. He says he can't get a good job with one insurance company if he starts 10 or 12 policies. I told to him I ain't got no money. So he says he'd pay if I sign for the policy. And after the first month, I can drop it. So I signed.
Well, this begins to look a little clearer, Morrell. Yeah. Who did you name as beneficiary, Blanco?
My wife. She's a pastor. She was to get $1,000 if I died. So this Diablo brother-in-law planned to kill me, huh? Can he collect the insurance?
Yeah, it looks that way. And you go away, and he can't find you, so he runs into a Mexican who looks like you, and he kills him to collect your insurance.
Pig is no good, that one. But how could he collect the insurance if I made it out to my wife?
We'll have to find out about that.
Well, how about it, Blanco? Will you waive extradition and come back with us to help us clear up this case?
Sure, I will. Sure, I'll go back with you. I ain't done nothing. I am innocent. But if that's what John was going to do to me, I'll do plenty to him. I'll fix him.
That's the Los Angeles Trophy officers with Bill Blanco. And next day, while the intended victim waits outside, Captain Bright once more questions John Vittori.
Vittori, did you ever work for an insurance company?
No.
I don't think I need to advise you to tell the truth. We're going to get to the bottom of this thing, and it will all come out in the end.
Yes, sir. I'm telling the truth.
All right, then, answer this question truthfully. Did you ever take out life insurance policy on Louis Blanco?
No, sir. I never did.
Here's the identification card we found on the body up at Newhall. Did you write it?
No, sir. Why should I write it? No, he probably wrote it.
It looks like his handwriting?
Yes.
And that body you saw in the morgue, you're satisfied that is your brother-in-law, Louis Blanco?
Sure. That's him as far as I can tell. Sure looks like his hands and looks like his clothes, too.
Mm-hmm. Then you'd say it was him?
Sure.
Bring in your man, Morrell.
Yes, sir.
Come on in. You know this fellow, Vittori?
Louis.
Oh, hello, Louis. See you. I'm glad to see you. Thought you was dead.
I am not dead. I was pretty scared.
What were you scared about?
Somebody tried to get me. They got the wrong guy. They put my name in his pocket.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what the officers and me is trying to find out about. Did you write this identification card, Blanco?
No, I never tried before.
Well, who do you think wrote it? knowing you were Victoria's brother-in-law?
Nobody knows he's Justin John's family. Nobody knows he's in my family.
Oh, Justin John's family.
That's right.
Did Victoria ever talk to you about an insurance policy?
Yes. He comes to me one day and asks me to take out his policy so he could get a job with the insurance company. He said he'd pay for it, so I said, okay, if you want to help him.
That ain't so. Well, did you ever get the policy?
No.
And who was the beneficiary?
My wife.
How much was the policy for?
He said $1,000.
That ain't so. Well, do you think this boy's lying, Victoria?
He's lying 100%.
Oh. What do you say to that, Blanco?
John, they got to find out sooner or later.
Sure, the law finds out, and it finds out the truth.
You know you made me sign that insurance application.
You're lying, Louis. Listen, Victoria. Your blue Essex was seen up there when we found that body.
Not mine.
Why, the man who saw the car drive down the road has identified it. Identified it by the color, the top, and the sticker you've got on the windshield.
Not mine. I could swear and tear my heart out.
Well, whose blue Essex was it then?
Oh, I don't know anything about it. Lots of blue Essexes.
And this identification card. What do you know about that?
I never saw it before the day this officer came up to the house.
Here's a piece of paper and pencil, Victoria. Now, write down what I tell you.
All right.
Louis Blanco. 1720 Yale Street. Los Angeles. You got that? Then write John Vittori. 602 Stella Avenue. That's it. Now write 1720 Yale Street a couple of times. How far did you go in school, Vittori?
6th grade.
Never learned to spell the language, did you?
That's right, the way I got it.
Look at it again.
Sure, that's right.
Well, here. Take a look at this morning paper. See the way they spell it. There's no I in it.
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
Now, how about Yale Street? Did you spell it right there?
Sure.
What's the matter, Vittori? What are you sweating for?
It's hot in here.
Yeah, isn't it? How do you spell Yale, Vittori?
Y-E-L-L?
You sure of that?
Sure I am.
I'm going to place you under arrest, Vittori, on suspicion of murder.
No, I ain't guilty of anything.
Maybe not. But this identification card we found on the body spelled Yale the same way you do, Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Put this man on suspicion of murder. Yes. Wait a minute, Sergeant. Bronco, I'll have to put you through as a material witness. Although I want you to know that as far as we're concerned, we don't hold any suspicion against you. It'll be a matter of detention in jail for a few days.
Well, that's okay, Captain. I ain't got no place to stay anyway. I owe too much rent, so I'll buy my place to go back there.
Okay. Take on a stay, Sergeant. Yes. Oh, for your information, Vittori, he spelled Yale. Y-A-L-E. Now, Merrill.
Yes, sir?
I want you to check all the insurance companies for a policy on Louis Blanco. I have an idea that policy will be the key to this case.
Yes, sir. For several days, Morrell devotes his time to the painstaking task of searching the files of the Los Angeles Insurance Company. And at last discovers the company which holds the policy on Blanco's life. The agent who handled the policy is contacted and brought in to Captain Vice for questioning.
You, insurance salesman, Mr. Walters?
Yes, I am.
You know Mr. John Vittori?
Yes?
How'd you happen to meet him?
Well, I contacted him first on a cold canvas.
What's that?
Well, that's what we call it when we get a prospect's name out of a phone book and approach him with no other lead than just his name and address.
I see. And did you sell Mr. Vittori insurance on that call?
No, not on that call, but 2 months later I went to see him again, and that time he made out an application for a policy. But he turned down.
Why?
Ill health.
And was that the last you saw of him?
Well, no. I gave him 2 or 3 application blanks and suggested that some other members of his family or his friends might want to be insured.
Mm-hmm. Well, a few days later, he came back with this application of Luis Blanco. I told him to be sure the name was clearly printed, and Blanco not only had printed his name at the top of the application, but also at the signature. Well, the company rejected it, and I gave it back to the Tory and told him to have it signed. A few days later, he returned the application signed. And who was the beneficiary? Well, the beneficiary was himself, John Vittori. But Blanco told us he had made his wife the beneficiary. Yes, but as I remember, Vittori explained he'd changed his mind because he didn't think his wife could collect the insurance because she was in the hospital at Patton. I asked you to bring along the papers pertaining to this policy. Have you the application there? Yes, here in my briefcase. A minute. Here it is. Here he signed Luis Blanco. Mm-hmm. Well, have you got those record cards on Blanco and Vittori? Oh, yeah. Oh, here they are, sir. Hey. Well, this is signed Luis Blanco. But you don't have to be an expert to see that the handwriting is not the same on this application and on Blanco's record card here. Right. That's right, isn't it? And the date on this application is April 15th. When did Blanco say he left Los Angeles, Morel? April 10th. He definitely placed him in Globe, Arizona on the 12th. I'd say the signature on the application is mighty close to the Tory's handwriting, wouldn't you, Morel? Yes, sir. How much was this policy for? There was 2 units for $1,500 apiece. So that's the price of the murder. $3,000. Well, Mr. Walters, I think you've given us the evidence we need here to complete our case against John Vittori. Well, I'm glad to be of assistance. We're just as eager to uncover this sort of malpractice as you are. There's one more thing. What's that? Vittori took out another policy which named himself beneficiary. He did? On who? Just a minute. I have it here. There it is. On Mike Rufo, age 14. His nephew. Oh, Mike Rufo, huh? That's Blanco's stepson. His wife's boy by a former marriage. Yeah. Well, it looks as though Mr. Vittori planned to make a lot of dough on his family. However, I doubt if we can use that as evidence against him. It would be hard to establish intent even though Vittori had his nephew in line for the next killing.
In a few short days, the case of John Vittori is ready for prosecution and handed over to the office of District Attorney Buren Fisk, who characterized it as magnificently prepared. And in December 1933, Vittori is brought to trial in Department 26 of Superior Court before Judge Aguilar. The prosecution bases its argument that Vittori murdered Jose Diego for $3,000 worth of insurance upon 3 circumstantial facts. The first, Vittori's car was seen by a witness where the murder occurred. The second, Vittori consistently misspelled the word Yale in the manner in which it was spelled on the identification card found on the body. The third, Vittori forged applications for $3,000 worth of insurance upon the life of Luis Blanco and named himself his beneficiary. The jury finds the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, and Judge Aguilar sentences Vittori to hang by the neck until death, which sentence was carried out at San Quentin at dawn on December 6, 1935. More boys and girls listen to Calling All Cars than to any other program heard over this station. And the Rio Grande Oil Company is glad to cooperate with local police authorities in crime prevention by impressing the youthful mind that crime does not pay. To further enlist boys and girls on the side of law and order, Rio Grande offers a complete junior detective outfit absolutely free of charge to its young listeners. A police badge, handcuffs, pistol belt and holster, fingerprint outfit, and many other free gifts. Ask any independent dealer selling Rio Grande cracked gasoline for a free copy of the Calling All Cars News, which contains the story and pictures of the crime you've heard tonight, and tells how you may get your complete junior police outfit without charge. Rio Grande is proud to take the leadership in this junior police crime prevention movement. Remember, Rio Grande cracked gasoline today powers more police cars, fire engines, and emergency equipment than any other brand.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars. A cancellation of broadcast 113 regarding a murder in Mint Canyon. Suspect in this case now in custody. That's all. Roll the tape. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
An away team is vanishing one by one.
Whatever happened to the others is happening to me.
Susanna!
A deadly virus invades the last survivors.
We've got to get that thing out of her now.
Its next victim, Geordie LaForge.
You may have weeks or very few hours.
Security! We have an intruder! Come on!
Metamorphosis on the next exciting episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, transcribed in Hollywood and brought to you by new coffee flavor Instant Postum, the wonderful tasting hot beverage that contains no caffeine. It lets you sleep. And now for coffee flavor Instant Postum, here's Bing Crosby.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to sing for you now. It's a song from the Paramount Technicolor picture White Christmas. Irving Berlin's famous Mandy. I was strolling out one evening by the silvery moon. I could hear somebody singing a familiar tune. So I stopped a while to listen. Not a word I wanted to miss. It was just somebody serenading. Something like this. Bandy, there's a minister handy, and it sure would be dandy if we let him make a fee. So don't you linger, here's a ring for your finger, isn't it a humdinger? Come on along and let the wedding time bring happy times for Mandy and me. Mandy, oh, Bulger beat this to pieces. Minister's handy, and it sure would be dandy. O'Connor could flip this. Let's let him make a fee. So don't you linger. I got a ring for your finger, and it's sure a humdinger. Come on along and let the wedding chimes bring happy times for Mandy and me. I think right in through here, right in this little slot, we'll have Galen Drake step in with a few words concerning new coffee flavor, Instant Postum.
Say, do you like to go out in the evening and have fun sometimes? Oh, I guess we all do. We all have different places we like to go, and we have different kinds of fun we like to have. But what happens when you come home? Go to bed and turn off the lights. Do the little daytime worries get bigger and bigger? And, well, even during the day, do you ever get irritable and moody and you start to bark at people and slam doors around the place? Now, I know, of course, that you can give yourself lots of reasons for that, but maybe you're your own worst enemy. Maybe you're the victim of a habit that's growing on you. I mean, depending on the caffeine in coffee for a quick but artificial steadying. Now, your doctor would tell you that for some people, one of the worst offenders against the delicate nervous system is caffeine. So why don't you switch from caffeine-heavy coffee to new coffee flavor Instant Postum? No caffeine whatsoever, can't make you nervous or irritable, can't keep you awake. You try new coffee flavor Instant Postum for at least 30 days and just see if you don't look better, feel better, and act better.
Thank you, Galen. Here's one of the new popular ballads. I thought I'd have a go at it. How important can it be that I tasted other lips? That was long before you came to me with the wonder of your kiss. So the story got around about an old romance in me. But it happened oh so long ago. How important can it be? Mine was a young and a foolish heart, seeking love at every turn. But I have grown so much wiser now, even foolish hearts can learn. Let the past just fade away. Why get lost in yesterday? The most important thing is here and now, and our love is here to stay. Let the past just fade away. Why get lost in yesterday? Most important thing is here and now, and our love is here to stay. Well, tomorrow's St. Patrick's Day. Many happy Hibernians, as well as other jolly souls, will celebrate by wearing the green, parading, whooping it up, exchanging boisterous blarney, and, just generally making a big day of it in honor of the patron saint of Ireland. Of course, the day also carries a deep religious significance. Those are the well-known aspects of St. Patrick's Day, but I wonder how many of us ever think of food in connection with this day. A belt or two of Irish, yes, but what about the food? How would you care to give a guess what a typical St. Patrick's Day dinner would be in comparison with turkey and dressing and so forth on Thanksgiving and Christmas, or ham on Easter, or potato salad, deviled eggs, cold cuts, or watermelon on the 4th of July picnic? Would you like to hazard a guess on that? Or did you know that there was a typical or traditional Irish feast for St. Patrick's Day? Well, apparently there is, according to Clementine Paddleford's excellent food column. A typical dinner will be served at Kavanaugh's, that old New York Irish landmark on West 23rd Street tomorrow. Kavanaugh's loves old Ireland and loves to prove that there's more to the country than shamrocks, shillelaghs, and Mulligan stew. And believe me, Kavanaugh's food proves it, too. Of course, anyone who's ever wielded a knife or fork in Ireland and tasted the wonderful beef, bacon, butter, ham, salmon, and Dublin Bay shrimp, and the real Irish potatoes knows that the old sod produces food that cannot be rivaled anywhere on the face of the earth. Now, this Irish dinner being prepared and served in this country will necessarily have some North American substitutions, but everything will still be grand. You can bet on that, and the harps will sing and the pipes will play. Now, stand by then, men. Here we're going to hit you with the menu. Let's start with the Dublin Bay prawns. Not Irish, but jumbo shrimp from Florida. But the Killarney sauce is of Irish origin. And the clear beef soup with added marrow is the Golden Vale soup from County Clare, Ireland's richest pasture land. Rare properties are attributed to this broth. It is said to fortify the inner man against a possible increased intake of the Isbatha. Isbatha being Gaelic for whiskey, in case you didn't know. Maybe the Batha part means don't bathe in it, I don't know. Well, the Moy salmon is from Nova Scotia, but poached in the Irish way and served with sauce vert and carrot and blue potatoes. White potatoes from Maine. Roast saddle of lamb is done according to a special recipe belonging to Mrs. John A. Costello, wife of the Premier of Ireland. Now then, make way for some baked ham, and this ham is truly Limerick. You know, hams and bacon are again arriving from the Emerald Isle. Now, what do we top off this fine meal with? What dessert are we going to have here? Well, according to Chef Andrews of Kavanaugh's, it's going to be a dairy apple tart. Wow, what a meal.
Say, Bing.
Oh, yeah, Ken. How about this meal? Isn't it something?
Oh, it's sensational. But you know something, Bing? I ran across another St. Patrick's Day menu.
Another one?
Mm-hmm. This one was whipped up by the National Potato Council for St. Patrick's Day.
Oh.
The menu includes Irish potato salad, Irish potato soup, or vichyssoise, boiled Irish potatoes, corned beef, green Irish potato noodles, and Irish potato pie for dessert.
Best potatoes.
The council suggests the meal might be preceded by a nip of Irish whiskey. That's made from potatoes, too, you know.
Oh, man, after all this food, I'm ready for a nap. Stand by, everybody, for an Irish lullaby. Ooh-ra-loo-ra-loo-ra. Ooh-ra-loo-ra-la. Ooh-ra-loo-ra-loo-ra. Hush, now don't you cry. Ooh-ra-loo-ra-loo-ra. That's an Irish lullaby. Over in Killarney, many years ago, my mother sang a song to me in tones so soft and low. Just a simple little ditty in her good old Irish way, and I'd give the world if I could hear that song of hers today. Now don't you cry. That's an Irish And once again, here's Galen Drake.
Isn't it strange how we sin against ourselves? Oh, we take care of other things. I mean, the family, the job, charities, but how about our own good health? Well, maybe you say, oh, I do pretty good. I eat fairly sensibly. I diet once in a while. Don't sleep so good, though. Feel a little dragged out now and then, but then after all, I'm no kid anymore. Yeah, and maybe you're kidding yourself, too. Those little danger signals may mean you're depending on the caffeine and coffee for that quick pickup. And your doctor would be the first to tell you that for some people, one of the worst offenders against the delicate nervous system is caffeine. So switch from caffeine-heavy coffee to new coffee flavor instant postum. No caffeine, no jumpy nerves, can't keep you awake. Try new coffee flavor instant postum for at least 30 days and you'll look better, you'll feel better, and you'll act better.
Moonlight, become you. It goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear.
Good night, and thanks very much.
The Bing Crosby Show is transcribed in Hollywood and brought to you by new coffee flavor Instant Postum, the wonderful tasting hot beverage that contains no caffeine. It lets you sleep. Try some soon. Enjoy new coffee flavor Instant Postum, and you'll enjoy your sleep.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Music Hall. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Music Hall. Stay tuned for...
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to our world of mystery and the macabre. Sit back and lend us your fears. Have you ever seen a ghost? It is an experience of such horror as to turn your blood to ice. Oh, I know, there are those who scoff, but they have never met a ghost. Our mystery drama, The Ghost Driver, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Augusta Dabney and Mason Adams. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Baked in the morning, Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Crawford for Kellogg's Special K. We've been having some fun in our television and radio commercials by using a ball and chain to symbolize the slight overweight problem common to so many of us. We point out that being a few pounds overweight is just a little more difficult for you. Climbing stairs, just walking around, even sitting down can feel, well, like you're wearing a ball and chain. In case you missed the message, it's this. If you really want to get rid of that extra weight, you really have to work at it by exercising and with sensible meals like the Special K breakfast. A 1-ounce bowl of Special K, America's favorite high-protein cereal, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. Less than 240 calories. Nutritious and, by the way, delicious. So why not begin each day with a Special K breakfast and then keep up the good work? Special K can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
No matter what you're saving for, that's what Suburban Savings for Suburban.
Suburban Savings offers you an easy way to borrow without touching a penny in your regular savings passbook account. Just let Suburban loan you the money. It's called Suburban Savings Passbook Loan. You can borrow up to 90% of the total amount you have on deposit at reasonable rates, and you can pay off your loan at your convenience. When your loan is repaid, you still have all of your savings intact, plus interest. So if you need money, why not take a loan from Suburban without touching your savings? Suburban Savings Passbook Loan in New Jersey at Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta.
Do ghosts exist? Mel Stout doesn't think so, but his wife Liz feels differently. If it had been up to Liz, they'd never have bought Gormley Lodge on top of Manitou Mountain in Colorado. Why? Because according to local legend, the former owners, the Putnams, had been sent crashing to their death by a ghost driver who came at them head on. Now, in the living room of the lodge...
Liz, I've had it up to here with that brother of yours.
now,
I mean, he promised to help finish painting his living room before the Duncans arrived tonight, and where is he?
Now,
I'll tell you where he is. He is out on the slopes skiing, enjoying himself as usual.
Well, do you just be reasonable now. If we didn't have Rory, where would we get a ski instructor, I'd like to know? We certainly can't afford to hire one, any more than we could afford to have this place painted.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I've got so darn much on my mind. Liz, I just hope that I haven't made the mistake of my life and yours.
We'll make a go of the lodge. We're off to a pretty good start. The Duncans arrive tonight, and they're booked for a full week. And the Todds and the Morgans arrive next week.
Yeah, and after that?
Well, darling, our newspaper ads ought to get us more customers. Just ask yourself, darling, what would you rather be doing now? Painting the living room of your own ski lodge with paying guests arriving tonight? Or slaving away at your old accounting job in Aspen?
Well, at least that brought a check in every week.
Oh, Nell, you've wanted to be your own boss for years. And so we bought this old mansion on top of Manitou Mountain to start our own ski lodge. The old Gormley Mansion. And we're going to keep at it until we make a success of it.
Liz, you're marvelous.
Oh, there's somebody at the front door. I'll get it. Oh, Mrs. Gormley.
Come to pay you a visit, Miss Stout. My first formal visit.
Well, that's very good of you, Mrs. Gormley. Well, won't you come in?
All right, Jason. You heard the lady. Wheel me in.
Yes, Mother.
You know my son, Jason? You've met?
Yes, briefly. Mel, the Gormleys have come to pay a visit.
I see you, Mrs. Gormley. Jason, hope you don't mind if I finish this painting.
Oh, go right ahead. I'd give you a hand, old as I am, but my arthritis keeps me in this wheelchair. Jason, why don't you...
No, thanks. I couldn't think of asking a fine arts painter to do...
Fine arts. You hear that, Jason? Mr. Stout complimented you, called the mountain scenes you paint fine art.
Well, they are. Why, I saw some of them in the ski shop in town. They're very good. Do you sell many?
A few.
Oh, just enough to cover the cost of the paint and canvas. Oh, yes, and a quart of whiskey now and then.
Mother, please.
Well, now, if they don't hear it from me, Jason, they'll hear it from others.
A drink now and then.
Now and then. Tell the Stouts how you play Russian roulette with that old revolver of your father's when you're drunk.
Stop it, Mother. Stop it.
Perhaps you'd like some coffee, Mrs. Gormley, or tea. It won't take a minute.
No, thank you. We won't be here that long. Now, I've come to do for you what I did for the Putnams. Them that bought my house out from under me 3 years ago.
Out from under you? Mrs. Gormley, are you saying that we have done that? Forced you out of your house?
Well, haven't you? Oh, it's not your fault. Jason's father left us destitute. Left me destitute, I should say. With a son too lazy to support his old mother. So I had to sell this beautiful place.
Mother, the Stouts aren't interested in all this past history.
Well, they'd better be. If they value their lives.
Value our lives?
Well, Mr. Halliday didn't tell you.
Of course.
Tell us what?
About how the Putnams met their death.
Why, yes. The real estate man told us about the accident.
That was no accident. No more than my husband's death was an accident.
He died in the same way? His car crashed off the bridge into the gorge?
Right. 800 feet down into the gorge. To the rocks 800 feet below. But no accident. Suicide.
The Putnams didn't commit suicide.
Not them. My husband, Jason Sr., raving drunk and suicidal, but theirs was no accident either, the Putnams. He drove them off that bridge.
Who?
My husband.
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Gormley. If your husband was dead...
Hi, I'm back.
Oh, sure. Naturally, Rory. Now, the painting job is nearly done.
Oh, now, don't get uptight, Mel. I just didn't remember it till I was out on the slopes. Hi, Mrs. Gormley. Jason. Paying a little social call?
It's anything but social.
Mrs. Gormley, are you saying that your husband, even though he was dead, somehow killed the Putnams?
Liz, come on now.
All right, I'll tell you. After my husband's death, when I realized I'd been left penniless, and that I'd have to sell this place, I fell into a state of depression. When the Putnams bought Gormley Lodge, well, they were going to use it as a winter home, not turn it into a ski resort like you. When they bought it, and I had to move into the little guest house, I was so sad I thought I'd die. For days and days I sat and wept, and then one night, my husband come to me.
Your husband? You dreamed?
It was no dream. Oh, it was my husband. His ghost.
Oh, for the love.
Rory. He stood at the foot of my bed, and he begged my forgiveness for leaving me a pauper and breaking my heart. And he said, Jessica, I promise you'll live in Gormley House again. And then he vanished. The very next night, the Putnams crashed through the bridge over Gormley Gorge.
Well, accidents do happen.
It was no accident. Now, the real estate man didn't tell you the whole story. Mrs. Putnam lived long enough to tell just what had happened. Well, you can ask the sheriff. The Putnams didn't go off the bridge by accident. They were driven off it. Forced to swerve off it by an oncoming car. A car driven by a skeleton.
Good heavens.
That's what I wanted to tell you. And now you know. Good day.
Well, what kind of a put-on is this? She's trying to scare us out of here.
I'm trying to save your lives.
You're trying to get back into this house. That's what you're doing. Just the way you moved back after the Putnams got killed and lived here a full 3 years until now.
Rory, have some respect.
Respect? No way. She may be old, but she's as shrewd as they come. She frightens you off, then moves back in again and stays until some other sucker comes along.
I warn you.
Just let us know when your husband's ghost shows up again.
It did. What? Last night.
Oh, man, this is the neatest ripoff
Shut up, Rory. Will you... Your husband's ghost? Last night?
Yes. And he used the same words. Jessica, I promise you'll live in Gormley Lodge again. Oh, I beg you, listen to me. The Putnams wouldn't and went to their death.
Oh, Mrs. Gormley, you're really out of sight. You know...
You... So smart. You're so sure of yourself. You think he isn't watching and listening, my husband? Do you think he doesn't know how you insulted me? And do you think he'll not repay you? Oh, yes. If people are to die this time, too, you will be the first. Now, be warned. Jason, wheel me back. Be warned.
Rory, you shouldn't have talked to Mrs. Gormley like that.
You didn't spring for that crazy story, did you?
I don't know. I wonder.
What, Liz?
Mel, call the sheriff. Find out if Mrs. Gormley's telling the truth.
Oh, come on, Liz. I look like a fool. Anyhow, I've got to finish this paint job. What? Liz, you're not...
I must find out.
Suit yourself. You always do. Sheriff Harper speaking.
Oh, Sheriff. This is Elizabeth Stout calling. We're the new owners of Gormley House.
Oh, yes. What can I do for you, Mrs. Stout?
Well, we just had a visit from Mrs. Gormley.
Oh?
What do you mean, oh?
Oh, nothing, Mrs. Stout, only she can be a little hard to take, getting on in years.
Yes, well, what I wanted to ask you... Of course, you remember the accident to the Putnams 3 years ago, crashing off the bridge over Gormley Gorge.
Yes, I remember.
Well, according to Mrs. Gormley, Mrs. Putnam lived long enough to tell you what had caused the accident. Is that so?
Yes, it is.
And what did she tell you?
Well, now, Mrs. Stout, she was near death. Maybe out of her head with pain and shock.
What did she tell you, Sheriff? Did she tell you that they had been forced to swerve off the bridge because of another car that came straight at them? A car with a skeleton driving it?
Well, as I said, she was out of her
Did
head.
she?
Yes, that's the story she told me.
Thank you. Goodbye.
So?
Mrs. Gormley told the truth.
Oh, the Putnam woman was dying. Anybody in that condition is liable to say anything.
I suppose.
Now, look, just get off it, Liz. We put our life savings, every cent we've got in this place, and I'm not leaving, ghost or no ghost.
Well, speaking of leaving, I'd better get on down into Manitou and pick up the Duncans at the airport.
Well, it's a bit early, isn't it? Or have you got some cute chick in town that you'd like to spend an hour or so with?
Mel, you put me away.
Don't give me any ideas, Rory. Well, it's a bit early, isn't it? Or have you got some cute chick in town that you'd like to spend an hour or so with?
Mel, you put me away.
Don't give me any ideas, Rory.
This is some road, Rory. You drive it often? In the dark, I mean?
A few times, Mr. Duncan.
Well, it's frightfully steep and curvy.
Now, don't push the panic button, Mrs. Duncan. I'll get you to the top of Manitou Mountain safe enough. You'll be enjoying a hot toddy in front of the fireplace at Gormley Lodge before you know it.
Maybe you better slow down a little.
Oh, it's okay. That was just a patch of loose shale. You much of a skier, Mr. Duncan?
Oh, I do okay. My wife will need some lessons, though. I take it Gormley Lodge has a pro.
Oh, the best.
Me? Oh. Well, fine. Say, this road is steep and curvy. Must be pretty spectacular. Views, I mean, in the daytime.
It's spectacular enough right now, what I can see in the headlights.
We've got some views, all right. Here's one. It's real cool. From the bridge over Gormley Gorge.
Steep?
800 feet straight down. Yeah, it's too bad there isn't a moon tonight. I'd stop on the bridge and let you have a look.
What's that sound?
We're crossing the bridge now. A wooden bridge over Gormley Gorge. About 500 feet across. Hey, what's it?
Lights of a car. Coming fast. That damn fool is coming straight at us.
Get over!
A skeleton driving that car. Hey, we're going off the bridge!
I'll be back shortly with Act 2. If you have the nerve to return, that is.
Hello, Fox. It seems like only yesterday that I was a little girl tasting porridge. You know, this one's too hot. This one's too cold. And now I conduct taste tests on diet drinks. And there's one I must tell you about. Sugar-free diet 7-Up. It has a fresh, natural, delicious taste. It drives my taster meter crazy. Sugar-free diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
How about a no-cook dinner for a change? Serve a delicious spread of sliced meats, cheeses, salads, and crisp rolls from ShopRite's appetizer counter. You'll love the freshness, the fine quality, and the pleasing variety. This week's best buys are ShopRite freshly sliced chicken roll, half pound, 69 cents. Imported Switzerland Swiss cheese, half pound, 89 cents. ShopRite liverwurst, 99 cents a pound. Fresh macaroni salad, 39 cents a pound. So relax. Pick up a ready-to-eat dinner at the ShopRite appetizer counter.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
Hello, Amco. My automatic transmission just got automaticing. I was wondering, do you service Chevrolets?
Do we service those sensational Chevrolets? Ma'am, Amco has serviced over 3 million automatic transmissions of all kinds. Nearly 900,000 Chevrolets alone.
Ooh.
Do we service Chevrolets? George, pitch pipe, please.
Chevy Nova and Impala and the Bel Air and Camaro and the Chevy too.
Oh, my.
Yep, we know them. Every Chevrolet automatic make and model on the road today, from the oldest Biscayne to a bright, spanky Caprice. By the way, what sort of Chevy did you say you had?
A Chevy Mustang.
Well, no matter. Nobody knows your automatic transmission better than Amco. AA MCO.
There are over 500 AMCO centers coast to coast. Consult your yellow pages for the AMCO center nearest you. AAMCO. AMCO. This is WOR New York and RKO General Station.
Terror, unless you have experienced it, is only a word. I could employ all the art at my command, my voice, the words I choose, to convey to you the full impact of terror. Yet, I know I should fail, even as Michael Duncan fails now in telling his story to Sheriff Harper on the bridge over Gormley Gorge the next morning.
Terror? You say you experienced terror?
What would you experience, Sheriff? Delight?
Mr. Duncan, I'm only trying to get at what happened here last night.
Excuse me, Sheriff.
Yes, Mr. Stout, what is it?
Will it be much longer before they get the bodies up?
Hard to say. Why?
I'd like to get back to the lodge. My wife is alone, and you can imagine her condition after hearing of her brother's death. Say nothing of how it happened.
Sure. You go ahead. I'll let you know when you're needed to identify the bodies. I'm sorry about your brother-in-law, Mr. Stout, and the publicity.
Publicity?
And this is the second time the ghost driver has struck.
Ghost driver?
And the news has got out. I hear they're sending reporters over from Aspen.
That's great. That's just what I need. That'll end my ski resort business for good. Not that it ever got started.
Wait a few minutes and I'll ride back up with you. Nothing I can do either till they recover Jill's body.
Oh, yes, there is, Mr. Duncan. You can give me a full account.
Now, look, Sheriff, I've told you all I know. We were driving across this bridge when we saw this other car coming straight at us. Stout's brother-in-law was driving. He swerved to avoid the oncoming car and went through the guardrail. In the split second between swerving and going through the rail, I leapt clear and saved myself. I wish I could say the same for that boy and Jill, my wife.
About the skeleton at the wheel of the other car.
Why do you keep harping on that?
Because it's something to harp on. If you saw a skeleton driving that car...
I didn't.
You said...
I know what I said, but I've got to be wrong. I couldn't have seen what I thought I did.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in skeletons driving cars. I don't believe in ghosts.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Duncan. All I'm after is a complete report. The facts.
All you're after is the publicity you're going to get out of this. Put you on the map, won't it, Sheriff? Why, you might even get a job in one of the big Colorado ski resorts like Aspen or Vail.
That'll be enough, Mr. Duncan. You can go. I'll phone the lodge when I need you.
Mrs. Gormley.
Well, invite me in, Miss Stout.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm surprised to see that you're not in a wheelchair.
Oh, it depends on how bad my arthritis kicks up. Sometimes I can walk with a cane, like now.
I see.
Is your husband home?
No, he's down at the bridge with Mr. Duncan.
Oh, the fella whose wife got killed, huh?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry about that. Sorry about your brother, too. Even though he asked for it.
Mrs. Gormley,
Your brother's dead because he wouldn't listen. He wouldn't heed my warning. Now you listen, child. You heed my warning. Make your husband listen and take warning, too. You leave this place. Leave it today.
Don't think I wouldn't. We wouldn't if we could. But we can't. Oh, our savings are tied up at Gormley Lodge.
Listen to me, listen. Now, my dead husband came to me again last night. And he promised me again I'd return to this house.
You love this old house, don't you?
Well, it was my life. You're a woman. You understand how that is.
Yes.
I came here a bride 40 years ago. Jason, Senior, that is. He was just starting his career as a painter. Jason, my son, was born here. There was another child, a little girl. She died here. No, this house isn't made of wood and stone.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, I think they've come back. My husband and Mr. Duncan are back.
Well, I'll go then.
Oh, well, Mrs. Gormley, I'm going to put some coffee on. You stay. Have a cup.
No. I can't bear to go on looking at people who I know are going to die.
What's this? Die? Who's going to die now?
You are, Mr. Stout. You and your wife. If you don't heed my warning and leave as soon as possible.
Now, what's all this, Stout? Who is this woman?
Jessica Gormley used to own this place.
Oh, the woman you told me about. The one who claims her husband's ghost visits her.
I don't just claim it. It's true. Who are you?
My name's Michael Duncan.
Oh, yes. The one whose wife went to her death in the gorge last night. Well, you take my advice, too. You leave here. Leave as fast as you can.
How about a drink, Stout?
Oh, so you two won't listen. The ghost driver killed your wife last night, and yet you won't listen. Well, let me warn you once and for all. What was that?
A shot. It was a gunshot.
Jason! Oh, it's happened. He's killed himself. Oh.
She's fallen. Liz, help her up and keep her here. Duncan, you come with me.
Yeah, coming. Yeah, Mr. Stout. What do you want?
Oh, you're okay, Jason.
We heard a gunshot.
What of it?
Well, we've heard of you and your little games like Russian roulette, and we thought that you...
I'd shot myself? No such luck. Come in if you want to.
Oh, the gunshot we heard.
I fired it. Deliberately.
You fired that shot deliberately?
You ask a lot of questions for someone I haven't even met.
It's Mike Duncan. He and his wife are to be my first guests. It was his wife who got killed last night.
Oh. I'm sorry. How did you escape?
Flung myself from the car just before it went through the guardrail.
Well, you better keep an eye out for the old man's ghost. He'll be after you.
Mr. Gormley, I don't believe in ghosts. Now, why did you fire that revolver?
What business is it? All right. I'll tell you. You'll think it's nutty.
I'm sure.
I've been playing Russian roulette with this gun for years. Ever since my father died. And I always win. Or lose, depending on how you look at it.
And how do you look at it, Jason?
I give it to you straight, Mr. Stout. I want to lose. For years now, I've picked up the gun like this. Oh, no, not every day. Maybe once a week. Once every other week. Whenever the mood comes on me. And I put it to my temple. Like this.
Wait a minute.
Don't worry. Gun's empty. I haven't put in a fresh bullet yet. You see, the reason I deliberately fired that bullet I had in this gun was to find out if the thing was a dud. It wasn't.
Too bad.
May I shake your hand, Mr. Duncan? You're the first man I've ever met who says what he thinks.
You want to kill yourself? Go ahead.
I like you. You do speak your mind. And now, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get back to this painting of mine. By the way, what do you think of it?
Pretty lurid, isn't it?
That's just the right word for it, Mr. Stout. See? There's the car swerving and crashing through the bridge. The oncoming ghost car with the skeleton at the wheel. All in flaming color. I knock out one an hour. I slap a frame on it and I sell it in Manitou for $20. So excuse me, will you? Business is going to pick up, thanks to last night. And I want to be ready to supply the demand.
It's been a rough 24 hours, Miss Stout. It's a nice chair. Just right for sitting in front of a fire. Cost you plenty, I'll bet.
Yes, plenty. But that isn't what I'm thinking about.
You're thinking about your brother and my wife lying in their coffins at the undertaker's in Manitou.
Yes, and also that even a small village like Manitou has an undertaker.
Birth, death, taxes. The only sureties in life, Mrs. Stout.
Liz.
Mike. I like your husband.
Me too.
He told me about everything.
about what getting this ski resort means to you. Your life savings invested, all that.
All down the drain, I'm afraid.
The publicity?
What else? Every reservation's canceled. Well, all except one. But that'll come in, too.
It has, Liz.
Yes?
There it is. Please cancel my reservation for next week, Frank Norton. As a family of 4. Telegram phoned in from Aspen. Anybody got a sponge?
A sponge?
So I can throw it in. I'm through, Mike.
You always give up this easy?
What do you mean, easy?
Just that. Do you always fade when the going gets tough? Well, this is the time to start fighting. Does it make good sense to let all this go down the drain because somebody's playing a trick on you? A murderous trick?
Do you think it's a trick?
What else could it be? A skeleton driving a ghost car? What else but a trick? Well, what else?
You were in that car last night. You saw. And it was a skeleton behind the wheel of the oncoming car. You told the sheriff that. You can still say that...
That it was a trick, yes.
What kind of trick? Damn it, Mike, you admit you saw a skeleton driving a car, but you can still call it a trick? See, I see you don't answer.
Look, Mel, I'm a practical man, a businessman. You think being a businessman is simple? Oh, no. I've had troubles that would make yours look like nothing. Today you won't find anybody more successful than me. But I've been bankrupt twice. Yes, and paid off every cent. How? Well, not by running away, the way you want to, but by standing up and fighting. And that's what you've got to do right now.
How? You tell me how, and I'll do it.
Look, we'll do it together. I've got a stake in this, too, you know. My wife is dead. Murdered. Yes, murdered. Not by a ghost, but by a trick. And if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to find out who played that trick and make him pay.
And you don't think it's a ghost?
Do you? Answer me. Do you believe in ghosts? Did you believe before you came here and ran into this mess you're in?
Well, no, I didn't.
Then why start believing now? Ghosts, my foot. Mel, this is a trick. Somebody wants to stop you from turning Gormley Lodge into a ski resort. And if you ask me, it's the Gormleys. One or the other or both is behind all this. Or that sheriff down in Manitou.
The sheriff? Oh, Mike, you don't really think that the
I don't know what to think, Liz. All I know is that somebody's behind this, and those are the 3 likeliest suspects. Now, look, I'm no Sherlock Holmes, but I've got a brain, and I've got guts, and well, my wife is dead, my Jill. Well, I'm just going to find out who killed her, that's all.
The tougher they are.
You like a drink, Mike?
No, thanks. I'll be okay. Especially when I nail that murderer.
What have you got in mind?
Well, it'll be dark in about an hour. We take the car, Mel, you and me. We take the car, and we drive up and down that road, all night if necessary, to meet up with this so-called ghost driver. And when and if we meet up with him...
Yes? If and when you meet up with him, what?
We don't turn aside. We don't swerve out of his path and off the bridge. We drive straight at him and keep driving at him. If he's a ghost in a ghost car... We'll drive through him.
And if he isn't?
If he isn't? Well, if he isn't, it'll be one hell of a crash.
You out there listening, what would you do? If you were Mel Stout, would you accept Mike Duncan's challenge? I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Ever see a beer drinker pour his beer real easy down the side of the glass? Maybe you do it yourself. If so, the Budweiser Brewmaster thinks you're missing something, especially if you're a Budweiser drinker. You see, Bud is brewed, so it will kick up a healthy head of foam. Exclusive Beechwood aging and natural carbonation make it a lively brew. Well, anyway, pouring Bud plunk down the middle of the glass helps bring out the best in that clean white Budweiser foam and real beer aroma. It also helps you get the full benefit of a taste, smoothness, and drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Remember, brewing beer right does make a difference. Next time, pour that Budweiser right down the middle and see for yourself. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
If you thought you couldn't afford to fly to California this summer, TWA has some good news for you. You can. Thanks to TWA's demand schedule service, you can fly to California for only $125. Just make your reservations 90 days before you want to go and put down a $20 deposit for each way. For all the details, call your travel agent. TWA's demand schedule service. Now you can afford to fly to California.
Are now driving the twisting, precipitous mountain road that leads to Gormley Lodge. One, Mike Duncan, believes that the ghost driver they hope to meet is nothing but a trick. Mel Stout, his life savings, every penny at stake, has had no choice but to go along.
Mike, I'm bushed. Let's make this the last trip.
We're going to drive up and down this road till dawn. Yes, and night after night if we have to. Until we meet up with our so-called ghost driver.
This is the 6th time we've been up and down this mountain road.
Okay. Pull over. I'll drive. Get out your side. I'll slip behind the wheel.
Yeah. Hey, there's a car coming up behind us. Red light flash. That must be the sheriff. There's the sheriff, all right. Mr. Stout. Oh, and you, Mr. Duncan.
What are you doing here, Sheriff?
Well, that's what I want to ask you. I got a report from Mountain View House across the valley there that they were seeing headlights going up and down this road. Guess I don't have to tell you everybody around here's on edge after what happened last night. Now, what are you up to?
We're not up to anything, Sheriff. We're driving this road in hopes of meeting up with whoever or whatever killed my wife and Mr. Stout's brother-in-law.
Get yourselves killed in the bargain? Oh, no. You drive on up to Gormley Lodge, and when you get there, stay there. You make that sound like an order, Sheriff. That's what it is, Mr. Stout. Well, I guess we better do like he says, Mike.
I don't think so.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. This is a public road. We've got a right to be on it. Unless we're doing something that breaks the law, and we're not.
You're a kind of troublemaker, Mr. Duncan, aren't you?
Sheriff, I never go looking for trouble, but I know how to handle it when it comes my way. Now, either you arrest us for breaking some law or other, in which case you'd better be prepared to back it up, or I'll sue the town of Manitou and you for false arrest, or get off our backs.
I'm not on your backs. I'm trying to save your lives. Take my advice.
Advice, huh? I thought it was an order.
All right, wise guy. Have it your way. Go ahead and get killed and be damned to you.
Let's go, Mel.
You can sure sound tough, Mike.
No small-town sheriff pushes me around.
Well, he's only trying to do his job.
Maybe. And maybe not.
What do you mean?
I don't know. But that's what we're going to find out. Tonight, tomorrow night, or whenever. Oh, there's the bridge ahead.
Yeah, maybe you better slow down.
No. If it's a ghost, we'll go through it. If it isn't...
Mike, headlights coming toward us.
Now, look, don't lose your nerve.
Coming closer. We're going to crash if you don't... Mike! Driving that car, it's roaring!
Your brother-in-law, my God!
Mel, Mike, I can't believe it.
Can't believe it myself, Liz. Not only what we saw, but getting out of it with our lives.
The fates were with us, Mel. I lost my nerve. I have to admit that. I just couldn't keep driving straight at that awful thing coming toward us. I couldn't help myself. I swerved at the last second.
Well, thank God we hit that stanchion instead of going off the bridge.
Rory driving the other car. It's impossible. Rory's dead. We're burying him tomorrow.
Rory's dead, that's for sure. But it was Rory driving that car. That's for sure, too.
Then ghosts do exist? Mel?
Yes, huh?
After the funeral tomorrow, let's get out of here. Let's go away from this place as fast as we can.
And go where?
Oh, back to Aspen, of course.
Liz, we're broke. We haven't enough dough left for a motel room. Where would we stay? How would we live?
Mel, I didn't know things were that bad for you.
Putting this place back in shape cost me just about every penny I had.
Well, look, would a loan help?
You'd be willing to...
Oh, sure. I like you two, and, well, the way things turned out, we've gotten to know each other real fast. Practically friends. So... well, if you can use a loan...
That's generous of you, Mike.
It is generous of you, Mike, and I appreciate it, but... no, thanks.
What'll you do?
Do what you said I ought to do. Fight this thing.
Liz, Mike, if you ever come east, be sure to look me up.
We will, Mike.
Yes, of course.
You won't change your mind about the loan?
Can't. Would only be putting off what's bound to happen. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless I can find the answer to what goes on here. There's something bothering me, something I feel that I saw somewhere but didn't pay much attention to at the time.
Well, what about it, this something?
It's just something that's bothering me is all. Something that just could give me the answer to all of this.
Well, good luck. You deserve it. Oh, there's the taxi that's going to take me to the airport. Goodbye, Liz.
Goodbye, Mike.
Bye-bye, Mike,
Bye.
and thanks. Well, we'd better get on back, Liz. Liz, you coming?
Yes. Mel, you better know it now. No matter what you intend to do, I won't be staying. Mel, we've got to face the facts. Buying this place was a big mistake. I admit it now. But there's no sense in crying over spilt milk. What's done is done. So, darling, let's just turn our backs on it, walk away from it, and start again.
Start what again? The treadmill of office work? The dreary day-to-day monotony of auditing accounts, toting up figures? I can't bear to go back to that kind of life. I have got to make a go of this. I don't have any other choice.
But is it worth your life? Ghost or no ghost, Mel, it's killed 4 people. It would have been 6 if you and Mike Duncan hadn't been lucky enough to hit that stanchion. And it will be 6 if you insist on driving that road again tonight.
6? How do you make it 6?
Well, you don't think I'm going to let you do it alone, do you?
But at the funeral, you said that you weren't even going to stay.
Because I hoped that would change your mind. But it hasn't. So you see, I have no choice either.
Just like last night with Mike. From the top of the mountain down to Manitou, then back up again and again, and no sign of him.
But he did show, finally.
And Mike lost his nerve, swerved aside at the last second. Let's hope I don't lose mine.
Will it matter?
What do you mean?
Well, if you lose your nerve, we'll go off the bridge. If you don't, and the ghost car isn't a ghost car, we'll be killed in a crash.
If there is a crash, but there won't be.
You seem awfully sure of that.
I am. Remember at the cemetery I told Mike there was something I had seen but hadn't paid any attention to?
Yes.
And that if I could only remember what it was, I'd have the answer to all of this?
Yes.
Well, it's come to me. Driving up and down the mountain tonight, it suddenly came to me. See, it wasn't something I'd seen. It was something I'd heard and paid no attention to. Something I knew but didn't realize what it meant. And if I'm right, Liz, if I'm right...
What is it? What did you remember?
We're on the bridge now. Let me concentrate on driving.
Mel? Mel! Mel, there it is, the ghost car. It's coming straight for us.
Yes.
And behind the wheel, driving it, it's Rory! Oh, my God, it's Rory!
Oh, we buried Rory.
But it's his ghost, Mel!
Get your hands off the the wheel. Don't try to turn the wheel.
We're going to crash. Mel!
What?
This time he swerved and he went off the bridge, just as I knew he would.
How did you know?
Later, Liz. Right now, we better get up to the lodge and phone the sheriff.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Gormley. Mel? Mrs. Gormley's here. Please, won't you sit down?
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Mrs. Gormley. I'm sorry about last night.
I'm not.
Mrs. Gormley, Jason was your son.
Oh, he was the torment of my life. Every day I lived. Of course, I'm sorry he's dead, but I can only be glad it's over for me.
Did you know that your son was the ghost driver?
I suspected, but I was never sure. You see, it was Jason who wanted to go on living here in this house far more than I did. Oh, you can understand. He was born here. He grew up here. Started his painting career here in a fine, big studio upstairs.
Tragic. Just tragic.
Even more tragic if it hadn't been for you. How did you come to know? What made you realize that my son was the ghost driver?
A gunshot.
A gunshot?
The shot he fired to see whether the bullet he used for playing Russian roulette was live or not.
Well, I don't follow you.
You see, something kept bugging me, Mrs. Gormley, but I couldn't nail it down because I kept thinking it was something that I'd seen. But then suddenly I realized it wasn't something I'd seen, but something I'd heard. That gunshot.
I still don't...
It got me to thinking about Jason playing Russian roulette, playing with life and death. And that got me to thinking a step further. Sure, Russian roulette. Only a fool or a would-be suicide would play it. But the fact remains that the odds are in his favor. Every time Jason spun the barrel of that gun and pulled the trigger, the chances were 5-1 against firing the bullet.
Oh, but what was the connection between that and the ghost driver?
Driving a car straight at another car is just another form of Russian roulette.
Ah, yes, I see. Well, Sheriff Harper came to see me, and he said Jason was wearing a mask, a papier-mâché mask of your brother's face.
Yes, and it wasn't a very good likeness of my brother, but it didn't have to be. It looked enough like him to fool you when you saw it under those awful conditions. The night and the headlights and the car coming straight at you. Fear did the rest.
There must be another mask, the skeleton face.
Oh, there is. We searched the studio and we found it, Sheriff Harper and me. Yeah, well, it's all over. Jason's at peace at last. God knows I soon shall be. Well, good day. Funny, though.
What, Mrs. Gormley?
Well, we've searched and we've searched, but we couldn't find a mask of my husband's face.
What made you think there was one?
Well, you see, when I heard about the masks, I thought it must have been Jason who came and stood at the foot of my bed. Not my husband's ghost. But if it wasn't Jason, who was it? What was it?
An interesting question. What was it indeed? I'll be back shortly.
Hi, Ms. Goldilocks here. Professionally taste-testing diet drinks can be very difficult, but I've just had to bear with it. Then I found sugar-free Diet 7-Up. It doesn't taste like other diet drinks. It's fresh, light, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up tastes so good that I've taste-tested it hundreds of times, and each time I've given it my seal of approval. Yes, this one's just right.
Introducing the greatest taste to come out of your toaster since Samuel Bath Thomas baked his original English muffins in 1880. Thomas's new onion English muffins. Little bits of real onion blended into Thomas's original English muffin recipe create a tangy taste that makes everything fantastic, like burgers and cream cheese and cold cuts. Even butter tastes better. Thomas's new onion English muffins. The greatest new taste since 1880. Thomas's promises.
Hey, Pat, how tall do you think she is?
300 feet if she's an inch, Luigi, and a fine lady she is.
The year 1886. While most New Yorkers were enjoying their first look at the Statue of Liberty, a few were enjoying their first taste of Thomas's bread and discovering it was every bit as delicious as Thomas's English muffins. Today, there's still never been a lady to equal the lady, or a bread to equal Thomas's protein, whole wheat, and white bread. Thomas's promises.
Here's news from Queen Elizabeth II. Now you can sail to Europe on Queen Elizabeth II and fly home free. I'll repeat that. Sail to Europe on Queen Elizabeth II and fly back to New York free. She reaches Europe in 5 luxurious days. You have ample time for touring because you fly back. Meals and entertainment on board are included. A whole new crowd of people are discovering Queen Elizabeth II because she's affordable. And she's fun. She has 9 bars, 4 swimming pools, 3 nightclubs, a discotheque, a gymnasium, a sauna, a casino, and 3 of the finest restaurants in the world. Sail first class grades A to H and fly home free. Sail tourist grades L to Q and S to U and fly home half fare. Flights are British Airways economy. You can stay in Europe up to 16 days. Call your travel agent or Cunard at 212-983-2510. Sail to Europe on Queen Elizabeth II and fly home free. Great ships of British registry since 1840.
Our cast included Augusta Dabney, Mason Adams, Mary Jane Higby, Norman Rose, Nick Pryor, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding Mystery Theater program is furnished by the CBS Radio Network. This is WOR New York.
I'm Fulton Lewis in the Mutual Broadcasting System studios in Washington, D.C. Now, my commentary.
The chairman of the House Judiciary Committee said today he expects his panel to go along with President Nixon's request of today, a request for an additional 5 days to reply to a subpoena for 42 Watergate tapes. New Jersey Democrat Representative Peter Rodino said that he and the ranking Republican member of the committee had agreed to the postponement, and in Rodino's words, I am quite confident the members of the committee will go along with it too. He told a news conference the matter will be taken up formally by his committee on Thursday. That's the day the response to the committee's subpoena was due. The delay requested by the White House today would put off the response until next Tuesday. At the White House, Deputy Press Secretary Gerald Warren attributed the White House request to the pressure of business at the White House and the demands on the president's time. Chairman Rodino said that the delay was requested by James St. Clair, the president's chief Watergate attorney. It was requested in a telephone call yesterday to John Doerr, the chief counsel of the impeachment inquiry. The chairman said that he and Representative Edward Hutchinson of Michigan, the ranking Republican member of the committee, instructed Doerr to ask St. Clair why at least some of the subpoenaed material could not be furnished on Thursday. St. Clair told Doerr that the president wanted to review all of the material at once before sending it to Capitol Hill. Rodino said St. Clair, though, gave no assurance that all of the subpoenaed material would be given to the committee. Asked about reports of the White House plan to give the panel transcripts rather than tapes, Chairman Rodino replied transcripts would not be satisfactory. White House Deputy Press Secretary Warren said a lot of work has been and is being done to compile the material necessary to prepare a response. The president himself has spent many, many hours reviewing the response and has determined that he would like some extra time to review the response in its entirety. Warren would give no clue as to the likely nature of the eventual reply to the subpoena. He said only the president has not finally decided on the form and content of the response. Asked if the request for a delay might not be considered inconsistent with repeated White House calls for a speedy resolution of the impeachment question, Warren said, quote,
It is consistent with our position and with the President's position to deal responsibly with the House Judiciary Committee, and that is what we are doing. Back on April 11th, the committee voted 33-3 to subpoena the tapes that it had been seeking since February. The President also faces a second subpoena. That one has a May 2nd deadline. That one is for additional tapes and other materials that are being sought by Special Watergate prosecutor Leon Jaworski. Asked if the President might not also seek an extension of the May 2nd deadline, Warren said today, "I know of no such requests." Now, this.
What has Sheridan done for you lately? What has Sheridan done for you now?
Next time you travel to Canada for business or pleasure, you'll find 20 sparkling Sheraton hotels and motor inns, coast to coast, from Quebec to British Columbia.
What has Sheridan done for you lately?
In Toronto, the new Four Seasons Sheraton has a 5-story waterfall right in the lobby. In Vancouver, there are 2 new Sheratons. And for a reservation at any Sheraton, call 800-325-3535 or have your travel agent call. That's 800-325-3535.
That's what Sheridan done for you lately. That's what Sheridan done for you now.
Sheraton Hotels and Motor Inns worldwide.
White House officials say privately that they're not really sure how they should interpret Vice President Gerald Ford's remarks to 1,300 newspaper and broadcast industry leaders yesterday. One school of thought is that he was not taking any pot shots at the president. Others, however, read into his comments a significant break from Mr. Nixon on the Watergate tapes issue. The vice president said that the president might have tried harder to get the story of Watergate out sooner, and that he should begin cooperating as fully as possible to clear the issue up now. A committee subpoena for tapes and documents, of course, was due Thursday, but the request has been made now to postpone that till Tuesday. Ford, in his speech yesterday, said, "It's pretty hard to put yourself back into the shoes of somebody else in a situation like this. I do read the newspapers very extensively. I could not have been oblivious to some of the things that were going on that has taken place or has transpired. It would be my technique," he said, "if I were in those shoes, which I hope and trust does not take place, but it would be my technique to want to find out as quickly as possible. I assume that the president did. In fact, I have good reason to believe that he did." Unfortunately, the vice president added, unfortunately, some of the people who should have known obviously did not give him the full story. Now, whether there should have been a more vigorous prosecution of all the details, that's a matter of judgment. And in my case, I think I could have tried to nudge some of my employees about as hard as I possibly could. Ford went on to say that the president knew nothing in advance about the burglary and bugging of the Democratic Party headquarters in Washington's Watergate complex during the 1972 presidential campaign. The vice president also said that he is confident that the president had not committed any impeachable offense under the Constitution. But he nonetheless urged the president to make every effort to settle the issue once and for all. The vice president said, "I have indicated to him on a number of occasions that I thought he should do anything reasonable in order to clear up the problems that have developed subsequent to Watergate itself. I have consistently said the sooner any and all relevant evidence was made available, the better the Congress could consider and the American people evaluate whether or not the president was involved prior to, at the time of, or subsequent to the Watergate break-in." The vice president added, "I hope and trust that sometime in the next 48 or 72 hours, the White House will cooperate to the maximum in making available to the House Committee on the Judiciary the relevant material that the committee has requested." He drew applause from his audience when he added, "I strongly believe that to be the right course of action, and I hope and trust the decision follows that pattern."
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
It's time to smile with Rudy Valley, Betty Hutton, Jimmy McHugh, Dinah Shore, Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian, Cookie Fairchild's Orchestra, the Ambassadors, yours truly, Harry Von Zell, and starring Eddie Cantor.
Well, Harry, I
Yes?
told you I was going to do it.
Do what, Eddie?
I finally went to one of those all-night movie shows here in town.
Oh, you did,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah, I went to the box office, and the cashier kept staring at me. Finally, she said, we've been having these owl shows for years, but this is the first time one ever came up to buy a ticket.
Well, did you finally get your ticket?
Yes, Harry, and what do you think happened?
What?
There was a bunch of kids standing outside of the theater who asked me to buy tickets for them, too.
Oh, well, did you?
Of course. And as I was walking down the aisle with these 6 boys, one woman turned to the other and said out loud, look at that Cantor, he finally got the jackpot. Let him applaud. Let him applaud.
Well, Eddie, when you got in, where did you sit?
Where would I sit? A fella like me?
Yeah.
In the balcony. You don't know what goes on in the balcony. You see the necking that goes on up there.
No.
A Marine kept kissing and kissing and kissing his girl. Finally, I said to him, hey, buddy, why don't you watch the picture? He said, oh, they got movies here, too?
Well, after all, Eddie, maybe pictures just don't mean anything to him.
Well, I know one picture that's going to mean plenty, not only to the Marines, to the Navy, to the Army, to everybody.
Well, which one?
The Road to Morocco?
Oh, with Crosby and Hope.
No, with Roosevelt and Churchill. See? I wrote it in with pencil. We make those...
Well, now, Eddie, all in all, how many pictures did you see there?
I saw 2 pictures and a preview of Rudy Valley's latest, Happy-Go-Lucky.
Oh, how was it?
Gee, Rudy is great in that picture.
Oh, I
He really
know.
is.
He is great. Who else is in it?
That beautiful bundle of dynamite, Betty Hutton, Harry. She's in it.
Oh, she's lovely.
Oh, yes, she is.
She's lovely.
Yes, she is.
Gorgeous face and streamlined figure.
Yeah.
Oh.
And besides, Harry, there's Dick Powell. Well, what do you think of Dick Powell?
Oh, let me alone. I'm still thinking of Betty Hutton.
Well, Harry, you're going to have a chance to meet Betty Hutton tonight to celebrate the preview. Rudy is throwing a party at his house tonight, and our whole cast has been invited. Come on, gang. Hop in my car. We'll all go down the road. Well, here we are. See how we save gas here?
Wait a minute, Eddie. Are you sure this is the place?
Rudy's place? Yes, it must be. Look at the sign up there.
What?
Rudy Valley, America's Dream Man, admission 25 cents. He forgot to say he's also the star of the SEAL test program every Thursday night. He forgot.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, hey, there's Rudy opening the door now.
Hey, Rudy! Rudy Valley! Come on, Rudy!
Welcome to Valley's Vista, where men are men and women...
Go on.
No, thanks. 3 women are enough for me.
Rudy, meet the gang. This is Dinah Shaw.
Hello, Dinah.
Harry Von Zell.
Hello, Dinah.
Cookie Fairchild.
Hello, Dinah.
Dinah, why don't you say hello to Rudy Valley?
I can't. Every time I try to talk, he kisses me. So I just keep trying to talk.
Well, come on in, everybody. Make yourselves at home.
Yeah, good. Come on. Oh, Rudy. What a play. I want to thank you for asking me over. When you invited me, I didn't think I could make it.
I didn't think you could make it either. That's why I invited you. Come on, Eddie. Take off your overcoat and have some champagne.
Who's got an overcoat?
Who's got champagne?
I thought so, Rudy, so I brought along my own bottle of champagne.
You really got a bottle of champagne? How did you get it?
Very simple. I just stuck a funnel on my back and Henry Kaiser slugged me with it, that's all. Oh, I expected a much bigger... No,
I don't need your champagne. Here's something better than champagne. It's hard to get this stuff anymore. This was a great vintage. Here, I'll open it.
Coca-Cola 42. Oh, boy, it's good. I bet if I ever lose this job, I get a job at Coca-Cola. I kind of plug. Rudy, you mind if I finish this out on the lawn?
No, you have to drink it here.
Yeah, but I want to drink it out on the lawn.
All right, but you'll have to leave a nickel deposit on the bottle.
Rudy, I don't mind paying. After all, I had such a swell time at the preview of Happy-Go-Lucky, and what a cast.
Yes, there are a lot of great actors in that picture.
Rudy, who do you think gives the best performance?
Oh, let's not talk about me.
Why not? You're as talented...
Eddie, didn't you think that Mary Martin looked gorgeous in the picture? As far as sheer beauty is concerned, I think she takes second prize.
Well, who takes first prize?
Eddie, I told you, leave me out of this, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've had trouble getting ham lately, what are you waiting for?
You better watch out for yourself, Eddie. You know there's a shortage of corn, too.
Don't encourage him. Rudy, I was only fooling. You really did a great job. You know, pretty soon there won't be any more glamour boys in pictures.
What do you mean?
What kind of a reading is that? Well, after all, you're in the Coast Guard, and Jimmy Stewart is in the Air Corps, Tyrone Power is in the Marines, and soon they're taking the youngest and handsomest of the screen lovers. But I'm not worried. I'm leaving my family well provided for. But Rudy, look, we've been gabbing here long enough. How about introducing me to some of the guests at the party?
All right, let's see who's around. Ah, Eddie, here's a girl who is really great in Happy-Go-Lucky, the blonde bombshell, Betty Hutton.
Hiya, Rudy. Gosh, I wish I had hair like his.
Eddie, this is Betty.
Oh, Betty, you know, I'm a great fan of yours. I love the way you bounce and jump around when you sing. Honestly, I'm surprised to see that you're able to stand still.
And I'm surprised to see you're able to stand.
Well, I'm serious, Betty. Why is it that when you sing, you always twist and turn?
Yes, is it because you're nervous?
No, those are intentional, jerks.
Wait a minute. Who put a comma in there? Why, she wants me. Why, Betty.
I'm sorry, Eddie. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Kiss me.
Okay. Put out your lips.
Okay. Pull in your eyes.
Okay. This is really going to be something, sister. You know, I've got a kiss that's strictly 1A. Let's go. Oh. Well?
Brother, you've just been reclassified.
Why, Betty, what's wrong with me?
It's not you, Eddie. It's just that my heart belongs to somebody else. He's in the service overseas.
Overseas, huh? Well, Betty, the next time you send him a letter, remember this. When you write overseas to your serviceman, do it the V-mail way. You will find it the safest and surest plan and the way with the shortest delay. You see, your letter is photographed and reduced to the size of a dime. So you save precious space on the ships and the planes, and your mail's there in double quick time. You can get V-mail blanks at the post office free or at most any stationery store. So do right by our boys. Write their letters V-mail. It's one more way to help win the war.
For the first time on the air, Betty Hutton sings Frank Lesser and Jimmy McHugh's fine song from the picture Happy-Go-Lucky. He says murder.
Finally found a fella almost completely divine, but his vocabulary is killing this romance of mine. We get into an intimate situation, and then begins this Romeo's conversation. He says, murder, he says, every time we kiss. He says, murder, he says, at a time like this. He says, murder, he says, is that the language of love? He says, solid, he says, takes me in his arms. He says, solid, he says, meaning all my charms. He says, solid, he says, is that the language of love? He says, chick, chick, you torture me. Zoot, are we living? ain't gonna leave him flat. He says, dig, dig the jumps the old ticker is given. Now he can talk plainer than that. He says, murder, he says. Every time we kiss, he says, murder, he says. Keep it up like this and that, murder, he says. In that impossible tone, whimpering on nobody's murder, but his own. He says, Jackson, he says. And my name's Marie, he says, Jackson, he says. She hoots the snoot to me, he says, Jackson, he says. Is that the language of love? He says, woof, woof, he says. When he likes my hat, he says, what the heck is that? He says, woof, woof, he says. Is that the language of love? He says, hep, hep with helium. Now, babe, we're cooking. And other expressions to wit. He says, we're in de groove, and de groove is good looking. He sounds like his uppers don't fit. He says murder! He says murder! And no way he says murder in that impossible tone. I've told him over and over and over again that it'll be nobody else's murder but his own.
He says murder, he says. He says murder, he says. That good?
Hey, Eddie.
What is it?
You want to know something?
What?
I'll bet everybody at Rudy's party tonight is in pictures except me. I can't understand why nobody signs me up.
Well, don't worry, Harry. Lots of...
Well, Eddie, the movies need men like me. After all, I'm dashing, handsome, and a good actor.
Dashing? Harry? What do you mean dashing? Dashing after a streetcar? What are you dashing after?
Well, after all, I'm handsome and a good actor.
What say, Harry? What?
I said, after all, I'm a good... Better stick to radio, huh?
I would, Harry. Yes, Harry. Stick right here with me, because here you really get a chance to help people. You do.
Well, Eddie, I sincerely hope it is helpful to a person to hear how he can feel better, faster. Because, ladies and gentlemen, whenever you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative, if you'll remember to take Sal Hepatica right away, you will feel better faster. Because then Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you won't have to put off till night taking the laxative you need in the morning, and as a result, risk feeling miserable the rest of the day. And here's something else worth remembering about Sal Hepatica.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps counteract excess gastric acidity, helps turn a sour stomach sweet again.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist. Then, anytime you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Eddie, I'm glad the agency is sending me a butler. I've had to do all my own housework. I even set the table for the party tonight.
And it's lovely, too, Rudy. To look at those napkins, you'd never know there's a paper shortage. You know that, don't you? And look at all the silverware at your plate. 4 knives, 3 forks, and... Rudy, what is that beautiful silver thing with the gold handle?
My curling iron.
You certainly like those waves, don't you?
Yeah, on the wax, too. Yeah. Come in.
Oh, Mr. Valley, I'm the tobacconist. You ordered a supply of cigarettes for all your guests at the party.
That's right.
Here you are. 1 pack of Bull Durham tobacco. Roll your own, 10 cents.
10 cents. I hate to be bothered with the chicken feed, Eddie. Pay the man.
Rudy, it's such a small amount. If I paid it, you'd think I was cheap. You pay him.
Me?
You.
How about you?
Me? How about you?
Me?
No.
Look, Eddie, the bill is only 10 cents. The smallest I have is a $20 bill. That's no good.
Smallest I have is a nickel. That's no good either.
May I sit down? This looks like a deadlock.
Eddie, don't embarrass me. Give the man some small change.
Me?
You certainly can't expect him to change my $20 bill for a paltry 11 cents.
No. 10 cents. 10 cents.
I have to give him a tip, don't I?
Mr. Valley, I've got cheaper cigarettes, if you like chocolate.
Be patient, my good man. Now, Eddie.
Never mind, Mr. Valley. Here's your tobacco. I'll pay for it myself. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, mister. Why don't you want Rudy to give you his $20 bill?
I'm not going to make him take his shoe off just for that.
Rudy, Say, Rudy, we've been here. I'm getting hungry. Have you arranged dinner?
Oh, yes. It's a very tempting menu.
Yeah.
First, we'll have shrimp cocktail. Then we'll have soup. Then we'll all rise and stand at attention.
Stand at attention? What for?
In memory of the meat course.
Well, you can forget my soup, Rudy.
Forget your soup? Nonsense. It's delicious soup. I fried it myself.
I tell you, I don't want any soup. I'll just start off with a shrimp cocktail.
Eddie, you might as well have the soup. It's on the 50-cent dinner.
Yeah, but Rudy, you can't.
That must be my new English butler.
English butler, did you say?
The agency said he was way over. Come in.
How do you do?
Gordon, the Mad Russian.
Cheerio, stout fella. Gibernje. Hello, Bean. Gibernje. Tip, Gibernje.
Yeah, wait a minute. I thought you were an English butler. What is that Gibernje?
That's by Jove in Russian.
Did you say by Jove?
That is correct.
Russian, I'm very short of help, so you'll have to prepare dinner.
That's right up my kitchen.
Yeah.
As an appetizer, I have already prepared my special chicken croquet.
No. Croquette. Croquet is a hard ball that you hit with a mallet.
Well, you taste it.
Oh, get to work. Go in the kitchen and prepare dinner.
Right. I'll be back in a flash with the trash.
Mr. Valley?
Yes, Dinah?
I'd like to play your Victrola. Have you got 2 nickels for a dime?
Where's your dime?
Yeah, Rudy, here comes your butler. Here comes your butler with a tray.
Want some beans?
With a vegetable, a tray of vegetables.
Beans, carrots. Anybody want some succotash?
Succotash?
Stop that, Russian. Why are you scraping all the vegetables off the floor with a spoon?
Should be a fork, eh?
A fine butler.
Hello? You? Oh, hello, darling. I have waited so long to hear from you, Honya. Yes, my love. I know everybody chases you. You little sweetheart. Goodbye, my precious.
Who is that, your girl?
No, my butcher.
That's enough, Russian. You'd better get out.
Leave me alone. I just got a 12-pound goose from the butcher.
Yeah. Well, get out, will you?
I know. Back to the kitchen. Such slippery succotash.
Oh, he's impossible. Cookie Fairchild. Go into the kitchen, will you?
Yes, master.
Yeah, will you stop with that yes, master? Yes, master. You're no slave. I pay you, and I pay you well.
Well, you pay me.
Oh, go on, Cookie, will you?
Mr. Wally, I beg to announce that dinner, she is almost ready. Will you tell the guests to go into the kitchen?
The kitchen? Who's eating in the dining room?
Me and the butcher.
Cookie, take him in the kitchen and help him to prepare the roast goose, will you please?
Say, Eddie.
Yeah.
Here's a fellow you'd love to meet. He's a great songwriter. Been writing songs for 25 years.
Why, it's Jimmy McHugh. What a fine... Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to let you know right here and now that Jimmy McHugh's boy Jimmy is married to my daughter Edna. Really cool. How do you like that, Jimmy? Your son and my daughter get married and we get the applause. Tell me, Jimmy, have you seen our granddaughter lately?
Yes, she looks wonderful, Eddie. Remember how cute she looked when she was born? Eddie, she has your eyes.
Yeah.
And your chin.
And your hair. Listen, Jimmy, you bald head.
The meat course is almost ready. Already it is browned on both sides.
Oh, that's fine. Now, wait a minute. Russian, where is your helper? Where is Cookie Fairchild?
Cookie Fairchild. Oh, I wondered why the rose goose was wearing glasses.
Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out! Jimmy, I'm sorry about the Russian, but there won't be any more interruptions.
Just one, Eddie. Pardon me, Mr. McHugh, but I feel Eddie should know this.
What is it, Harry?
Well, Eddie, I just found out that the Russian isn't really Rudy's chef.
Of course not, Harry. I know that. Why, Rudy Valley has the most wonderful hypnotist that ever...
Wait just a minute. You mean chef, don't you?
No. Hypnotist. When it comes time to serve the cream corn and salmon croquettes, he puts you in a trance and you'll swear you're eating a double sirloin steak with onions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, well, maybe the cream corn and the salmon croquettes can fool you, Eddie, but they can't fool your teeth and gums.
What do you mean, as if I don't know?
Well, I'll tell you. The foods you mentioned are soft foods. And as a result, they don't give your gums the exercise they need to help guard against gum trouble.
So what's a person to do?
Well, for one thing, faithfully use iPana toothpaste and gum massage. Because, you see, ladies and gentlemen, iPana is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to help give gums the exercise and stimulation they need and don't get from creamy, well-cooked foods. And since healthy gums are so important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles, many dentists suggest this easy, healthful routine.
Brush your teeth regularly with iPana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra iPana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
So, ladies and gentlemen, stop at your druggist tonight or tomorrow for a tube of iPana toothpaste. And remember, since the government has ruled that we can't buy toothpaste of any kind without turning in an empty tube in exchange, be sure to take an empty tube of some sort with you when you get your iPana toothpaste.
Oh, Eddie, I've been talking to Jimmy McHugh, and we've arranged a great treat for our party.
You have?
Yes, our dinner was ruined, but in its place we're serving up a 9-course musical menu fit for any connoisseur of songs. Here it is, a McHugh medley of outstanding hits, some old, some new, and some being sung for the first time from the Paramount picture Happy-Go-Lucky, with Jimmy at the piano.
Got a touch of Texas in my talk. Got too much of Texas in my walk. Rode a Bronco down in Dallas, so be careful of my callus. Take me back to New York.
I can't give you anything but love. Diamond bracelets were worth doesn't sell, pretty baby, till that lucky day, you know darn well, baby, I can't give you anything but love.
I get the neck of the chicken. I get the burnt piece of toast. I get that seat in the movie, smack-o in back of a post. That's why I can't get over this dream that came true. If I get the neck of the chicken, well, how did I ever get you?
I'm in the mood for love, simply because you're near me. Funny, but when you're near me, I'm in the mood for love.
like kind of crazy, like South American way.
I know why I've waited. I know why I've been blue. Pretty night for someone just exactly like you.
Grab your coat and get your hat. Leave your worries on the doorstep. Just direct your feet on the sunny side of the street. Dinah sings for the first time anywhere the ballad hit, Some Happy-Go-Lucky.
Let's get lost in each other's arms. Let's get lost. Let them send out alarms. And boy, they'll think us rather rude. Let's tell the world we're in that crazy mood. Let's defrost in a romantic mist. Let's get caught off everybody's list to celebrate this night we found each other.
Now, Mr. C will sing the title song of the picture, Happy-Go-Lucky, and don't be surprised if I sneak in the middle.
And this be me feeling so happy-go-lucky, looking in your happy-go-lucky eyes. And this be me feeling so happy-go-lucky, me what's always acting so smart and wise.
Can this be me singing, oh, everything's ducky, following you on your happy-go-lucky way?
Well, if it's me feeling so happy-go-lucky, pardon me while I skip a kiss to say, heaven bless this happy-go-lucky day.
Up next, you will go on a journey into Dimension X.
Adventures in Time and Space, transcribed in future tense. Dimension The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, bring you Dimension X. In these times, even a child knows the meaning of atomic fission, jet propulsion, and electronic transmission. What, we ask ourselves, will the child of the future know? What of the time when science unlocks the secret of life itself? Could it be that one day, such things as constructing human life or passing back and forth from one dimension to another will become mere child's play?
My name is Sam Weber. I'm an attorney, and a pretty successful one, if I do say so myself. My wife Tina and I live in a comfortable 12-room place up in Westchester. Now, I've read a lot of Horatio Alger stuff in my time, and so have you probably, but I'll bet you've never heard anything quite as spectacular as my story. Maybe you won't believe it, but I used to be a completely different guy. Frightened, sickly, nearsighted, a real Mortimer Meek. No kidding. That was 5 years ago. The big change in me began to take place on a cold December morning in 1945.
Just a moment, please. Yes, please.
Weber?
Yes.
Samuel?
That's right.
Step back. Okay, fellas, bring it in.
Oh, just a moment. You must have the wrong address.
Watch it, buddy. All right, sign here.
Is, that for me?
Weber Apartments.
Looks like a coffin.
I don't design them, Jack. I just deliver them. Sign here. After much straining, I wasn't in very good physical shape those days, I managed to push the box under my single light bulb. There was a card in a small envelope.
Let's see. To Sam from your classmates at the Interdimensional and Cosmic Institute. Merry Christmas. 2145 A.D. Holy jumping catfish. Hey, mister, there must be some mistake. Hey! Holy jumping catfish.
They were gone, and I didn't even know which delivery company it was. Well, I finally decided to open it up and see what was in it. After about a half hour of fumbling, I gave up.
All right, then don't open.
No sooner had I said the word open than it came apart like the skin off a banana. There inside was something resembling a kid's chemical set. Vials, jars, tubes, wires. You never saw so much scientific-looking junk in your life. And on top of it all was a book of instructions.
Build a Man set number 3. This set is intended solely for uses of children between the ages of 11 and 13. The equipment will enable the child to build and assemble complete adult humans in perfect working order. A disassemblator is provided so the set may be used over again. Refills and additional parts may be acquired from the Build-A-Man Company, 928 Diagonal Level, Blunt City, Ohio. Remember, only with Build-A-Man can you build a man.
When I left for work that morning, my brain was still reeling with the stuff I'd read in the instruction book.
Someone's had an Ojack, attorneys at law. Just a moment, I will connect you with Mr. Ojack. Oh, good morning, Mr. Weber.
Good neuron. Good morning. I've got to get my mind off that book.
Only with Build a Man can you build a man. Chapter 1, Making Simple Living Things. Chapter 2, Duplicating Babies and Other Small Humans.
Oh, no. I've got to get a grip on myself. Do a little work. O'Brien versus O'Brien. Martin versus the city of New York. Oh, it must have been a dream. Probably go home tonight and find the place empty.
Well, if it isn't the poor man's Clarence Darrow.
Oh! Oh. Hello, Lou.
I come as a bearer of sad tidings.
Well, you don't look very sad.
The boss wants to see you, laughing boy.
What about?
How should I know? Oh, and by the way, you'll be very happy to know that I've just been promoted. I'm handling all the criminal stuff from now on.
Congratulations.
You know what this means for Tina and me, don't you, Junior? Oh, well, cheer up. Tina's not for you anyway. Some got it, some don't. I got it, you don't. So long, laughing boy.
That was my good friend, Lou White. In the year I'd known him, he'd already managed to steal a job I wanted, and he was now working on the girl I wanted. Her name was Tina. Tina Velvet.
Good morning, Sam.
Oh, good morning, Tina. My, you look good enough to
Yes?
take to lunch.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam, but I promised Lou.
Oh, sure.
I hope you're not too disappointed.
Me? Oh, no. Some got it, some don't. I don't.
And that was Tina. I tried to steady my blood pressure as I walked into the boss's office.
You sent for me, Mr. Ojak?
Oh, yes. Sit down, Weber. Sit down.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Ojak.
Weber, I've been reviewing the work of my staff counselors for the past 6 months. I want to know only one thing.
Yes, sir?
What happened?
I don't understand.
You haven't had a single new client in 6 months.
But no one has come in, Mr. Ojak.
My boy, in this business, you've got to be aggressive. You've got to go out and create new clients. You've got to show some zip.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any zip?
Oh, yes, Mr. Ojak. Oh, I've got zip, all right. I just can't seem to turn it loose, that's all.
Well, get in there and punch now, Weber. I want to see a change in you in the next few months. As a matter of fact, I'd better. You got that?
Yes, Mr. Ojak. I'll try to show some zip.
I left the office early and went home. Sure enough, there it was, my Build-A-Man set, gleaming a little obscenely in the corner. I walked over to it, gave it a kick, and hollered,
"Open sesame."
3 minutes later, I was flopped down in bed reading
Chapter 1, Making Simple Living Things.
An hour later, I was fooling around with such complicated items as the Junior Biocalibrator, which measured everything from blood pressure to hemoglobin content, and the Jiffy Vitalizer, which was actually supposed to put life in your creation, providing you had followed instructions carefully. At 8:30, I made my first simple living thing.
Here, boy. Oh, maybe you aren't a boy. Oh, let's see. According to the book, you are a rubicular oyster hog. Not much to look at, but I made you. Me, Sam Weber, attorney at law. I have created life. Hey, come back here. Come back. Here, boy. Hey.
It was no use. My rubicular oyster hog, which was a cross between a field mouse and an oyster, had run out under the door and into the world. I was about to take off after it when there was a knock on my door. It was Mrs. LaPanty, my landlady.
Oh, hello, Mrs. LaPanty.
I heard a noise.
Oh, just rehearsing a speech I have to make in court.
You were squeaking.
A bad throat. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, by the way, there was a gentleman looking for you this afternoon.
A gentleman?
Yeah, a tall old man in a black overcoat. Kind of nasty. When I told him he wasn't in, he wanted to go up to your room. Tell you I showed him the way out in a hurry.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. LaPanty. Probably a bill collector.
Yeah. Well, I gotta run.
Good morning, Sam. Here's that memo on Rosenthal versus Rosenthal and also a letter for... What's the matter? You look tired.
Well, I had a bad night.
Your lumbago again?
Yes.
Oh, say, by the way, your client was here again this morning.
A client?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, it must be the same fella that called at my house the other day.
Yeah.
Well, what did you tell him?
Well, I said you'd be in later.
Oh, thanks.
Will that be all, Sam?
Yes. Oh, no. Are you doing anything New Year's Eve?
Oh, Sam, you haven't even noticed.
Noticed what?
Well, the ring, silly. Third finger, left hand.
What?
Lou gave it to me. Isn't it simply gigantic?
But you're not
We're going to be married as soon as Lou finishes his next case. Lou is so sharp and businesslike.
So is a guillotine.
Sam, after Lou gave me the ring last night, I began thinking how I used to hope that it would be you. But, well, then I realized you'd never have the money, and, well, a girl has to think of things like a good steady income and a husband with...
Zip.
Yes, with zip.
Well, Lou has plenty of zip. I'm sure you'll be very happy zipping around with each other.
Oh, Sam.
Well, Sam, Hey, what's going on in here? Honey, is this little baboon giving you any trouble? If he has, I'll take him apart like an egg crate.
No. Take it easy, Strongheart. Tina just told me the good news about your engagement. She's crying with happiness.
Is that right, honey? Well, then, no hard feelings, Sam. Just that the best man got the girl, you understand. Oh, say, by the way, we're having a little celebration at Segali's tonight. Drop in and we'll live it up a little, huh?
I went home feeling like a man who has been stuffed into a washing machine with the dial set at rinsed dry. I was a failure. I walked over to the mirror for a heart-to-heart talk with myself.
Nothing. That's what you've got, Sam Weber, in unlimited quantities. Nothing. We ought to just tear you down and start all over again. We ought to take you... Hey. Oh, no, not that again. But why not? Think of it. A Sam Weber without the psychological problems you've got. A dynamic, uninhibited Sam who could win a girl like Tina by sheer magnetism. Then when it was all over, we could just take the old disassemblator and presto. And I can do it, too. Chromosome content. Check. Cerebral content. Maybe a little more id and a little less superego. Limbs, eyes, hair, general endocrine reaction. Well, here goes. It's moving. Holy mackerel, it's alive. It's getting up.
Say, I feel great.
Well, now, take it easy. Do you know who you are?
Of course I do. I have all the thoughts you ever had up until the point I was vitalized. My brain is an exact duplicate of yours, except that I'm not all blocked up psychologically.
Right. It said in the instruction manual you'd be uninhibited.
Say, this is all right. Oh, by the way, since we both have the same name, it'll simplify things if I call you Weber. I'll be Sam.
Oh, now look here. I'll make the decision.
How would you like a good punch in the nose?
Well, is that any way to talk to your own parent? I did create you, you know.
Well, don't think I don't appreciate it, Weber, old man, but let's get one thing straight. I live my life and you live yours. You got that?
Who pays the rent?
You do, for a while anyway. I haven't decided whether or not I want to stay in the law business.
The law business?
I may want to spread out a little. Tina's the kind of girl to whom money is very important.
Tina?
Well, what did you expect? I have enough of your likes and dislikes to want her just as badly as you do. The only difference being that I can get her. No, we're not quite the same, you and I. I've got zip.
Don't use that word.
Now, how about some dinner? You know, I'm starved.
I'll have to go out.
I'll need some clothes.
Sorry, I only have this one suit.
Fine, you can lend it to me.
Oh, what about me?
I'll bring you a sandwich after I come back from Segali's.
Segali's?
Well, you haven't forgotten, have you, Weber? We're invited to the celebration. Tina and Lou White. Only it wouldn't look quite right if we both showed up, so I'll tell you all about it. Now, off with that suit, and no nonsense.
Well, this is living it up, folks. Yahoo! Have another drink, Mr. O'Jack.
Thank you, Lou.
Well, is everybody happy? Hey, honey, are you having yourself a little old time?
Oh, yes, Lou. Fine.
Yeah, but you seem to be preoccupied.
Oh, I was just wondering if Sam is coming.
Sam? Oh, no. Did you hear that, Mr. O'Jack? She's worrying about Sam. Why, that little runt probably got frightened by a noisemaker.
Well, the happy couple.
Sam!
Good evening, cats. Everybody's lit up like a Christmas tree.
Well, I'll be... Say, Sam, are you in the bag?
Never touch the stuff, Luma boy. Never touch it. Boy Scout training.
Oh, Sam, I was afraid you weren't coming.
Miss a chance to be with you, beautiful. Never.
Hey, what's got into you, Weber? Monkey glands?
I don't read you, muscle-bound.
Well, you seem different somehow, even your voice.
Do you notice anything, Tina?
Well, yes, it does seem richer somehow.
Oh, nonsense. Sam Weber, you're nothing but a cream puff, and you always will be.
Mr. Ojak, I think he owes me an apology for that.
I should think so.
All right, all-American boy, make with the apology.
Apologize, me? Oh, no. Why, for 2 cents?
Folks, would you excuse Mr. White and me for a few minutes? We want to step out into the hall for a little private conference. Coming, Mr. White?
I'll be right back, honey. Don't worry about a thing.
Okay, big boy, you've taken enough punishment. Now.
Sam! Lou, don't kill him. He did... Oh, dear.
He'll be all right in a little while, baby.
But did you... Oh, Sam.
Tina.
We really shouldn't kiss like this.
It's what you've always wanted, isn't it? Well, isn't it?
Oh, Sam.
By this time, he's probably kissing her. And there's nothing you can do about it, Weber, old man. Nothing. Hey, wait a minute. Where's that book of instructions? To disassemble a Build-A-Man model, merely focus the ray of the disassemblator device and press lever X. But that's murder, Counselor. Still, legally, in order to prove there's been a murder, you need a corpus delicti. And nobody even knows there is another Sam Weber. Oh, so you're finally home. I'm starved.
Sorry, Weber, old man, but very pressing business detained me.
I suppose you made a fool of me over at Segali's.
Oh, on the contrary.
What do you mean?
My boy, you are looking at a man who in one fell swoop has got himself a raise, a promotion, and a wife. At least she'll be my wife tomorrow.
Who?
Tina, of course.
I don't believe it.
I had to put on quite a show, but all around it was a real success. Mr. Ojak was so impressed, he called me aside and said he was going to give me a crack at some criminal cases. And if I made the grade, why, who knows, I may even accept a partnership.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
That's about it.
Only you neglected to consider one thing.
Oh, what's that?
This.
Hey, put that down.
Get back, you usurper, you. I'm going to melt you down like a Welsh rarebit.
Weber, you can't do that. It's murder. It's like killing your own son.
After what you've done to me, it's a pleasure.
I didn't ask to be brought into this world, but now that I'm here, I like it enough to want to survive.
Take off my suit, you phony. You won't be needing it again.
You're really going through with it, huh?
I am.
All right. Oh, here's your jacket.
My arm!
Give me that thing. Give it to me. That's better. Now we'll fix this little item so it can't do any damage.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you see, Weber? You don't have the guts to stand up against the man you might have been.
Oh, what's that sound?
I don't know.
Seems to be inside the house.
Somebody's coming up the stairs. Listen. Take a peek through the keyhole, Weber.
Holy jump. It's him.
Who?
The old man with the black coat. His eyes all black and shiny without any whites. Looks insane.
Don't open it.
He's burning it. He's burning a hole right through the door.
Good evening, gentlemen. As I feared, I'm too late to prevent you from duplication, Mr. Weber. And I see that you have destroyed the disassemblator. That means I shall have to do the job manually. An ugly task.
Well, who are you?
I am the census keeper for the 24th Oblong. You see, your Build-A-Man set was intended for one of the Weber children who is on a field trip in this oblong 200 years from now. Because of an unfortunate time warp, the set was delivered here accidentally.
You mean this set came here from 200 years from now?
Precisely. Time, as with all things, is relative. We shall have to recover the set, of course, and adjust any discrepancies it has caused. But meanwhile, the problem is, which of you two gentlemen is the original Sam Weber?
Oh, I am. Listen, liar.
Difficulties. Why cannot I ever have a simple case like a double conuplication?
Now, look here, Mr. Census Keeper. The duplicate will obviously be
less stable and more emotionally unbalanced. Certainly, a man of your qualifications can decide which of us is the more valid member of society. Which of us will conform more readily to the standards
Naturally. I observe that one of you is naked.
Oh, wait a minute.
And you also seem to be trembling. Whereas this gentleman seems quite calm.
Now, hold it. You're making a mistake.
I hardly think so.
Now, stay away from me.
Please do not struggle.
Help. Please, you...
Mr. Weber.
Yes.
It would be better if you didn't watch.
Of course. Well, that's my story. Within 10 seconds, the old Sam Weber had been completely dismantled and packed into the box. Tina and I were married, and I went on to become a full partner in the firm of Ojak, Somerset, and Weber. Oh, and by the way, Tina and I have been doing quite successfully what the old Sam Weber and his Build-A-Man set made such a mess of. We have 1, 2, 3 little conuplications. Sam Jr., age 4, Sametta, age 3, and Samina, age 4 months. Good night.
You have just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of...
Dimension
Time is a strange and mysterious dimension. Could we alter the future if we could travel back in time to our own youth? Next week, we bring you a story of a man who found the answer in Time and Time Again.
Dimension X is presented transcribed each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street & Smith, publishers of the magazine Astounding Science Fiction. Today, Dimension X is presented Child's Play, written for radio by George Lefferts from the story by William Tenn. Featured in the cast were Leon Janney as Sam, Carl Weber as his alter ego, and Patsy Campbell as his girl. Your host was Norman Rose, music by Bert Berman. Dimension X is produced by William Welch and directed by Fred Way.
In reply to many queries from our listeners, last week's story on Dimension X, Pebble in the Sky, was written by Isaac Asimov. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Take a trip back and pay a visit to Fort Laramie. Coming up next.
At the gallop! Oh!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Is it White Dog's camp, sir?
It's Shoshone. That'd make it White Dog's, unless there's more of a Shoshone migration than we know about.
You can tell from here it's Shoshone?
Look at their huts down there, Mr. Seiberts. Made of grass and brush woven together, not skins like the Sioux and Cheyenne.
Doesn't look like there are any lodge poles.
There aren't. They don't have any roofs, any lodge poles, just a half circle of woven grass. Harrison!
Yes, sir?
Bring on the white flag, Harrison. You and I are riding in.
Yes, sir.
You'll keep the patrol up here, Mr. Seiberts. Keep your eye on Harrison's flag. As long as he flies it, there's no trouble.
Yes, sir. White Dog will understand that you've just come to powwow with him.
Going in this way, he'll understand. Ready, Harrison?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Seiberts. Watch it down through here, Harrison.
I'm watching.
The Major said a couple of hundred Shoshone. Looks smaller than that to me, Harrison.
I'll eat every one over 100 with fine, Captain.
I don't have your appetite, but 100's nearer right. Ah, they're beginning to notice us.
I'll lose all feeling in my arm if I hold this flag any higher.
Sooner the feeling than the arm, Harrison.
Yes, sir. Funny they wouldn't have no lookouts posted.
Well, either they're not expecting any trouble or they don't care. You lead me to White Dog?
White Dog in council.
In his hut?
Why White Army come?
We come in peace to powwow with White Dog.
Your flags say that.
Will you lead me to your chief?
He talk with Ninambia. I not talk to White Dog when he talk with Ninambia.
Just show me where he is.
You know Shoshone legend?
Yes, I know.
There. In small canyon out by stream. Follow it. You find White Dog.
You going up into that canyon, Captain Quince?
Yeah, you stay here and keep that flag in plain sight. Feel it in your arm or not.
Yes, sir.
You shouldn't have any trouble, unless it bothers you to be outnumbered by squaws and kids.
Long as they're not mine, they don't fret me, Captain. Who's White Dog talking to?
Ninambia. Little people. The Shoshone believe they live in mountain canyons. Their medicine men counsel with them.
They can see them?
They believe they can.
You see any of them, you tell me, Captain?
I see any. Might be something I'd want to keep to myself. Stand fast, Harrison.
Yes, sir.
You need counsel too, Captain?
I need your counsel, White Dog.
Sit, my son. You ride from Fort Laramie today?
Yesterday.
You and your people must be tired, as my people are tired.
Your journey has been longer than ours, White Dog, and harder.
A journey is hard when a heart is heavy, Captain. We go to our home. This lightens our load.
You are moving your people without permission, White Dog.
Shoshone cannot live in country meant for Ute, Hopi, Apache, Paiute. We are not root eaters.
We know that. I think my people made a mistake putting Shoshone so far to the south in desert country.
Yeah.
But you have left the reservation, White Dog.
You come to take us back?
No. We have come in peace.
And you find us in peace, Captain.
You have told me your people are tired, White Dog. Tired people, hungry people who sometimes break the peace.
Then you come to make us less tired? To feed us?
We have come to find out your needs and to arrange for your safe passage to your home in the Wind River Mountains.
Good. And Inambia told me of your coming. It was too much to believe. There is no trick.
You have always believed me before, White Dog.
You, yes.
How long have you made your camp here?
2 suns have risen since my people put their hut by the stream.
Is it a good camp? You have water? Is the hunting good?
My braves find game. Not buffalo, on which my people grow strong. They find bear, antelope, deer. In our camp, Captain, are many squaw, many papoose.
And not many braves.
Our number was more when we left Apache Reservation. But our journey was hot, dry. Now our burial ground is the length of these great mountains.
You have traveled too fast, White Dog.
2 enemies have pursued us. A blazing sun, and the fear that when the White Army came, it would not come in peace.
When your people reach the valleys of the Wind River, when they are home, they will continue to live in peace?
You have my word, my son.
And I give you mine. We will grant your safe passage to your home.
You will travel with us.
We will camp with you tonight. Tomorrow we will journey together to Fort Lyon. There will be orders waiting for us there.
You turning in, Captain?
It's a beautiful night, Mr. Syberts. You write about nights like this in your journal?
How can you put the Rocky Mountains into a journal, sir?
It's kind of hard even to set 'em good in your mind and believe 'em. I never see 'em. I don't feel small, trifling.
Well, the sky that clear and the stars so bright. I'm sure it must all have a meaning.
There's meaning in tonight, all right. Down there by the stream in White Dog's camp, the old man's telling his people that we've come to take 'em home. That the Ninambia told them of our coming. There's peace in their hearts tonight, Mr. Syberts. That has meaning.
I think it does. I think the men feel it, too, sir.
White men, red men, bedding down under the same stars, nobody reaching for a rifle, nobody stealing up with an arrow. Yeah, that's the way it ought to be. And every time it isn't, I get blazing mad inside.
Are you a religious man, Captain?
I have things I believe, Mr. Syberts. This, tonight. Challenge of the mountains, peace of the stars, men living under them without fear. Guess that's pretty close to what I believe in.
It's a lot to believe, sir.
I believe something else, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir?
I've been working my jaw like an old woman. Must have used up a couple of years' words for me.
I was thinking I'll be able to put some of this night into my journal after all.
Night, Mr. Syberts.
Night, sir. That's just a coyote.
Just a coyote.
You act like it meant something, Captain.
Not to me. But to White Dog and the Shoshone, the coyote is a trickster. You can count on it, Mr. Syberts. It'll mean something to the Shoshone.
We made counsel through the night, my son. My people will not follow White Soldier.
I heard the coyote, White Dog.
My people heard, and I heard. In the legend of the Shoshone, it was Coyote the trickster who changed the color of our skin. Shoshone's skin once was white, Captain.
You've told me.
In the story of creation, when the Creator first breathed life into tufts of grass, the people called Shoshone were born with skin white as snow.
Until one day, Coyote the trickster gave fruit to the white Shoshone woman. And since that day, the color of your skin has been brown.
And since that day, Captain, Shoshone has known fear of Coyote the trickster and men whose skin is white.
Yesterday, White Dog, we spoke words of peace, you and I. We spoke of believing each other.
Yesterday, Coyote was silent.
But the Ninambia, you said they told you of our coming. You doubt the prophecy of the Ninambia?
My son, you find me here. I seek their counsel. Yesterday they told of white leaders' friendship. Yesterday you came in peace. Last night Coyote warned. Today, Ninambia are silent.
White Dog, you're a long way from home. I have orders to see you safely to your Wind River hunting grounds.
I have orders, too, from my people.
We camped together last night. If we had come to harm you, we could have made quick work of it.
Last night, Coyote warned. My people listen.
You'd better counsel again with your people, White Dog. In 1 hour, we're moving on to Fort Lyon. All of us.
My son. You will take us by force?
I don't want to.
Let us move our own way. Our belief is not your belief.
And yet, we both believe in peace.
You will keep peace if you go. Leave us alone. My people will look on that as a mark of trust. My son, believe me. A sign that we have your respect. This will bring much goodwill, much peace.
I'll do this much, White Dog. My patrol and I will report to Fort Lyon as ordered. I will powwow there with white chiefs. Tell them your wishes. If we do not return in 2 suns, you will know you are free to move in your own way.
Thank you, my son.
You'll need some sign that says you travel with the Army's permission. I will leave you with 2 flags, a white flag and an American flag. When you march, see your braves hold them high. When you make camp, fly them in full view above your huts.
We will accept the flags. A totem of trust between men. You will not be sorry, my son.
I hope neither of us will have cause to be sorry, White Dog.
You seem worried, Captain. Is it White Dog or the Major's orders to return to Fort Laramie?
I'm thinking, Mr. Syberts. Always look worried when I think.
You know, sir, I thought the commander at Fort Lyon was very cooperative. He seemed to agree with everything you told him about White Dog.
I'm not worried about him or White Dog or Major Daggett, but it's a long way to Wind River from here.
White Dog and his people are a long way from home. You figure him to be about 2 days behind us, sir?
About that.
That'd be Harrison riding in, Captain. Must have come on to something.
Must have. Patrol, halt!
Captain Quint, sir.
Now, what is it, Harrison?
Up ahead, sir, in the basin. Cavalry. Must be a full company of them.
They camped?
Well, more like they've just stopped for a while. No real camp, sir. No pickets out.
Wonder what company it is, sir.
Well, it's not from Fort Laramie or Fort Lyon. We'd know about them. Might be someone from Kansas or Nebraska. I'll ride on ahead with Harrison for a check. Move the patrol up after us.
Right, sir.
Let's go, Harrison.
Yes, sir. He's still talking, Captain.
Talking, Harrison?
Like he was when I come on him. The tall one. And the rest listening. Must have a lot on his mind.
We'll leave our horses here. Walk on in.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear the voice of God Almighty telling you, as he tells me, this is the glory road? God knows it is, brothers. I call you brothers. You are my brothers. Amen. And we travel this road together. Not as a company of cavalry. Not as a commanding officer and trooper. But as brothers. Soldiers in the army of God Almighty. With just one supreme commander. So be it, brothers. So be it. And in the battles that are to come, we shall hear the voice together, you and I. We shall follow his orders to the death. And whosoever shall come between us and the voice shall perish, world without end. Amen. Amen, brothers.
Captain, is he a parson, that major?
Might be, Harrison. Or maybe it's just like you said. He's got a lot on his mind.
You, Captain, do you pray?
I might.
Then pray now, brother, for the salvation of your soul and for those of your brothers.
You in command here, Major?
God is in command here, brother.
I'm Captain Quince, B Company out of Fort Laramie. My respects, Major.
Major Petrie, A Company, Fort Pierre.
You're a long way from Dakota country, sir.
I hope you're not questioning my right to be here, Captain.
I'm not questioning anything, but I'm interested in your being here. I take it you're not going on to Fort Lyon.
We shall go where our mission takes us.
At Fort Lyon, they think my patrol is the only cavalry between there and Fort Laramie.
You guard your territory jealously, Captain. A base emotion, jealousy. As base as suspicion. I shall pray for your deliverance.
I don't want you praying for me, Major.
Ignorance is sin, brother.
Ignorant, jealous, that may be. But suspicious I am. Of any man who talks about God and wears half a dozen scalps hanging from his belt.
I make a practice of reporting men who have no respect for rank, Captain.
My commanding officer is Major Daggett at Fort Laramie. I'd appreciate your reporting this incident, Major Petrie, including the 6 scalps.
I'll welcome you in Dakota Territory any time, Captain. I'd say you have a lot to learn.
I was thinking the same about you, Major. We're at peace with the Indians in this part of the West.
Are you?
There's a band of Shoshone a couple days behind us. They have the Army's leave to move to their home along the Wind River.
Our paths may not cross at all.
If they do, you'll find them flying 2 flags, a white one and the American flag. We've told them the flags will guarantee their protection.
We look differently on the American flag in Dakota Territory, Captain.
That so, Major? Out here, it means liberty and justice for everyone. Come on, Harrison.
What kind of man is that, Captain?
The kind of man that scalps Indian women, Harrison.
Well, here's all the answer we can get out of Fort Pierre, Captain. Colonel says Major Petrie's on a reconnaissance mission.
Scalping Indian women's called reconnaissance nowadays, Major?
You want to read the telegram for yourself, Lee?
I don't need to. I know what I saw.
I know how you feel, Lee. We've got troubles enough without the Army fighting itself.
Major, if you'd have seen his men, wild-eyed, frenzied, he was whipping them with his words. What words they were.
Oh, every officer has his way of stirring up his men.
Stirring them up for what? That's all I want to know. From the North Platte as far south as the Cimarron, the Indians are at peace.
I don't know what his aim was.
When you telegraphed Fort Pierre, did you ask the colonel if Major Petrie's a minister?
The answer's there, Captain. He's a self-ordained minister.
6 scalps, Major.
All right. What do you want me to do? I had to call you back here. Captain Matheson's got 2 companies detained in the Black Hills. We've got a garrison to secure, Captain.
White Dog's 2 days late. If he was moving at all, he'd have been through here 2 days ago.
Maybe they're traveling a different route.
To get to Wind River?
I don't know, Lee. I don't know, except I can't spare a patrol right now.
You can spare me.
For what? What would you do?
Start back, look for White Dog.
Not alone, Lee.
All right, give me Harrison then.
Suppose you find White Dog and his people. They're not likely to feel any different. You offered them the protection of a patrol before.
They're not going to fear 2 men.
Maybe they're not. You feel responsible for them, don't you?
I gave them the flags, Major.
We don't know that they had need for any other protection.
They're 2 days late.
All right, Lee. You and Harrison.
Thank you, Major.
I'm not finished. When you find White Dog, I want you to make this clear to him. When he's off the reservation, he's entitled to Army protection. And by heaven, next time he'll accept an Army patrol, whether a coyote howls or not.
I'll tell him, sir.
I want to be just, Lee. I want to treat Indians fairly, civilly. But when their superstitions get in the way, I lose patience with them.
I feel the same way, Major.
I'm glad to hear that.
About an Indian superstition and a white man's fanaticism. Blind spots don't have a color, Major.
And I don't mind telling you, Captain, gave me a turn at first, seeing them come straggling up and make their camp right there on our creek.
They didn't bother you?
No bother at all, excepting just that they was there, and they was Indians. It don't make a man feel real comfortable. My woman now, she just let out one long war whoop and made for the fruit cellar. Like never got her out of there.
She feeling better about it now?
Yeah, fine. Yeah, we just sat by and watched them. They was cooking, cleaning their young in the creek. Never made a move toward us, nor us toward them. Well, now, I got to be honest about one thing.
What's that?
I said we just sat by and watched. That ain't the whole truth. My woman turned her head more than one time. Them braves don't wear much more than they're born with, do they?
Not much, mister.
Yeah. Well, sir, the sight to end them all for me was when they first come in. Now, right away, they run up them flags as high as they could. I tell you, Captain, that flag looks mighty good, no matter who's flying it.
You say they left here day before yesterday?
Well, now, let's see. Yes, sir, I'm sure of it.
Heading north?
North along the creek.
Well, thanks very much, mister. We must have passed their camp during the night, Harrison.
Don't seem like we could have, Captain.
Well, it doesn't.
Is it just the 2 of you after them this time?
This time, mister?
Yeah. Now, yesterday, there was lots more troopers. And the major who talked to me, I think he said he was a major. Well, anyways, he asked the same kind of questions. Only
what?
Only when I told him about the Indians, he didn't smile the way you did, kind-like. This major, he didn't smile at all.
Let's go, Harrison.
And we saw it clearly, and we served it well. Amen, brother. Amen, brother. Go your way. Go your way. In peace.
What kind of a lunatic are you?
You're still in need of prayer, brother.
You're rotten, foul, evil.
You came upon the Shoshone camp?
I never saw such a slaughter. Old men, old women, babies. Why? Why?
My report will say that we were attacked, Captain.
How many men did you lose, Major?
Oh, we were very lucky.
And all the attackers were killed. Do you like it, Major, killing women and children?
You'll get court-martialed for this.
An investigating party should be at Owl Creek by now. We'll see who gets the court-martial.
For killing Indians?
They'll find the flags waving high over 100 cut-up bodies. They'll find the rifles that were never fired. And there's no mistaking the fresh scalps around here.
You call yourself a white man? Indian lover? Well, I've no time for your kind. Women and children, yes. Nits make lice. An Indian that never grows up is a good Indian. Because he's a dead Indian. And a dead squaw can't bear any more papooses. Not a solitary one.
The killing's just begun. The Indians you haven't killed will massacre innocent whites because of you. Savages answering savages. But your killing's the worst kind. Killing in the name of God.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Tom Henley. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, Sam Edwards, Lou Krugman, and Tim Graham. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, tension. Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. You there, don't let that newspaper blow into the street. It costs us millions of dollars each year to hire people who will go around picking up after you. That us includes you. For trash collecting and rubbish disposal come right out of your pockets in Texas. CBS Radio urges you to help keep our streets and countryside neat and clean and less expensive to maintain.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. What would it cost to fix up a room in your house? You know, make it a more attractive place to live in. Well, it could cost a lot of money. But Johnson's Paste Wax can improve a room more than you'd believe possible for less than $1. Imagine the floors in your living room so glossy, so clear and bright that they shine like a mirror. Imagine the beauty and warmth such polished floors would bring to everything in that room. That's exactly what happens when you use Johnson's Paste Wax. Your room is more beautiful than you thought possible. Johnson's Paste Wax protects your floors, too. Forms a hard shield over that surface that dirt can't penetrate. And it's very easy to clean. Next time you're at the store, pick up a pound of genuine Johnson's Paste Wax. There's none other quite like it. No other wax can bring such lustrous beauty to the floors of your home in exactly the same way. Johnson's Paste Wax. Well, tonight is the big formal dance of the season at the country club, and only the cream of Wistful Vista society is invited. The cream line, however, seems to be a trifle lower this year, because look who's going to be the guests of Mayor Latrivia at the affair. Yes, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Oh, my, imagine us going to the country club dance, Magee. And as guests of the mayor himself, no less.
Yep.
Zipper my dress up the back, will you, dearie?
Sure. Turn around. There you are. Hey, how's my tuxedo look? Okay?
Wonderful. Only stand up straight, dearie. You're getting your shoulders in more curves than Highway 66.
I'll straighten up when I get to the club. No use wasting my strength now. You sure the single-breasted coat looks okay, though? Lots of the new tuxedos have double-breasted coats, and I don't want to look like
a single-breasted jacket is still fine. Men's formal clothes don't change much anyhow.
No?
The difference between one soup and fish and another soup and fish is superficial. There, how do I look now?
Ah, beautiful. Hey, look, baby. If you can sneak away from that old duck you're married to tonight, let's you and me have a couple of dances, huh?
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but my husband is terribly jealous.
Yeah?
He'd never let me dance with a handsome stranger like you. He'd simply...
I'll get it. Oh, you beautiful darling.
Who is it, Magee?
Delivery boy. Gee whiz, Molly, that Latrivia is a wonderful host, you know it? Look, he sent you some flowers.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah. A beautiful carnation.
A carnation?
Yeah. Oh, and look, an orchid for me.
I'll trade you.
Okay. I like carnations anyhow. Hey, we ought to leave pretty soon, you know that? I told the Trib we'd meet him at his house at 8 o'clock.
At his house? Aren't we driving out to the country club?
No, we're going to leave our car at Latrivia's and ride out to the country club with him in his private limousine.
Heavenly days get us.
You ever see that 40-foot Cadillac he rides around in? With the two police sergeants in the front seat splashing mud on all the traffic cops? I hope we pass 14th and Oak because there's a cop directs traffic there I'd like to...
Come in. Oh, it's the old-timer, Magee. Hello, Mr. Old-timer.
Hi there, old-timer.
Hello there, kids. Hey, Johnny, what you all dressed up for? Fit to kill?
We're going out in society tonight, old-timer. The country club dance. At the country club.
With Mayor Latrivia. We're his guests.
Is that so? Oh, I love parties, kids. I mind one time Papa throwed a party and made over $300.
Yeah, must have been a pretty big party.
220 pounds. Fella named Monahan. Papa throwed him down our cellar steps, hit a water pipe, and busted it.
Yeah?
Water flooded the basement, come up over the top of the furnace, put the fire out, and froze.
Yeah?
Papa opened the first indoor skating rink in town and made himself a fortune. A small fortune.
Well, this will be a little different tonight. This is a very high-class dance with all the...
Oh, I know just what you mean, Johnny. I used to travel around with all the society people myself when I lived in New York.
You in society?
Yep, I went every place with them. The Morgans, the Vanderbilts.
My gosh, you went around with that crowd? What were you, a rich kid?
Nope, a cab driver, Johnny.
Oh.
I drove them all. The Rockefellers, the Astors. I even drove the Papa the Dion Quince one time.
My, that must have made you pretty proud.
Yep. That was quite a father in my cab.
Oh.
Then there was another time
I guess
when
you cab drivers have some pretty weird experiences, eh, old-timer?
Oh, you said it, Johnny. Why, you wouldn't believe some of the things us New York hack drivers go through, but I'll tell you a few of them.
You will?
Yep, stoplights. Well, know you kids want to get along to the party. Have a nice time and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Same to you, old-timer. And the coach will lead the march to the ball.
Billy Mills to the orchestra, and You Were Only Fooling.
Magee, I think the past 3 hours have been about as enjoyable as I ever spent.
Yeah.
Oh, what a lovely party. Such wonderful music and such nice people.
It ain't any hayride, that's for sure. There's so many blue bloods here tonight, they had to quit using the pink spotlight on the dance floor. Made everybody look purple.
I never met so many important people in my life. Aldermen, senators, the Chinese consul, and on the other hand, there's Wallace Wimple. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, hi, Wimp, old man.
Hello, folks.
Isn't this a lovely party, Mr. Wimple? Are you having fun?
Oh, am I ever having a time. Sweetie Face and I are playing hide and seek.
Hide and seek? Here, at a formal dance?
Yes. She wants to dance, and I don't want to, so she keeps looking for me, and I keep hiding. I spent 20 minutes once in arm's reach of her, and she never even saw me.
Yeah?
I was behind Dr. Gamble.
You'd have been safe there with two heavy friends.
Don't you like to dance, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, yes, but not with Sweetie Face.
No?
She doesn't steer easily. Trying to lead my big old wife on a dance floor is like having a snowplow driver trying to write, "Goosey, goosey gander, whither do you wander in 2 feet of slush?" Oh, Sweetie Face is headed this way. Goodbye now.
So long, Will.
Shall we dance this dance, sweetheart?
Gee, I promised this next one to Senator Frinkle, baby.
Well, I hope you both enjoy it. You'll make a cute couple out there.
No. I promised him he could dance with you. He seemed to be quite smoked with you. Says you're the most...
There you are, Molly. I've been looking for you.
Oh, it's a lovely party, Mr. Mayor, and we're having a scrumptious time.
She said it, Latriv. I ain't seen so many off-the-shoulder dresses or so many off-the-polo pony faces since I don't know when.
Yes. What I wanted to see you for was to introduce an old friend of mine, the governor of the state, the Honorable Walter M. Argabright.
Oh.
Governor, two of my very good friends, Mr. and Mrs. Fibber Magee.
How do you do?
How do you do, I'm sure, Your Honorable, or Your Highness.
Hi, Walt. I heard a lot about you. Always wanted to ask you confidentially about that little black box with the $200,000 in it that the investigating committee
Just
found.
imagine us meeting the governor.
Yeah, quite an occasion. Hey, Gov?
I've been telling the governor all about you, Magee, but I don't think he believed me.
I do now, Latrivia. Mrs. Magee, I hope you appreciate the honor of being the mayor's guest tonight. Finest man I know. And possibly the next governor. Delighted to have met you. Good evening. Come, Latrivia. Let's see if we can find my...
So. It's come to this. They're grooming Latriv for the governorship, eh? How much will you bet I don't wind up as Secretary of State?
How much money is there?
Can we try that again?
Shall we dance, dearie, or just stand here and wait for the senator?
Let's dance it ourselves, Tootsie. He's a Republican anyway, so he's used to sitting him out.
Well, it's a rumba, Magee.
So what? I can rumba. After all, you merely shut your eyes and imagine you're a Chevy coupe hauling a half-ton trailer with a wobbly wheel. Some fun, eh?
Oh, I just love to dance. Of course, some of the new rhythms are tricky, but Oh, say, look at Mr. Wilcox.
Huh? Where?
Dancing with that beautiful girl over there to the left. Is that his wife?
Nah. That's old man McDonald, the president of the Third National Bank's wife.
Oh, it is? Let's dance past him and see what he's saying.
Well, that's kind of snoopy, kiddo, but nobody's a bigger snoop than I am. Let's go.
Oh, do tell me more, Harlow.
Well, I happen to know on very good authority, Genevieve, that all the floors, woodwork, and furniture in the country club are treated with Johnson's paste wax for beauty and protection.
Really? Well.
Oh, my gosh, this is just a lot of drivel. Let's get on.
I want to hear this.
You see, there's a tremendous investment in this club, Genevieve. So naturally, they want the finest kind of wood surface protection that money can buy. And that, naturally, is Johnson's paste wax.
Well, let's not talk any more business. You're such a splendid dancer. Those little extra steps you take.
Oh, well, I'm sort of an expert on extra steps, too. Because Johnson's paste wax makes housework so much simpler that extra steps are practically obsolete. Makes furniture and woodwork so easy to clean and keep clean. Dust won't cling to it. Fingerprints wipe right off it. Oh, hello there, Molly. Hiya, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior.
You folks know Mrs. McDonald. Genevieve, this is Molly and Fibber Magee.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do, I'm sure.
Hi, Jen. How you been? Up to your ears in paste wax?
Say, pal, I'm certainly glad I saw you doing the rumba tonight.
Oh, really, Mr. Wilcox?
Like the way I rumba, Junior?
No, but it just reminded me that I've got to get my Cocker Spaniel back from the kennel tomorrow. Boy, will he wag his tail when he sees me again. See you later, folks.
My, wasn't it grand of the mayor to ask us to come tonight, Magee? Such a fine man. So handsome and so dignified. So well-liked, too.
Yeah, that's a great kid, Latrivia. With his personality, what I could do for him if I was his campaign manager...
whose campaign manager, turtleneck?
Oh, hi, Doc.
Hello, Dr. Gamble. Isn't this a lovely party?
Yes, it is indeed. I never miss these annual dances.
You ought to go to a few in between, too, Fatso. Confidentially, I've been watching you dance tonight, and there's nothing wrong with your style that you couldn't correct by careful observation of a drunken rhinoceros.
Now, Magee, that is simply not correct. The doctor is an excellent dancer.
Oh. Thank you, my dear. I've seen him dance, too.
Oh, yeah?
Drag pants? You were about as graceful as a three-toed sloth creeping across a bed of hot horseshoes. Or in a faster tempo, you looked like you'd just got into a pair of trousers which had been put out to dry on an anthill.
Oh, yeah? Well, for your information, kidney napper...
Now, boys. Please, now. Not here and not tonight. I'm having too much fun to listen to you two bicker.
Well, he makes me...
You're right, my dear. It is a nice party, isn't it? And you two are the guests of the most popular man in town. You are with Latrivia, aren't you?
Yeah, he's with us.
know he's introduced us to simply everybody, Doctor. Even the Chinese consul.
Oh, is he here? Yeah, and I wish I'd have had more time to talk to him on account of all the Chinese friends I used to have in San Francisco.
Mickey, you never told me about having a lot of Chinese friends.
I never told you about how I used to spend so much time playing mahjong and singing songs with Ah Fong and Sam Hong of the Long Bong Tong.
You never did.
Well, Lotus Flower, I will. Chop, chop.
Excuse me while I run over to the refreshment table. It's the only punch I expect to get out of this.
Please, Doctor, please, don't go. This is extremely interesting. Well, sir, the Long Bong Tong.
What's a tong?
A tong, my dear, is a Chinese lodge. Sort of a mutual benefit association.
Oh?
And the Long Bong was a fine tongue.
You know, if you had a deeper voice, you'd sound like a toy fire engine.
Well, sir, Ah Fong and Sam Hong were heads of the tong, and we used to spend long, long hours playing mahjong in the tong and singing the tong song, You Can't Go Wrong with the Long Bong Tong. And when I and Ah Fong and Sam Hong and a throng of long bongs got through with the song and said so long it was hard on the tong's lungs because You Can't Go Wrong with the Long Bong Tong is a long song. It's too bad me and Ah Fong split up like that.
Yeah, it's too bad they didn't just split you up, foreign devil.
Why, McGee, what happened with you and Ah Fong?
Oh, I guess I was just a little untactful. It seems that Ah Fong and the whole Long Bong Tong went to the circus one day, and a tiger got loose and got into their box and ate every one of them up, except Ah Fong, who had just stepped out for a sack of lychee nuts.
How are you untactful?
Well, not knowing about the tiger eating his friends, the next time I seen Ah Fong, I says, Hi, boy, how are all the fellas? And he just stared at me. Finally, I says to him, I says, What's the matter? I says, The cat got your tongue? And he busted into tears and liked to beat the bejunior out of me right there. And that's why I'm always so sad.
What's the matter?
Who was the dark-haired guy standing there just now? The one that kind of sneered and walked away.
That, dearie, was the Chinese consul.
Oh, my gosh. Why didn't somebody tell me?
Heavenly days, what goes on? Looks like the governor's going to make a speech.
Pompous old goat, ain't he?
Quiet taxpayer. I'd rather hear him than you.
Members of the Wistful Vista Country Club, guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have a little surprise for you. 4 local lads to sing for us. They have left their work in filling stations, groceries, bookmakers, and laundries at great personal sacrifice to... they are going to sing an old favorite for us. Well, here they are. The answer to that old question, what has 4 heads, 8 legs, and sing?
Oh, brother.
The King's Men.
At the doorway, and the snow drifts deep along the road, and the ice gnomes are marching from the doorways, and the great white cold walks abroad. Zoom, 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 zoom. For here by the fire we defy frost and storm, for how we are warm and we have our heart's desire. For here we're good fellows, and the beechwood and the bellows, and the cup is at the lip, in the pledge of fellowship. Oh, here by the fire we defy frost and storm, for how we are warm and we have our heart's desire. For here we're good fellows, and the beechwood and the bellows, and the cup is at the lip, in the pledge of fellowship, of fellowship. While the logs on the fire fill the pipes past the bowl, while the logs on the fire with a skull, while the logs on the fire fill the pipe, the bowl with a skull. Oh, here by the fire we defy frost and storm, for how we are warm and we have a heart's desire. For here we're good fellows, and the beechwood and the bellows, and the cup is at the lip. In the pledge of fellowship, of fellowship, and
Oh, it was such a wonderful party, Mr. Mayor. I just hated to hear them play the last dance.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mrs. McGee. So did I. Did you have fun, McGee? McGee?
What? Oh. I must have dozed off. I'm okay, Molly. You relax, kiddo. I'm okay.
That's my hand you're patting, McGee.
I'm on this side of you, dearie. We're almost to the mayor's house now.
My gosh, it's dark. Don't they have street lights out this way, Latriv? It's blacker than the inside of the...
Your hat's down over your eyes.
Oh.
Yeah, that's better.
Oh. Yeah, thanks. I can see now.
I was just telling His Honor what a wonderful time we had, McGee. Did you see all the beautiful clothes on those women? The place was simply crawling with mink coats.
Ah, pata, mink coats. Who'd ever want a coat that everybody else has got one just like it?
I would.
I know what you mean. But it takes a certain type woman to wear a mink coat, though, you know.
It does? What type?
The type woman that's got a rich husband. Hey, by the way, Latriv, how about that scuttlebutt tonight about you being our next governor?
Oh, well, some of my friends would like to see me try it, but it's entirely too early to...
Well, congratulations, Mr. Mayor. When will you start the job?
Oh, no, it's just talk, Mrs. McGee. Let's not be hasty. I suppose I've always been afflicted with gubernatorial ambition.
Well, so what? That's no worse than sinus trouble, boy. You just get the right treatment for it and go ahead and make your campaign.
Yes, you act like you always have, Mr. Mayor, and you'll win.
You betcha.
Quiet and dignified.
Here we are. I believe your car is parked just ahead of us there, McGee.
Here we are, Mayor. Right okay?
Fine, Mike.
Yeah, fine, Mike. Okay.
Keep your voice down, dearie. It's 2:30.
Oh, yes, the whole neighborhood's asleep. I'm going to sleep late myself tomorrow, Mike, and I think I'll walk to the office. Take the morning off and bring the car to the city hall about noon.
Right, Mayor. Thanks. Good night.
Good night.
If it wasn't so late, McGee, I'd ask you folks in.
Oh, no, we got to get going, Latriv. This is really a swanky neighborhood you got here, though. Who lives next door there?
There?
Yeah.
That's the editor of the Gazette.
Oh.
And over there is McDonald, the president of the Third National Bank's house. And over on the other side...
The Gazette, you say, huh? That's the paper that rode you so hard during the election, wasn't it? Hates your administration?
McGee, come on, let's go home and let the mayor go to bed.
Well, it has been a long day. The dance was great, but I'm worn out. I'm going to bed and sleep around the clock.
You are?
If you roll over in the night and it falls on the floor, won't it wake you?
If what falls on the floor?
The clock, Mr. Mayor. The one you're going to bed and sleep around.
Yeah, if that's the way you sleep, Latriv, I hope you've got a good, smooth, round clock to curl yourself around.
I don't curl myself around a clock, McGee.
I had a sister that slept around a pillow. And my little brother slept around a teddy bear for years, but I couldn't sleep around a clock if I was...
Look, please. When I said I was going to sleep around the clock, I merely meant I intend to get myself 12 hours of good sleep tonight.
Well, if you hope to get any sleep at all, Mr. Mayor, take my advice and don't go to bed with an alarm clock in your middle.
Oh, we got a marble Venus with a clock in her stomach, and you never saw such an uncomfortable looking...
I am not a Venal Marbles.
Huh?
A marble clockers. Great Scott!
That was you.
Oh, I'm sorry. But look, you two don't understand.
No, I don't, Latriv. I've had time on my hands lots of times, but I never had time on my stomach. If you got to sleep wrapped around a clock, take an electric clock and pull out the plug first. That way...
I don't have to creep flat around a rock. Huh? Curl up with a clock. Clock!
Mr. Mayor, the neighbors.
I didn't say I was going to rock around in my sleep.
No,
sleep around in my socks. Clock. I merely said I was a creep. No. I was going to sleep. Sleep. You were the one that said I clock to wrap around a clock. A curl to rock around it. Clock to curl around a pearl.
Oh, police, somebody.
Heavenly days, the neighbors.
Oh, no. Great Scott, I woke the neighbors. Oh, this...
Shut up and go home, will you?
Shut up yourself, you big Logan. I thought you said this was a refined neighborhood, Mr. Mayor. Listen to those rude people yelling at us.
Please, what are you doing to me?
Not like that. This is the mayor you're yelling at, and he is home. Go back to bed, stupid.
Quiet! You was 2:30. What do you mean yelling like that? Oh, how do I get into these things?
This is Mayor Latrivia, and he's got a right to yell at 2:30 if he wants to.
Why, certainly he runs this town, loudmouth. So you go to pipe down, or how'd you like to have your newspaper rated?
Don't you worry, Mr. Mayor. We'll take care of you. You've got friends.
That's my shotgun, Grace.
Oh, the chief of police!
The governor on the phone.
Oh, I'm ruined. The newspaper. I'll have to resign. They'll run me out of town.
Sometimes when you fix up a room so that it's prettier and more attractive, you make it harder to take care of. But when you give your room a new beauty with Johnson's Paste Wax, cleaning it is much easier. That's because the same coat of Johnson's Wax that makes the floor so brilliant, so glossy to look at, is a very hard coat. Dirt and grime can't penetrate that tough surface. So a coat of Johnson's Paste Wax is easy to clean. Dirt comes off with a light stroke of a dust cloth. Remember, it isn't enough just to ask for floor wax. Ask for Johnson's Paste Wax. No other wax makes your floors beautiful and easy to clean in exactly the same way. Now, here's a way to polish your waxed floor in a few seconds. Get Johnson's new Beauty Floor Electric Polisher. The big whirling brush buffs your floors brilliantly. All you do is guide the polisher across the floor. You can buy a Beauty Floor Electric Polisher from your Johnson dealer or rent one at low cost if you prefer.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear it pretty often in the next 2 or 3 days, but nobody is going to mean it more sincerely than we do when we say Happy New Year.
We hope you'll not only have a happy but a safe New Year, because the figures on traffic accidents all over the country are pretty appalling. And they are usually the result of speed and carelessness, so please drive carefully.
Remember, you can spend a lot of bitter years explaining to yourself why you were trying to save 2 minutes. Good night.
Good night, all.
The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, and Brantford, Canada, bring you Fibber, Magee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Tales of espionage are coming at you with CounterSpy next.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents CounterSpy.
Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy. Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy.
Harding, CounterSpy. Calling Washington.
United States CounterSpy. Especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the soaring saucer. A thrilling counter-spy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by delicious Pepsi-Cola. And now, another report to the American people. In your family's interest, listen to these findings. Recently released by the United States Testing Company, Incorporated.
After thorough and impartial tests, Pepsi-Cola proved of highest purity. Pepsi-Cola has more quick food energy and value, ounce for ounce, than any other leading nationally known cola.
Yes, tested, compared against all other leading nationally known cola drinks, Pepsi-Cola won out. You get the best and twice as much in delicious Pepsi-Cola. And now to CounterSpy. Separating Mexico from the United States is the Rio Grande River. On the Mexican bank of the river, one dark night early this month, stood a train of packed burros, waiting stolidly as two men astride horses peered into the darkness across the rushing water.
It's clear, Pedro. No border patrol, no counter-spies.
Good, Senor Bart.
Have all the burro drivers got guns, Pedro?
Yes, but I think they don't shoot so good.
Well, if there's any trouble, they better try. Come on, let's go.
Sí. Hombres, vamos en el río. Pronto, pronto.
Yeah. Pedro, what's the matter?
It's all right, Senor Bart. Burro just stumbled a bit.
All right, stay where you are.
What?
United States counter-spies and border patrol.
Look, Senor. Men, they climb out of the ground like prairie dogs.
They dug foxholes and covered them. Come on, Pedro, back to the Mexican side.
No, it's no use, Senor. See, the Mexican rurales.
We're penned in.
Stay where you are. Drop your weapons in the river and ride out with your hands in the air.
Oh, Senor.
No good, Pedro. From here on out, it's every man for himself. The rest of you better start shooting with me.
Come on, men. Don't let a single one escape.
This is Harding, Peters. Report.
The raid was successful in general, Chief. We took close to $2 million worth of narcotics that was being carried in the packs of the burros. But the leader escaped.
Any clue to his identity?
No, Dave. The men we did capture were only minor members of the ring. They're being questioned now.
All right, Peters. You stay on the job there. I'll be down as soon as the CounterSpy budget for next year has been approved.
When'll that be, Chief?
About 2 days. But don't hold off on any action for me. We want that ringleader. And we want him fast.
Come in, Bart.
Hello, Mr. Valdez.
Where have you been? Filthy. You look like a tramp.
What do you expect, Claude? I've been on the run for a day and a night. I'm lucky I escaped at all.
I assume naturally that no one followed you here?
You can rest easy. I did 6 miles across open sagebrush country before I headed here for your hacienda. There was no one on my trail. Well, I take it you already know.
The radio and papers were full of it. $2 million of our merchandise taken, 2 men dead, 3 captured.
Hey, what gives with you, Claude? You're not very upset for a man who's lost $2 million?
One must expect losses in our business. Besides, I half expected something like this to happen sooner or later, when we use such a primitive mode of transportation as burros.
Maybe, but they've gotten a lot of snow across for us.
True, my friend, true. But I have devised, perfected, and am now ready to use a much more modern, I might even say futuristic mode of transportation.
Oh? What is this new method? Where is it?
In Tia Puma's ranch in the Sonora country.
Tia Puma? Are we dealing with that old vulturess again?
Yes. I'll have horses ready in the morning, and we'll call on Tia Puma tomorrow.
Peter.
Good to see you, Chief. The car's over here.
Peters, how's it going? Turn up anything?
Very little. To develop it needs an undercover job.
Go on.
All we got out of questioning the 3 smugglers we took was one name. Tia Puma.
Tia Puma.
Sounds pretty savage. Captain Alvarez of the Mexican Morales says she's mixed up in every type of crime known to man, and a few that she invented herself.
Must be some girl.
If you consider a woman of 72 a girl.
72?
Mm-hmm. With a delightful habit of keeping 2 pumas, mountain lions, as house pets.
Nothing more than pets?
Well, according to the captain, enemies of Tia Puma have a disconcerting habit of turning up dead on lonely mountain roads. Clawed to death by mountain lions.
A unique method of murder. It should certainly leave very little evidence.
That's the captain's chronic complaint.
Of course, it's unnatural. Pumas never attack a man unless cornered or penned up with him.
I hope I won't find out, Chief.
Well, if you're going undercover to meet the lady, you may, so we'd better be prepared.
Any suggestions will be gratefully accepted.
Well, I have a few, but they'll keep till we get the feel of us. Oh, I take it she's located in Mexico, huh?
In the state of Sonora.
In that case, we'd better set up a method of radio communication for you before you call on Tia Puma and her 2 lovely pets.
I see your pretties are as charming as ever, Tia Puma.
Yes, Senor Valdez. I keep them happy. They keep me happy.
Happy?
What is the matter, Senor Corning? They make you nervous.
They don't make me comfortable.
Rest assured, Senor Bart. They will not do nothing unless Tia Puma tells them to.
I hope you're right. Now, Claude, where's this futuristic mode of transportation for smuggling you were talking about?
In the stables of Tia Puma. Everything is prepared, Tia?
Si, everything. Bueno, shall we go?
Si. Come on, Bart.
In the stables? What the devil is it, a flying horse?
Close, Bart. Only my method is a little more advanced. It's a flying saucer. There they are, Bart. What do you think of them?
They're screwy-looking things. How they work?
I shall explain it. Tia, do you have a shipment ready to go?
Si, Senor Valdez. 5 pounds in that container over there. But it is the last we got.
Ah, yes? A job for you, Bart. We'll need more.
I'll get plenty.
Good. Tia, go to the control room and push the button that slides back the stable roof.
Si, senor.
Okay, Claude, start talking.
As you see, Bart, there are 20 of these discs or saucers here.
Mm-hmm.
They are all 10 feet in diameter and 3 feet thick.
Now, don't tell me you can fill the whole thing with snow.
No. They each carry about 5 pounds of narcotics, just what we've got here. The rest of the space is taken up with a radio operating mechanism.
How they fly?
It's the same principle as a helicopter. You see those fins on the top and the bottom of each saucer?
Yeah, I see.
They give it the lift and drive to sustain the saucer in the air. We launch them by rocket power, which sends them flying into the air spinning.
Uh-huh.
Then the radio mechanism, controlled from this board here, takes over.
Look, are you sure all this will work?
It has on the models I've made.
Models?
Today we test the first one in actual use.
And tell me this, where are you going to land it?
I have 2 receiving stations set up in Texas.
Hey, what's that?
The roof. Look. It parts in the middle.
Well, that's quite a gimmick.
Bart, see this little door on the top of the disc?
Yeah.
It opens. So, a cargo compartment. Hand me that package of goods.
Yeah. There you are.
It fits in neatly. So, close the door. And we're ready to make delivery.
And you launch it from this platform it's on? Huh?
Yes. See underneath? A rocket attached.
And how do you set that up?
From the control board by an electrical charge. Come on.
Okay.
Ready, Bart?
Yeah.
This thing makes quite a noise. That's why we're using Tia's ranch. No near neighbors.
I was wondering. All right. Go ahead, Claude. Set her off.
All right. to a new era in smuggling.
Oh, brother, it's practically out of sight already.
Yes. Now we'll set the radio control, rocket attachment will drop off, and our flying saucer is on its way.
This is your local newscaster with some more on the latest outbreak of flying saucer stories. Millie Seabour over El Paso way reports she saw one while hanging out the family wash. Big and black, says she. Another report on the saucers comes from Bill Lansing, a crop dusting pilot. Small and shiny, says he. Well, variety is the spice of life, says we. Seriously, though, the Army Air Force has asked us to broadcast a request that all persons seeing or thinking they see the objects described as flying saucers get in touch with them at the San Antonio Air Base. The Air Force has been conducting an investigation for the past 2 years, either to set these stories at rest or confirm their validity. They'd welcome your cooperation. Now a brief summary of the activity.
Peters to David Harding in San Antonio. Peters to David Harding in San Antonio.
Go ahead, Peters.
Chief, I think I've made contact with the narcotics ring.
Through Tia Puma?
Not directly, but I met a man named Bart Corning in this Mexican village, and he's taking me out to a ranch tomorrow.
What angle did you use?
I said my name was Pete Crane, and I was peddling snow. Apparently, the ring is in short supply, so this guy Corning was glad to latch on to me.
Nice going, Peters. You have any idea of the exact location of the ranch?
Well, it's somewhere up in the Sierra Mountains, Dave, near the headwaters of the Calixto River. It's supposed to be the only place for miles around.
Well, can you get a map of that region and indicate the general area?
Sure, Chief.
Radio it up here. I'll have an aerial reconnaissance made of the terrain.
Okay.
And let's set up a target time for you to report back. Say, 4 p.m. tomorrow.
All right, Dave. 4 p.m. it is.
And watch yourself. You're walking into the lion's mouth, Peters. Don't let it close on you. In a moment, back to CounterSpy, presented by delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Twice as much and better, too.
Yes, twice as much and better, too. You know Pepsi gives you twice as much. You know Pepsi's better, tastes better. But I want to make sure you know which cola drink is of proven highest quality. Listen.
Impartial tests were made comparing all the leading nationally known colas. And here's the news. Delicious Pepsi was rated tops for quick food energy and honest-to-goodness value, ounce for ounce.
Yes, more value and quick food energy in every tasty sip of Pepsi. That's why Pepsi is so refreshing. Why you feel so good. Why you're on the beat. Why people call Pepsi their favorite treat. When the qualities prove tops and the taste is so delightful, so refreshing that you bubble, and the quantity is double. Say, is it any wonder Pepsi's America's big, big favorite? Insist on tasty Pepsi wherever you may be. At the fountain, say, Pepsi, please. At the stand, say,
Pepsi, please.
And at the store, get Pepsi in the money-saving carton of 6 big bottles. How about getting a carton tonight of delicious Pepsi-Cola?
Delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Now back to CounterSpy.
Here's the place, Pete. Tia Puma's ranch.
Lonely enough, Bart.
Come on.
Good to stretch your legs after that ride.
Do it, Tess.
Hey, what?
Tia, call him off.
Now, Senor Bob. You know my pets won't hurt you.
I don't like those things running around loose.
Make that double in spades for me.
This, I take it, is the Senor Pete Crane you say you bring out.
That's right, Tia. He wants to do business with us.
But do we have to do it with those pussycats looking over our shoulders?
I'm afraid so, Senor Crane. They are my pets and my protection. An old woman like me is at the mercy of anyone with strength.
Not with those brutes around. Come on, let's go out in the house.
With pleasure. House cats, are they?
Yes, Senor Crane.
All right, come on, Tia. Let's get down to business.
Bueno, this way, Senor. The living room.
Hello, Bart.
Hi, Claude. This is the guy who has goods for sale. Pete Crane, Claude Valdez.
Hello.
How do you do, sir? A cold drink, perhaps? The ride up here is long and dusty.
Thanks.
I'll have some too, Claude.
Just how much goods do you have, Mr. Crane?
8 pounds.
Cut or uncut? Your drink, Mr. Crane.
Uncut. Thanks.
A tidy fortune. Refreshing.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Crane, what price are you asking for this,
Well, what about telling me what you charge to get the stuff across? Oh, my head. I feel dizzy.
I commend you, Tia. A very potent drug.
Thank you, Senor.
Hey, Claude, why the knockout drops?
They're harmless. They just sleep for 12 or 14 hours.
Well, you think he's a phony?
I haven't the slightest idea, Bart. But I don't believe in taking chances. Search him.
Sure. His wallet. Yeah, it says Pete Crane, all right. Pocket comb, handkerchief. Tube of some kind of hand cream.
Huh? Fastidious. Let him keep it. Is that all?
Yeah. And now what if he's going to be out for half the day?
It will give me time to get back to my hacienda and check him in my law-abiding rogues gallery.
That thing again.
What do you say, that thing? I think it's rather clever of me. Since the law maintains pictures of all known criminals, why shouldn't a criminal maintain pictures of all known law officials?
Harding speaking.
Oh, Mr. Harding, I'm very glad you're in San Antonio.
Who is this?
Colonel Enshaw of the Army Air Force.
Oh, yes, Colonel. What can I do for you?
You're down here on a narcotic smuggling case?
That's right, Colonel. How'd you know?
Well, I called your Washington office, and they told me.
Oh?
You see, the Air Force has been investigating the latest outbreak of flying saucer stories. I think our paths cross.
Hey, go on, Colonel.
Well, if you come out here to the field, Mr. Harding, I can show you better than tell you.
Well, I'm expecting a message, but I'll have it transferred out to the field. All right, Colonel, I'll be out in 15 minutes.
Here we are, Mr. Harding. This is the hangar. Now, look over there. The object on the floor.
What is it?
A flying saucer.
What?
One of our pilots was out on a target practice flight. He saw it and reported it to the field right away. I ordered him to shoot it down if he could. He could.
It's a queer-looking contraption. All those fins sticking out on it.
Well, that's what sustained it in flight. But, just look at this.
A little compartment.
And this package of white powder was in it.
Let me see that.
Here you are.
Narcotics.
That's what our medical officer said. And we've examined the workings of this disc. It's radio controlled.
This is incredible. Using a flying saucer to smuggle narcotics into the country.
Well, whoever designed this device knew his aeronautics.
And psychology. Using the most publicized thing in the country to cover up the smuggling.
Well, that's your department, Mr. Harding. I just thought maybe the message you're expecting, Mr. Harding.
Oh.
They knew we were in this hangar.
Thank you, Colonel. I'll take it.
Hello? Yes, this is Harding. Oh, no word yet, huh? It's almost 5 p.m. No, we won't wait any longer. Contact the Mexican ruralist, Captain Alvarez. That's right. Ask him to move as quickly as possible. Right, and tell him I'm flying down immediately.
A little more water, Bart, and not so gentle.
You sure you're right, Claude?
This gentleman's face was as big as life in my private rogues gallery of police. Harry Peters, CounterSpy.
I think he's coming around.
The drug should be wearing off.
Where am I? Oh.
Hello.
What? Valdez. Bart. What?
You've been enjoying a somewhat induced sleep, Mr. Peters.
Sleep? But how...
Yes, you heard right. I called you Mr. Peters.
I was afraid you did.
Thank you for not insulting my intelligence by denying your identity.
Don't mention it. Is that gun going to induce some more sleep?
Nothing as crude as that, Mr. Peters. Bart, tell Tia to bring down one of her pets to the guest room.
Okay, Claude.
I gather I'm going to have an accident.
Something like that, Mr. Peters. Now, if you'll just start walking, I'll show you to your room at the end of this corridor.
It's comfortable, I hope?
Quiet, yes. But it will have some drawbacks shortly.
I imagine so.
You know, I regret this very much.
I'm sure you do.
Not your death, of course, but the fact that you're finding us makes it necessary for us to move.
I'm sorry to have been such a bother.
Oh, don't apologize. We all have our duties. All right, Mr. Peters. You can stop and lift the latch on that door, please. Your quarters, Mr. Peters.
Rather sparsely furnished and badly lighted. Only one window. With bars.
True. But your roommate, who will arrive shortly, doesn't care very much about furniture and sees very well in the dark. Inside, Mr. Peters.
Heavy walls. Thick door.
Soundproofed. I so dislike death screams. Inside, please. Pleasant dreams, Mr. Peters.
Senor Valdez, he's in there.
Yes, Tia.
It will be such sport for my pet, my angel.
Let's get it over with. We have to get out of here.
Of course, Bart. Call some of our men in the village. Have them bring us a truck to carry the saucers and radio equipment away from here. I'll have Tia pack anything that might identify us, and we'll leave as soon as the trucks arrive.
Okay, Claude.
You ready, Tia?
Yes. Bueno, my angel. There is a prize for you in there. You've earned it, my pet. All right, Senor Valdez. Open the door. Go, my angel.
Now, I think we can leave Mr. Peters in peace.
Claude, I burned all the papers in the cellar incinerator. Didn't I hear the trucks drive up?
Yes. I've been busy packing this equipment with Tia's help. All right, you go out and show them what to do.
What's the matter with that devil? Is he jealous of his buddy?
All the excitement makes him nervous.
Never mind him, Bart. Go out to the trucks. We want to get out of here as soon as possible.
Okay, I'm on my way.
All right, all of you.
What is...
Stand where you are.
Cops.
Captain Alvarez. Yes, Mr. Harding. Will you watch that? Look out, Mr. Harding.
Oh, my pet. My pet.
You're not getting me.
Alvarez, he's got a gun. You will not escape, Mr. Harding. Look, your lady is fainted over the body of that
mountain lion.
And this one here is taking it all rather calmly.
And why not, Mr. Harding? I'm a fatalist.
You know me, then perhaps you know Harry Peters.
I've met him.
Where is he?
I'm afraid, Mr. Harding, that for once the Marines arrived too late. You'll find Mr. Peters in the room at the end of the corridor.
Captain Alvarez, keep this man covered.
It would be a pleasure, Mr. Harding.
Peters, Pete.
Well, that's one way of getting rid of a roommate.
Well, it's obvious the creamed oil of anise works.
Oh, am I glad you had that idea, Dave. Can't you smell the place? It's like a licorice factory.
How'd you use it?
Well, they locked me in the room first, so I immediately took out the tube of creamed oil of anise and spread it all over the floor and on the walls.
Yeah?
When they let the puma in, he bounced in, got the smell of the anise, and stopped. In a few minutes, he was purring like a kitten. I stood in the corner and left him strictly alone.
That's how I can imagine.
Well, I guess it was the sudden sight of you and that gun that turned him into an attacker again.
It's a good thing we set a target time for you to report back. I might not have gotten here.
But you did, Dave.
And that's what counts. Well, now let's get out of here and mop up the remains of this flying saucer smuggling ring.
Delicious Pepsi-Cola. Bring it on now. Enjoy that bubbling, tangy, tasty treat. Sure hits the spot. At parties, it's a wonderful idea to serve delicious Pepsi. That extra quick food energy gives folks that bounce, that zing. And Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottles go twice as far. You get a carton of 6 bottles, and you serve 12 full-size drinks. So save that money. Get the best, and get twice as much in delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, it's the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Prices much and better, too. Pepsi is the drink for you.
That's it, delicious Pepsi-Cola. Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to CounterSpy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting Case of the Crystalline Double Cross.
When the world's most valuable diamond and a beautiful woman both disappeared, a huge reward was offered for the thief, alive or dead. We feared the effect of that reward on the underworld, and until the last moment hardly suspected the one person who really tried to collect it. Listen on Thursday to
The Case of the Crystalline Double Cross on CounterSpy. Tonight's CounterSpy program originated in New York and was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Palmer Thompson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer with music by Jesse Crawford. This is Jay Jackson speaking. CounterSpy is a Philip H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some delicious Pepsi tonight.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, And it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Take good care of them, will you, Moss? They've had a hard ride.
Oh, I sure will, Marshal. I'll rub them down real good.
Yeah, thanks, Moss.
Mr. Dillon, it sure is a shame to have to ride them horses so hard in this kind of weather.
In any kind of weather, Chester.
Yes, sir, that's so. But that stagecoach sure did move along, didn't it?
Yeah. Now, the next time they ask us to ride guard, though, they're going to have to supply their own horses.
Well, they should do that all right. Well, look at there, Mr. Dillon. Them fellows are picking on that poor old man.
Yeah, come on.
Come on now, old man. You can jump higher than that. Please, mister. Don't shoot. Jump higher, I said. He done it, Dave. He went higher. Just let me go along, please. Higher. You got him going like a grasshopper, Dave. Shoot again.
Hold on there. Put away that gun.
It's a marshal, Dave.
It ain't none of his affair. Come on, old man. When I shoot, you jump. You put that gun down or I'll take it.
Don't you try it, Marshal.
I warned you. Give it to me.
You made it go off, grabbing it like that.
Mr. Dillon, look.
Bird. The bird's been hit. You made me shoot my own brother.
Guns aren't meant for games. You say to him, Chester.
I certainly am beholden to you, Marshal. I certainly am.
Are you hurt?
No, I'm all right. All right.
You better go on, then. You better find a place to sleep it off, huh?
Yeah, sure, Marshal. I'm beholden to you.
How is he, Chester?
Oh, I don't think he's hurt bad, Mr. Dillon. That bullet just winged him some.
It's bad, Marshal. Nobody shoots my brother for free.
What's your name?
Jabe Leach. That shot's going to cost you, Marshal.
You shot him yourself. It was an accident.
The gun went off when you grabbed for it. You're the one done it. It's going to cost you good.
Well, it ain't all that bad, Jabe. Ain't nothing to get riled
Shut up, Bert.
Well, it wasn't meant to.
I do the talk.
There's been enough talking. You better get your brother up to Doc Adams' office. Now, do you want a hand?
I'll get him there, Marshal. We don't need no help from you.
All right, get moving, then. The next time I see you tormenting anybody around here, I'm going to throw you in jail.
He was a common drunk, Marshal. He didn't deserve no better.
Look, either you get up to Doc's office or you get out of town.
We're going. But we ain't forgetting. I am to make you pay.
You know where to find me, Leach. Just don't give me an excuse to find you. Oh, hello, Doc.
Hello, Matt. Matt, you got a minute?
Sure, Doc. Is this a professional call?
Well, I don't know, Matt. It's about those Leach brothers.
Ah, then they did get you to look at that arm, huh? Is it in bad shape?
No, it's not serious. The bullet broke a bone in the boy's wrist. He won't be drawing his gun for a while.
Yeah. Well, I wish you could say the same for his brother.
Well, that's what concerns me, man.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, there was something about the way Jabe Leach reacted to the whole thing.
I wouldn't worry, Doc. He's more the type to pick on old men than to try to get even with me.
I don't know, Matt. I've known them for some time. They're dirt farmers south of town. It's a peculiar situation. Jabe is much older than Purge, you know.
Yeah, I know.
And ever since their pa died a few years ago, he's been running Purge's life.
And he sure doesn't let the boy talk much, does he?
I don't believe he even lets him think. And there's something, well, it's like something out of the Old Testament. The way he has an eye for an eye attitude about this.
Or a wrist for a wrist.
I'm not joking about it, Matt. There's something wrong with this man. I'd be careful if I were you.
I'll be careful, Doug. Well, tell you what. Come on, I'll buy you dinner.
Sam, will you please put down them glasses and listen to me? It says right here, pay the bearer on demand.
The war is over, Chester. That bill ain't worth nothing.
That's just it. You can see it right here. Now, look. Look, it says here to pay 6 months after the war is over. Well, it's been 6 months and a deal more.
I don't care. You can't pass that money in here.
Well, of course I can if you won't take it, but it says right here...
Chester, you're talking foolish.
I'm reading right straight off the bill, Sam, right off... Oh, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester. You boys having an argument?
He's trying to get me to take a Confederate bill.
Chester, I'm surprised at you. Trying to pass worthless money.
Now, I know, Miss Kitty, but I figure if we just started using it again, we could make it worth something.
Well, what happened? Did you find a trunk full of it?
Well, no, it wasn't that exactly.
Well, how did you get it, Chester?
Well, Miss Kitty, you recollect that drummer that come through here a couple of days ago? One selling that double-strength liver cure?
I must have missed him.
Well, I bought the bills off of him.
You bought Confederate money?
Well, yes. This fella said it was a certain thing. It would be worth something again if we could just get it back in circulation.
And that's what you were just trying to do?
Well, yes, ma'am, Miss Kitty, I was.
Chester, I swear, I don't know how...
Your name Chester?
Chester Proudfoot, yes.
You a friend of the marshal?
Well, sure I am.
Well, he wants to see you.
Mr. Dillon wants to see me?
Yeah, he sent me. He had to ride out to Crow Corners, wants you to meet him there.
Well, sure. I'll get right on out. I guess something come up real suddenly.
Yeah.
Well, goodbye, Miss Kitty. I'll see you some other time.
Yeah, sure. Chester.
Yes, Miss Kitty?
Don't let Matt sell you anything.
Oh, Miss Kitty.
Doc, are you aware that your move?
Oh, yes. Don't you hear me, Matt? Checkers is a game of thought. I can cause you a lot of damage if I work this out right.
Just so you work it out before midnight, huh, Doc? You know, Chester seems to be taking his time, too. He's usually dead to the world this time of night.
Let me see now. There.
What?
Good. That's fast enough for you, Matt?
It's a little too fast, Doc.
Yeah. Oh, so what were you saying about Chester?
No, just that he's not in yet. He went down to the Long Branch for a beer early this afternoon. I haven't seen him since.
Oh, they must have found some willing listeners to his story.
Yeah. Well, he'll have some new ones when he gets back, anyway.
You can be sure of that. What's that?
I know it was something out back.
Maybe it's Chester.
I'll go see. That you, Chester? Who's there? All right, speak up, mister. Chester?
Chester! Where are you?
Over here, Mr. Jones. Over here.
You hurt, Chester?
I guess maybe I am. Am I?
Doc! Hey, Doc!
You want me, Matt?
Yeah, give me a hand, will you? I just shot Chester.
You just shot? Why, that's awful, Matt.
Why didn't you tell me it was you, Chester? Why didn't you speak up?
Well, he was holding a hand over my face. Ellie shot.
Don't talk to him now, Matt. Help me get him inside.
Who did it, Chester? Who was it?
Jabe.
Jabe Leach? All right, I'll get him.
Now, Matt, wait a minute.
What?
I need you here. We have to get Chester inside where there's light.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Sure, Doc, sure. It's going off half-cocked, I guess.
I don't blame you. Oh, Mr. Dillon, I sure am sorry to make you all this trouble.
Now, don't you worry, Chester. Doc will fix you up.
Oh, I ain't worried, Mr. Dillon. I know you'll take care of me.
Yeah. You're not the only one I'll take care of. All right, Doc, let's get him inside.
Here I am, Matt. I came as soon as I could.
Sorry to get you up so early, Kitty.
It doesn't matter. How's Chester?
Doc thinks he'll be all right, but he needs somebody to watch him.
Well, I'm glad to do it, Matt. You know that.
Yeah, thanks, Kitty.
However did this thing happen?
Oh, that crazy Jabe was trying to get even with me.
With you?
Yeah, for making him shoot his brother that time I grabbed his gun.
So he fixed it so you'd shoot Chester?
Yeah. Kidnapped him, brought him around the back, fired a shot at me over Chester's shoulder, and then he rode off. Like a fool, I fired back. And I hit Chester just like he figured I would.
Don't blame yourself, Matt. It's not your fault.
And I won't forget that I fired the gun. And Jay Bleach won't forget it either.
You're going out to the Leach place?
Yeah, right now.
Matt.
Yeah, Kitty?
Well, nothing. I'm scared, but I can't ask you not to go. I guess I'd be doing the same thing.
Yeah, Kitty, I think you would. See your brother. Tell him Matt Dillon wants to see him.
He ain't in here.
Come here.
Marshal, I told you.
I said come here.
I ain't even got a gun, Marshal. Still got me in my busted wrist.
I want to know where your brother is. All right, speak up, Pert, or I'll break your other wrist. Is he hiding out?
Jabe don't hide from nobody, Marshal. He ain't afraid of nothing that lives.
And where is he?
He's out to the barn.
You better be telling the truth.
He ain't gonna run, Marshal. Jabe don't need to run.
Leach? Jabe Leach. I want to see it.
Oh, Marshal. Well, now, I sure am surprised you'd ride all the way out here.
You know why I'm here.
Now, you wouldn't come all this way just to talk about somebody getting shot accidental like, would you?
I'm not going to do much talking.
shoot an unarmed man now, would you, Marshal?
I'm leaving my gun on my saddle. You stay right there.
I ain't never run yet. You know you ain't got no case, Marshal.
It'll do.
Guns ain't for games. Them's your own words. When they go off, they can hurt anybody. I know how you feel, Marshal.
You don't know how any decent man feels, Leach. What I did was an accident, and you know it. What you did was some different.
You let go of me, Marshal.
Sure.
Marshal, you licked him. You whipped Jabe.
Yeah. I licked him.
I ain't never seen nobody whip Jabe before.
That was about time. You've been standing there with that carbine all this time?
Yeah, Marshal. And I'm a real good shot left-handed.
Now, don't you get any ideas?
Oh, no, Marshal. I could have shot you any time.
Shoot him. Shoot him, Bert.
I ain't going to, Jabe.
Now, you do what I say.
Nope. I don't reckon I will.
What are you talking about?
I ain't never seen you lick, Jabe. I didn't ever think you could be licked.
I can still whip you.
Not anymore, you can't. And you know something else? I ain't going to stay here no more, Jabe. I don't have to now.
You ain't going nowhere. You can't go nowhere.
Yes, he can, Leach. I'm going to see to it that he can.
Can I ride in with you, Marshal?
Yeah. Yeah, sure, Bert.
Marshal.
Yeah?
I guess it ain't right to go around hounding folks and hurting them when they can't fight back, is it?
Well, that's something to learn, Bert. And you'll have a chance to learn a lot more. All right, come on.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Get the complete news first on the CBS Radio Network.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program.
At 45 sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. Why, sure. Of course. Right you are. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Folks, you want quality in everything you buy, and of course in your cigarette. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and that's quality where quality counts, right in the tobacco itself. So remember, the next time you buy cigarettes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you have nothing else to do, let's go to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills.
My work is never done. I'm kept on the run. Sunday, Monday, and always.
Rochester.
I have to clean the house. Am I a man or mouse? Sunday, Monday, or always.
Rochester. Rochester! Stop singing and start shaving me, will you? Come on now, give me a shave.
Okay, boss.
Wait a minute, you sure you've got everything ready?
Yes, sir, it's all here. Hot water, towel, brush, shaving soap, razor, and smelling salts.
Smelling salts?
Yeah, I can't stand the sight of blood.
Well, shut your eyes and start shaving me. I mean, hurry up, I've got a date.
Okay. Wait till I get the cap off this new tube of shaving cream.
New tube? What happened to the old tube? There ought to be one more shave in it.
But, boss, you've been saying that since last March.
What?
Now, I didn't mind when you made me run it through the ringer.
Now, look, Roger.
And I didn't mind when you asked Mr. Wilson to sit on it.
Look, Roger.
Now, but when you made me take it down to the Union Station and lay it on the railroad track, that was going too far.
Well, all right, Roger. If you say it's empty, I'll take your word for it. Go ahead, you can open up that new tube.
Okay. Do you want me to christen it with a bottle of champagne?
No. Now go ahead and lather my face.
Yes, sir. Look at that soap foam. Are you still under there, boss?
Yes, be careful with that razor.
Okay. Now let's see. 2 ears, 1 nose, 1 chin.
2 ears, 1 nose, 1 chin. Rochester, what are you writing that down for?
After I finish shaving you, I call the roll.
What?
And if there's anything missing, just call me Shaky.
Now, stop being funny. I told you I've got a date. I'm taking Miss Livingston to see Dunninger at the Shrine Auditorium.
Dunninger?
Yes, you know, the mind reader. So please get started with the shave.
Yes, sir.
There's the door. Come in.
Remember me? I'm Herman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, yes. Yes, come on in, Herman.
Sit down, Mr. Peabody. You're next.
Yes, you'll find some magazines on that couch. Sit down.
Oh, I didn't come for a shave.
Oh.
I came over to tell you that while going through our files, we found a policy you took out when you was 22 years old.
Oh, yes. What about it?
Well, it's been gathering dividends all these years, and the money's lousing up our office.
Well, I'll come over in the morning and pick it up.
Thank you. Well, I gotta go home now, Mr. Benny. My wife's waiting for me.
Oh, well, goodbye, Herman.
We've been married 12 years today, and I'm celebrating my iron anniversary.
Your iron anniversary?
Yeah, you gotta be made out of iron to be married to my wife for 12 years.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. I wish she let me rust in peace.
Hey! You little ad-libbing fool. That's good. So long, Irvin.
Bye.
I'd like to meet his wife sometime. Rochester, be careful with that razor.
Yes, sir. Now, lean way back and lift your chin up. I want to get your neck nice and smooth.
Okay. Rochester, what did you stop for?
I was just wondering, boss, do you think this would be a good time to ask you for a raise?
No, it wouldn't, and wipe the soap off my face. Answer the phone, Rochester.
Yes, sir. Benny's resident.
Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. Look, I want to speak to Mr. Benny.
Just a minute, Mr. Harris. It's for you, boss.
Okay, well, I'm talking on the phone. Get my shirt and things ready. Hello?
Hello, Jackson. This is Phil.
What do you want, Phil?
Well, I got a problem. My arranger hired another harp player for my band. Now, I don't mind class, but what am I going to do with 2 harpists?
2 harpists? You never had a harpist before.
Are you crazy? Who do you think that guy is that's there every week running his fingers up and down them strings?
That's the piano tuner. He works for NBC.
Oh.
While you're talking about your orchestra, Phil, why don't you move your drums back a little? They're too loud.
Well, don't worry about that, Jackson. I gave my drummer the air. I don't like the way he votes.
Phil, that's awful to fire a man because of his political beliefs.
Well, I don't think so. Last week, Downbeat Magazine took a poll, and he voted me, the band leader, most likely to become a bum.
Well, Phil, you can't blame one guy for a landslide. Anyway, I gotta hang up now. I have to meet Mary. I'm taking her to see Dunninger.
Dunninger? The FBI shot him long ago.
That's Dillinger! This is Dunninger, the mind reader. Oh. Anyway, Phil, I'll see you later.
Okay, so long, Jackson.
Yeah.
Here are your things, boss.
Thanks.
Let me help you.
Rochester, I can dress myself. While I'm gone, see that... Oh, darn it, look what I did, Rochester. I pulled a button off.
That's all right, boss. You can wear your other shoes.
I don't like my other shoes.
Well, if you ain't gonna wear them, you ought to nail the ice skates back on.
I'll do that when I get to New York. Well, so long, Rochester. If Miss Livingston calls, tell her I'm on my way. Gee, it's nice out. I'm glad I got my boots on. If I didn't walk over to Mary's house now and then, I wouldn't get any exercise at all. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-dum. Gee, she turned around. Oh, well, that's the price of being a celebrity. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum.
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
Hello. Yada-dee-da-dum. What do you know? She turned around, too.
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. I really didn't mean to stare.
Oh, that's all right. Quite all right. I'm used to it. I wonder what it is that makes girls turn around and look at me.
Your garter is dragging.
Oh, would you mind turning around, please?
I'm going anyway. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Darn it, this garter always... Hello, little dog. Come here. Come here, little doggy. Wait a minute. Let go of my garter. Come back here. Come back here. Come. Oh, my ankle. I better fix this garter before somebody... Whoops. Madam, that boy of yours isn't funny. For heaven's sake.
Junior, put away your bean shooter and come on.
Bean shooter. That's a civilian bazooka. Oh, well. Well, hello, Amos.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Andy.
Hi, Mr. Benny.
Oh, Miss Benny, I hope you don't forget that you's going to be on our program next Friday.
Yes, we is counting on you.
Oh, I won't forget. See you Friday night.
See, Andy, he's supposed to be a big comedian. He ain't said nothing funny.
Well, just like I told you, Amos, he ain't nothing without Rochester.
Were you boys talking to me?
No.
No, we didn't say nothing. Goodbye.
Gosh, imagine. Amos and Andy have been on the air for 12 years as comedians. They didn't say anything funny. Oh, well, it'll be fun being on their show Friday. I'm going to take Rochester with me.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don. What are you doing here in front of the drugstore?
Oh, just going in for a Coke.
Good. I'll join you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Don, look at the size of that sound truck.
Tuesday is Election Day, so don't forget to go to the polls and vote for the man of your choice. Remember, go to the polls and vote.
Gosh, there's always so much excitement during election. People are sure steamed up.
Yeah.
Hey, Don, look. Here comes a car all covered with Roosevelt stickers.
Yeah, and here comes another car with Dewey stickers.
Yeah. some people take it too serious. Come on, Don. Let's go in and have a Coke.
Okay. Come on, Jack. We'll sit at the counter.
Oh, wait a minute. I want to get this month's American magazine. There's a story in it about me. Here's one.
Story about you, huh, Jack?
Yeah. I wonder where it is. Ought to be near the front here, someplace.
Oh, look, Jack, look.
My story?
No, a full-page Lucky Strike ad.
But, Don, I want to find my
Just
story.
look at that ad, Jack. Look at the golden color of that tobacco.
I see, but I want to find my
Look
story.
at that tobacco. No wonder with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-1.
Don, stop quoting me odds and let me find my story. Here it is. Here's the story. Say, I got to take this over and show it to Mary.
That'll be 25 cents for the magazine.
Oh. Well, I'll bring Mary over here. Mary got a new maid yesterday. I hope she'll be ready when I call. Come on, Don, let's have our Cokes, will you?
To see you.
Oh, wouldn't you know it? Just when I have a date. What's his name?
It's, oh, gee, I forgot.
What does he look like?
Well, he's tall and handsome.
I wonder who that can be.
He's got broad shoulders.
Well.
And his garter's dragging.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I wonder what Jack's doing here so early. Tall, broad shoulders, handsome. Where did that come from?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Livingston. I went to the movies last night, and I was still thinking about my favorite movie actor.
Who's that?
Peter Lorre.
Oh, well, I guess it's all in the way you look at it. Now, Pauline, I wish you'd help me with my hair, please.
Yes, ma'am. Gee, Miss Livingston, you have such pretty curls.
Well, thank you.
Gee, I wish I had curls like that, but every time I make curls, something happens to them, especially when I have a date. Like last week, I had a date and my curls came out, but the week before, I didn't have a date and the curls came out anyway, so it really doesn't make any difference, does it?
No, I guess not.
Hey, Mary, how about it? Aren't you ready yet?
I'll be out in a minute, Jack.
A minute. What am I supposed to do while I'm waiting?
Well, for one thing, you can fix your garter.
Huh? Oh, darn, it's dragging again. Must have happened when I skipped across the street. Mary, you turned that corner too sharp.
Jack, this is my car, and I know how to drive it.
Well, take it easy. Watch out for that man. Put your foot on the brake. Slow down. You're getting too close to that bus. Watch out.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, stop being so nervous.
I'm not nervous.
Then get back inside the car.
All right, but take it easy. I don't want to miss Dunninger.
Neither do I. I always listen to him on his Kim Tone program.
Hey, Mary, here we are at the Shrine Auditorium.
The phone number that you are thinking about is Beachview 21749. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Mr. Dunninger.
gosh, Jack, he's wonderful. He's read everybody's mind correctly so far.
Yeah, but it must be some sort of a trick. Gee, I remember when I was in vaudeville, once I went out with a lady mind reader. It was all a phony.
You mean she didn't read your mind?
Of course not. Twice she slapped my face for the wrong reason. And then once, when...
Quiet, Jack, quiet.
I get a thought from a lady in the third row, the left aisle seat. Her name is Mrs. Nussbaum.
No.
Madam, your full name is Mrs. Beverly W. Nussbaum.
That's right, Mrs. Beverly Wilshire Nussbaum.
Beverly Wilshire Nussbaum?
Junior. That's my full name.
Mrs. Nussbaum, the problem on your mind is a serious one. You're married, and yet you're in love with another man. Am I correct so far?
You are intriguing me. Continue, please.
Well... I must advise you that the man you're in love with is not for you. You haven't a chance.
I haven't?
No. Charles Boyer is already married.
Now he tells me. So what are you advising I should do, Mr. Dorringer?
Well, go back to your husband and forget Charles Boyer.
Forgetting him, I can't. When Charles Boyer is saying, "Come with me," come with me. Come with me to the Casbah. I am arriving there 10 minutes ahead of him. And when I saw him making love to Ingrid Bergman, I said to myself, if Boyer can be so wonderful with gaslight, imagine when he starts cooking with electricity. What a man.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, I advise you to forget about Boyer.
Uh-huh. Maybe you could arrange for me Van Johnson? For him, I could go in.
No, madam. My advice is for you to go back home to your husband.
For this kind of advice, I'm paying money.
Boy, Van Johnson. You see, Mary, he didn't help her.
And now I have thought waves coming to me from a man on the fourth row. I get the name of Bennett or Benny, Jack Benny.
Jack, that's you. Stand up.
Oh, I don't want everybody to look at me.
Mr. Benny, please concentrate. Stand up.
Yes, Mr. Dillinger. Or Dunninger. Darn that Phil Harris.
Mr. Benny, a thought comes to me that 2 weeks ago you lost a dollar bill.
A dollar bill? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I did.
And the serial number on that dollar bill was K155134. Wait a minute. I don't seem to get the last three numbers.
518. That's what it was.
How did you know?
What do you think he reads at night?
Mary, quiet.
Now, Mr. Benny, you have another problem. You have a radio program, and you're looking for a singer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And I've looked everywhere.
Well, Mr. Benny, I don't predict, but I do think I can help you out.
Really?
Well, let me concentrate. I see a gas station. It's on the corner of 3rd and La Cienega.
3rd and La Cienega.
If you go to that gas station, you'll find there's a young man waiting there to fill your tank. He's a young gentleman with red hair. I get the name of Stevens. Larry Stevens.
Larry Stevens?
Yes. The boy never sung professionally. He has been working in that gas station for several months, since he was honorably discharged from the Army Air Force.
Gee.
He is 21 years old, weighs 165 pounds, and is a graduate of Fairfax High School in Hollywood.
Larry Stevens, eh?
He has a very nice voice and sings all the time, even when he's working.
He does?
Yes, and now, Mr. Benny, the thought is fading away. And that's about all I can tell you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Dunninger.
Oh, Mr. Benny, one thing more.
Yes, sir?
Your garter is dragging.
Thank you. Mary, please, I'll fix it myself. Mary, why are you turning here? This isn't the way home.
I'm going to 3rd and La Cienega to that gas station.
Oh, Mary, are you falling for that stuff? How does Dunninger know?
Well, what have we got to lose? Anywhere, there's a gas station he was talking about, and I'm driving in.
Oh, all right. This is so silly.
Jack, look. Here comes the attendant, and just like Dunninger said, he's got red hair.
Yeah. Oh, it's just a coincidence, that's all.
Yes, ma'am?
4 gallons of gas, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Got red hair. So what? Dunninger. Sings while he works. Listen to that, some voice.
That's the gasoline pump.
Anyway, you fall for anything. As soon as he puts the gas in, let's get out of here.
I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you.
Jack, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Well, I guess that'll show you whether...
quiet.
Cathedral bells were tolling, and our hearts sang on. Was it the spell of Paris, or an April dawn? Who knows if we shall meet again? Or when the morning chimes ring sweet again.
Say, that sounds good.
Should I check the oil and water?
Yes, please.
Yes, check it.
I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places that this heart of mine embraces all day through. In that small cafe, the park across the way, the children's carousel, the chestnut tree, oh, wishing well. I'll be seeing you in every lovely summer's day, in everything that's light and gay. I'll always think of you that way. I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing April in Paris. Who can I run to but you?
What do you know about that? Say, Mary, he's pretty good.
Of course he's good.
I'm going to tell him. Hey, Larry.
Huh?
Come here a minute, Larry.
Well, how did you know my name?
Oh, I know everything. Your full name is Larry Stevens.
Gee.
And not only that.
Oh, brother.
quiet, Mary. You're 21 years old, and you graduated from Fairfax High School.
Gosh.
You were in the Army Air Force, and you weigh 165 pounds.
166.
You had lunch. You see, kid, I know everything.
Well, gee, what's my mother's name?
Your mother? I'm sorry, the thought seems to be fading away.
What's my name?
Mary Now, cut that out. Larry, I'd like to talk to you for a minute. My name is Jack Benny.
Jack Benny? You mean Jack Benny, the radio comedian?
Yes, sir. Now, look, Larry, I'm trying to find a singer for my program, and from hearing you sing just now, I think you might fit in.
Gee, do you, Mr. Benny?
Yes, and I'd like to talk to you about it. I'll tell you what, Larry, come over to my broadcast next Sunday, and we'll get together on a deal. How about it?
Oh, boy, I'll sure be there, Mr. Benny.
All right, kid, we'll be looking for you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Larry.
Goodbye. Gee whiz. Me on the radio. Oh, boy, wait till I tell my folks.
I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend, Effie Boone.
Sold American.
An obvious fact. It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. So remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. At markets now open in the South, independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
And sworn records show that among such independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 44, sold American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
43,000 sold to the American.
Basil Rysdale speaking. LSMFT, LSMFT.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Hollywood Radio Theater. We get many enjoyable moments out of the books we read, the sights we see, and above all, the things we hear. The Hollywood Radio Theater hopes to add to your enjoyment by bringing you each week the finest in dramatic and comedy entertainment, featuring a stellar cast of movie personalities, many of whom will appear in their original motion picture roles. Now, here is our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is a very special evening because once again we are pleased to present the screenplay that the American moviegoers have chosen as the most popular picture for the year 1951, selected in a nationwide poll conducted by Photoplay magazine. It's Showboat, based on the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, adapted from the Jerome Kern and Oscar Hammerstein musical play Showboat, from the original novel by Edna Ferber. Our stars: Katherine Grayson, Ava Gardner, Howard Keel, Marge and Gower Champion, William Warfield, and J.C. Flippin. Now, here comes the Showboat, starring Katherine Grayson as Magnolia, Ava Gardner as Julie, Howard Keel as Gaylord Ravenel, Marge Champion as Ellie, Gower Champion as Frank, William Warfield as Joe, and J.C. Flippin as Captain Andy.
gentlemen, it is with exhilarating gratification that once again I bring my theatrical offering to your fair community. And I want you to meet a few of our artists. First off, Miss Ellie Mae Shipley, the toast of Cairo, Illinois.
It's always been my hope to play this wonderful town of Boonville. Thank you.
And here's Mr. Frank Schultz. Mr. Schultz is the villain in our play. Hi, thank you. Yes, sir. We're just one big happy family, and I'm their father. And Parthy here, she's my missus. Parthy is the mother.
Oh, you big bellowing catfish. Now get those handbills started.
Now, before I pass out the handbills, I want you to meet the little sweetheart of the South, our songstress and leading lady, Miss Julie Laverne. Just the Norris to lover folks. And here's her leading man, that celebrated thespian, Mr. Stephen Baker. And they will now give you a sample of their soul-stirring emotion.
No, Hamilton, I cannot accept you, for I am not worthy of your noble desire.
On my mother's name, tell me why. Why?
Look into yonder room and view the secret of my downfall.
See the show tonight, folks, and learn her secret. Tempest and Sunshine, a beautiful drama of tears and laughter. And as for dancing, here's Frank and Ellie with another sample.
Are you in business for your health? Now get these handbills out. Come on now. Get.
I started out with the handbills, and then suddenly there was a yell from the crowd. My first mate, Pete, had come up to Julia and Steve. Before I knew it, Pete and Steve were swinging at each other, and then Pete was lying on the dock. Well, I guess we fooled you that time. The boys just played another little scene from one of our shows. Get back on the boat, Pete. You too, Steve.
I told him a dozen times to stay away from my wife.
Oh, Steve, please.
Wife, huh? Well, she's nothing.
I told you to get back aboard.
Yeah, sure.
Joe, take care of it. Yes, sir, folks. Just look at them dance. Frank and Ellie Schultz, pride of the cotton rocker.
Please, Mr. Pete, please go back on board. Shut up. Where are you going, Mr. Pete? I'm going to find the sheriff. I got a very interesting matter to discuss with the sheriff.
Later that day, we all went into town. And while we were gone, a young man came down to the dock.
Take it to the show like that.
Possibly. Does this boat go to New Orleans?
Yep, we wind up there.
I'd like to speak to the owner.
Oh, they're all up in town giving the street concert.
Then who's that on deck?
Well, that's Captain Andy's daughter. That's Miss Nolly.
Talking to herself?
Oh, she's play acting, mister. Just like she was in the show.
Oh, I see. All right if I wait.
Go right aboard, mister. Captain Andy will be back pretty soon now.
Is there no mercy in your evil soul? No kindness in your ugly heart? Oh, sir, I beg you on bended knee, stop giving my little daughter diamonds and go home to your wife.
Bravo. Your performance is magnificent. Small wonder you're the leading lady.
Oh, but I'm not.
You're not?
I'm not even a member of the company. Well, that is, not professionally.
But you want to be, don't you?
Oh, yes. Well, I mean...
Why do you want to be an actress?
Why? Well, an ordinary person wouldn't understand.
No? You want to be an actress because it makes everything come true. Every exciting thing you've ever dreamed about. Even if it's make-believe, isn't that it?
Yes, that is it, but how did you know?
Well, for instance, right now, you and I could be Romeo and Juliet, or Elizabeth and Essex, or...
Or Lady Southwaite and Hamilton Barsdale.
Who?
They're in our play, in Tempest and the Sunshine.
Oh, yes, of course.
As a matter of fact, we couldn't be anybody talking like this. We haven't been properly introduced.
Well, that makes no difference in make-believe.
Well, I suppose that's true.
So we could make believe it was just falling in love at first sight. We could make believe I love you. We could make believe that you love me. Others find peace of mind in pretending. Couldn't you?
Couldn't I?
or three. Might as well make believe
If you want to see my father,
Oh, yes. I see they're coming back from town. To our next meeting, no lady.
My daughter says you want to see me, son.
I'll take care of this, Hawks.
Allow me, ma'am. Gaylord Ravenel of the Tennessee Ravenels. I understand that you're heading for New Orleans.
And we don't carry passengers.
Oh, but I'm an actor. And while I don't have my notices here with me,
An actor without notices. A gambler'd be more like it.
We're full up, Mr. Ravenel. Sorry.
Well, it just doesn't seem to be my day, does it? My thanks just the same.
Andy, where's Magnolia?
Nolly? Oh, in Julie's cabin, I suppose.
Well, tell her to help Queenie with the supper.
Yes, ma'am. Nolly, your ma wants you to help Queenie with the supper.
In a minute, Papa. Julie. Oh, I know it's none of my business, Julie, but did anything happen in town? I mean, Steve and Pete.
No, honey, nothing. We didn't even see Pete.
Julie, you love Steve so much, don't you?
That rattlebrain mule. Yes, honey, I love him.
And golly, how he loves you.
Well, now you go ahead and tell me about your handsome stranger. That's what you came in for, isn't it?
Oh, Julie, he's so different.
Oh, River Dan is as thick as locust, Angel.
Oh, I know about men.
Oh.
But then when he stood there and smiled... Julie, why do you love Steve so much?
Why? Well, I love him because... Well, no, I don't even know why. He's not a very good actor on stage. Matter of fact, he's not a very good actor off stage. But he's all mine.
There, could you ever think of loving anyone else?
No, I couldn't. Not ever. Fish gotta swim, birds gotta fly. I gotta love one man till I die. Can't help loving that man of mine. Tell me he's lazy, tell me he's slow. Tell me I'm crazy, maybe I know. Can't help loving that man of mine. When he goes away, that's a rainy day. But when he comes back, that day is fine. The sun will shine. He can come home as late as can be. Without him, ain't no home to me. Can't help loving that man of mine.
Oh, Julie, that's wonderful. I think I could feel that way, too.
And I'll bet you will someday.
That night, about an hour before showtime, I was selling tickets when Parthy sent Joe after me. I couldn't figure it. Sending for me when I was taking in money?
Get in here, Hawk. I could have told you there'd be trouble with Julie.
It's Pete, Captain Andy. He just came aboard with the sheriff.
Sheriff?
I heard him talking about Miss Julie, about her and Mr. Steve.
Well, there's Steve now.
Come in, will you, Captain? You too, Mrs. Hawks. Hurry, please.
Look, would somebody mind telling me...
I'm sorry, but there's no time. I want you to witness this.
It's all right, Captain Andy.
Captain Andy, that's a knife he's got.
Steve. It won't hurt much, honey. Just scratch on your hand.
He's kissing her hand where he cut it.
They're right in there, Sheriff. Him and the woman.
Captain Hawks? Well, sorry, but I got some unpleasant news for you. It's criminal offense in this state for a white man to marry a Negro woman.
Well, what's that got
The
to
name
do...
of the white man is Steve Baker. The name of the Negress is Julie Laverne.
I'm Julie Laverne.
The record says you were born in this county. Your pa was white, your ma was black. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
You two better get your things.
You wouldn't call a man white that's got Negro blood in him, would you?
In these parts, Misty, one drop of black blood makes you black.
Well, I've got more than a drop in me.
He's lying.
Ask Captain Hawks and his wife. They can swear I got Negro blood in me right this minute.
Then how come this first mate here comes and tells me that he's a white...
I'll tell you why, because he's a no-account river rat. Magnolia. He's been bothering Julie, and she has nothing to do with him, and that's why
She's telling the truth, Sheriff. As for you, Pete, you're fired, here and now.
Come along, Steve. The show, we've got to get ready.
No, you don't. Word of this will be all over town in no time.
But Julie's our star. If she don't go on, the people...
It'll be a lot worse if she and her husband are here when the people find out. Now, take my advice and get down the river as soon as you can.
Come on, darling. We'll pack up and leave.
Joe?
Yes, sir, Captain?
Tell Windy to fire the boilers. We'll be leaving tonight.
Julie, wait. Your ma wouldn't like this, honey. And besides, there's Steve waiting for me on the dock.
Julie, I had to say goodbye.
Thanks, honey.
Julie, nothing's changed, nothing.
Noli, always true.
You'll write and let me know how things go.
I'll never forget my Noli. Now you stay happy, honey.
Oh, Julie.
Goodbye, Joe. You ride the river, Joe.
Oh, Miss Julie, I wish as I could...
Julie! Come on, honey, we gotta hurry.
You keep riding that old river, Joe, boy.
Keep riding the river, she said. Keep riding this old river.
There's an old man called Mississippi. That's the old man that I want to be. What does he care if the world's got trouble? What does he care if the land ain't free? Old Man River, that old man River, he must know something, but don't say nothing. He just keeps rolling. He keeps on rolling along. He don't plant taters. He don't plant cotton. And them that plants them is soon forgotten. But old man River, he just keeps rolling along. You and me, we sweat and strain, body all aching and racked with pain. Oh, that smart, it's that veil, you get a little drunk. And your lands in jail.
moments, we'll return with Act Two of Showboat. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of Showboat, winner of Photoplay Magazine's Gold Medal Award. Starring Katherine Grayson as Magnolia, Ava Gardner as Julie, Howard Keel as Gaylord Ravenel, Maud's Champion as Ellie, Gower Champion as Frank, William Warfield as Joe, and J.C. Flippin as Captain Andy.
By early morning, we were well down the river. But there wasn't a smile to be found anywhere aboard the Cotton Blossom Showboat.
So I figured we might just as well talk it over here now at breakfast. We just don't have a show without a leading man and a leading lady. What's more,
Morning, Puffy, dear. Good morning, all. Everybody bright and chipper this morning?
Bright and chipper. How are we going to put on a show? Just answer me that.
Ah, patience, Party, patience. I have a little surprise for one and all.
Well, Captain Andy, tell us
It
what
seems
is.
that last night, just before we left Boonville, somebody came aboard this vessel. Folks, meet our new leading man, Mr. Gaylord Ravenel.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor.
You've met my wife, I believe.
A repeated pleasure, Mrs. Hawks.
And my daughter, Magnolia.
Good morning. So you've solved all our problems, have you? Who are we going to get for a leading lady?
Your daughter, madam. Now listen, Party, we can't get a leading lady till we get to New Orleans. And think of all the money we'd lose.
Yes, Mama, all that cotton crop money.
That's a lot to turn down, Mrs. Hawks.
Besides, we'd never find anybody prettier than Noli, and what's more, she can sing and act just grand. Ellie, I thank you and Frank to hush up. I'm dead set against my daughter performing in public. Oh, Mama, please. And Frank and I, we'll all help her as much as we can. Come on,
Sure we will.
we have to have... Oh, all right. But mind your hops, just till we get to New Orleans.
There'll be a rehearsal of Tempest and Sunshine in exactly 5 minutes. Starring Gaylord Ravenel and Magnolia Hawks. Yes, sir. Right from their first performance, Noli and Ravenel were the hit of our show. But then as the weeks went by, I knew there was something more between them than just play acting. And sooner or later, Parthy was going to find out.
Don't lie to me, Magnolia. I saw you with my own eyes making love to him. Kissing him. Oh, my Gay and I
Mrs.
are...
Hawks, please. May I talk to you?
You can do just one thing for me. Get yourself ashore. Now.
Now, hold on, Parthy. Hold
Captain,
on.
ma'am, I'm asking Noli to be my wife.
You, a no-account river gambler? How dare you?
Gambler? Yes, I'm a gambler. But, Captain Andy, you know yourself that Noli's meant for the life and happiness of the world. I love her, and I'm going to see that she gets them.
And you, my own daughter, are you proud and happy? Looking forward to a life with such as him? Yes, Mom, I am. Then that's a sight I never want to see again. Oh, Mama.
I'll always love you, Noli, no matter what you decide to do. As for you, son, I hope it's not just Saturday night with a cold Monday morning to follow.
Noli, are you still sure? Still sure this is what you want? Maybe you are taking 100 to 1 chance.
I want to be your wife more than anything in the world.
Mrs. Gaylord Ravenel.
You
They got married, and they went away. Oh, they're living in Chicago now, at the Sherman House Hotel. And everything in the world a girl can want, Ravenel bought for her. But there comes a time in a gambler's life when the cards and the dice and the wheels start turning against you.
Dolly, stop looking so serious. Now put those things right back where they belong.
But, darling, the jewelry's worth thousands of dollars. You can sell them, and then we'll...
Stop giving me your diamonds, madam, and go home to your husband's arms.
Gay, won't you listen to me? Won't you be sensible for just once?
Come here, you. Do you love me?
Yes, but I still...
All right, Angel, all right. I'll take your pretty. But I'll get another steak, and we'll be walking on tall air again. Do you trust me, Nolan?
Always.
Just don't ever stop loving me, huh? If ever I catch you batting your eyes at another fella,
I know, darling. I know. Why do I love you? Why do you love me? Why should there be two happy as we?
When you see the why or wherefore, I should be the one you care for.
You're a lucky boy. I am lucky too. Oh, I dream of joy seems to come true. Maybe that's because you love me. Maybe that's why I love you.
Every week, regular, we'd get a letter from Noli telling us how happy she was and how well Gail was doing. The only thing that changed were the addresses. But there just wasn't any way for us to know that the suite in the Sherman House was now just a couple of rooms in the shabbiest part of town.
So, to tell the truth, honey, our steak's just about gone. My luck's sure been running shallow.
But there'll be another game tonight, won't there, Gay? There always is.
I'll get to them, Noli. I almost hit the bonanza last night. If only that third queen had came through.
What does she look like, Gay? Your queen.
Oh, Noli, now look. If you think there's anything going on with me and some other woman...
I know there's no other woman. No flesh and blood woman. I almost wish there were. I'd know how to fight then. But I can't fight this Lady Luck of yours, this fancy queen in her green felt dress. She's whipped me, Gay. For days and nights now, weeks and months. She's whipped me, and I won't be whipped anymore. I just won't.
Oh, now, honey, look. Tomorrow's Christmas. I've still got a little money left. We could go out and...
Tomorrow isn't Christmas. No, it isn't. It's just like Papa said. It's going to be Monday. It's all just like Papa said.
Noli.
You love me, don't you? Only not enough, Gay. Not quite enough. That third queen, she's the lucky one.
What does that mean?
It means that you're a weak man. You're weak.
Noli, I've said enough of this.
Take your hands off me. Take your hands off me before I hate you.
Well, we'll have to do something about this, won't we?
Noli couldn't stay angry at Gay. Nah, not for long. She came back to the rooming house. But as she climbed up the stairs, she heard voices.
You, sure you haven't any other rooms you can show us?
Well, this is all at the moment, Mr. Schultz, but the rent's very reasonable.
Oh, Frank, we can afford better than this.
Well, if you should change... Oh, Mrs. Ravenel, I thought that you...
Ellie!
Well,
no!
Just look at her. Well, how are you?
Oh, no! Oh, there are no two people I'd rather see in this whole world. How are you?
Well, we left the Cotton Blossom, but I guess your pa wrote you about that.
Oh, but that was months ago.
We've been doing pretty good, Noli. We're booked into the Trocadero.
Oh, Ellie, how wonderful.
We opened New Year's Eve.
You see, we just got into town. We were going to drop in on you over at the
Sherman House.
You living here, Noli?
Oh, well, just temporarily. I'll call Gay. Oh, Gay. Gay, darling, get up and see who's here.
Well, seeing as you all know each other, I'll drop by later.
He's not in the bedroom. He's gone. Ellie, he's left a note. Oh, no.
What is it, Noli? Noli, let me read it, honey. My darling, by the time you read this, I will be on a train heading west. What you said was true from the beginning. Oh, Frank.
Remember our good times and forget all the rest so that at least you will never hate me. Gay.
Noli.
Merry Christmas to you all. Oh, Gay.
Frank and Ellie had to get over to that cabaret, the Trocadero. They took Noli with them. There was a rehearsal going on, and the management was having a little trouble with one of the singers.
Now, look, Julie, I'm trying to put on a show. If you've got a drink, would you mind doing it in your dressing room?
Ah, but Jake, this is the holiday season.
It's over for you, Julie. This is work. You promised, remember?
Yeah, that's right. I promise.
That's a good girl.
She's starting on a bust again?
Oh, these fool one-man girls, their fellas walk out on them, they got to tear themselves apart until they hit bottom.
I used to dream that I would discover the perfect lover someday. I knew I'd recognize him if ever he came around my way. I always used to fancy then he'd be one of the godlike kind of men, with a giant brain and a noble head, like the heroes both in the books I've read. But along came Bill, who's not the type at all. You'd meet him on the street and never notice him. His form and face, his manly grace, is not the kind that you would find in a statue. I can't explain. It's surely not his brain that makes me thrill. I love him because he's, I don't know, because he's just my Bill. Anything else, Simon Legree?
We should try on your costume for the finale.
Yes, Martha.
It's in your dressing room.
Yes, Martha. Right away, now.
Sorry to bother you, Mr. Green. Well, that song and dance team, Frank and Ellie Schultz, they're waiting in your office.
Tell them I'll be right up there. That's right, Mr. Green. Schultz and Schultz. Say, we got some great new routines for you.
And if you have a minute, Mr. Green, we brought someone along with us.
Yeah?
How do you do?
She sings, Mr. Green, just like a nightingale. I already got a singer. Besides, well, go on. Let's hear what you can do.
I'll play for you, Noli. Are you ready, honey?
Thanks, Silly.
Fish gotta swim, birds gotta fly. I've gotta love the man till I die. Can't help loving the man of mine.
You ready with that costume, Julie? Jake's going to be pretty short.
Who's that singing?
Oh, some gal the dance act drags in. Needs a job bad, I guess.
Needs a job? Why?
Schultz was telling me she was married to some two-bit gambler, and he walked off and left her flat. Us boys are all no good, you know that.
Shut up.
Come on now, Julie. Snap out of it, will you?
No. Oh, it's Noli.
shine. He can come home as late as can be. Home without him ain't no home to me. Can't help loving that man.
Well, how about it, Mr. Green?
Not bad. Leave word where we can reach you, honey. Something may turn up later, see?
Well, thank you very much. I'll be at the...
Oh, but these dance routines, suppose we...
Boss, you got a minute?
Back in a minute, Schultz.
Yeah, sure. Now, don't worry, Noli. We'll find something for you.
Well?
Julie, she just walked out.
She what?
She's gone. Just laughed in my face and quit.
Well, what about my opening?
She said if you don't hire the little girl who just sang, you're crazy because she's good.
Boy, that tramp.
I'll go after her.
No, let her go. I'm through trying to... Hey, you.
Yes, Mr. Green?
I just been thinking it over. Let's hear that number again.
We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Showboat. Winner of Photoplay Magazine's Gold Medal Award, starring Katherine Grayson as Magnolia, Ava Gardner as Julie, Howard Keel as Gaylord Ravenel, Maud's Champion as Ellie, Gower Champion as Frank, William Warfield as Joe, and J.C. Flippin as Captain Andy.
That New Year's, I made one of the great decisions of my life. I told Parthenia, whether she liked it or not, I was going to go to Chicago. I was going to see Noli and Gay. And what's more, I was going to the Trocadero and watch Ellie and Frank knock 'em dead. And that's exactly what I did. Everything all right, sir? More champagne, perhaps? We do it. Thank you, sir. Say, where in the world did these beautiful ladies come from? The chorus, sir. You invited them to sit down.
Happy New Year! You were telling us about your daughter, Pop. Yeah. Say, she must have plenty of money to be staying at the Sherman house.
Well, as a matter of fact, they got a place of their own now. Noli never told me much about it. Figured she wanted to surprise me. But I'm going to surprise Noli. Because Ellie and Frank, they'll know where she is, see? Happy New Year!
And now the new sensational song and dance duo, Schultz and Schultz.
That's Ellie. That's Ellie and Frank. Oh, wait till you catch them. Taught them everything they know myself. Happy New Year!
Life upon the wicked stage ain't ever what a girl poses. Stage door Johnnies are embracing over you with gems and roses. When you let a fella hold your hand, which means an extra beer or sandwich, everybody whispers, ain't her life a whirl? So you're warned against ruining your reputation. When you played around the one-night trade around this great big nation, wild old men who give you jewels and fables only live in Aesop's fables. A life upon the wicked stage ain't nothing for a girl.
Now I've listened to you moan and grieve. You must pardon me if I do not believe you. There is no doubt you're crazy about your awful state.
I admit it's fun to smear my face with paint, causing everyone to think I'm what I ain't. And I like to play a demi-Monday role with soul. Ask the hero, does he like the way I lure when I play a hussy or a paramour? But when once the curtain's down, my life is pure. And how I dread it. Life upon the wicked stage ain't never had a girl. This door Johnnies are racing over you with gems and roses. I've got talent, but it ain't upon the wicked stage ain't nothing for a girl.
Excuse me, girls. Gotta go back and say hello to Ellie and Frank. Now, wait right here. Don't nobody go away.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the unannounced treat of the evening, that sweetheart of the Mississippi, Miss Magnolia Ravenel.
Noli. My Noli.
The ball is over. The play.
Where did they find her? Back to the river. Quiet, all of you. Listen, let us sing. Let her sing.
The stars are gone. It's not much of a dressing room, Papa, but at least we can sit down.
Oh, you sang just fine, honey.
Oh, it's all right, Papa. I know they didn't like me.
Noli, what about Gay?
I told you everything, Papa.
He hasn't even written to you?
No, it's just like you said it. Monday.
Oh, just forget him, Noli, darling. He's a scoundrel and no good.
Oh, no, Papa, no. He was only trying to think of me.
Well, from now on, you can just be thinking of yourself.
No, I can't do that either, Papa. I'm going to have a baby.
Noli, and you say Gay was thinking of you.
Papa, Gay didn't know. You see, well, he was so worried and let down that I was waiting for things to get better before I told him.
Oh, honey.
Papa, I want to come home if you'll have me.
If we'll have you. Oh, Noli. Noli. Noli's baby was born late that spring. We named her Kim. Hard to say who spoiled her the most, Noli or me or Parthy. The years went by. 2, 3, 4. And all this time, Noli thought Ravenel was still out west. The truth was, he was playing the gambling boats right here on the Mississippi. And one night, Ravenel met a woman.
I'm not trying to bother you, miss, but the bartender told me you were the girl who was singing before.
Yeah, that's right. I work the boats, too. Why?
Well, that song you sang. Fish gotta swim, bird gotta fly.
Huh?
Someone else used to sing that song, someone who mattered very much. And I was hoping maybe you'd sing it again.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I will. Later on.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, you, barkeep.
Yeah, Julie?
Hey, who's that fella?
Him? Oh, fair-sized gambler. Travels with us now and then. Name of Ravenel.
Ravenel. So that's the no good. Hey, Mac, give me a neat rye. I gotta get my courage. Nice place, Natchez. You getting off there?
Oh, hello. No, I'm going all the way to New Orleans.
Or maybe Natchez. Seeing as there's a showboat tied up there.
Oh?
You know, I used to know a lot of showboat people. One in particular. He was so pretty and sweet. So open out, just and sweet.
What are you talking about?
And you know something, mister? Some big, soft-talking card player came along and took her right off the cotton blossom, right off where she belonged. And then left her broken alone in Chicago when she was going to have a baby, when there was nobody around to take care of her.
Who are you?
Oh, you could find that out easy enough. Julie. Julie Laverne.
Julie? So you're... Look, what that you
You
said...
want to see what you left, mister? Here's a newspaper clipping. Pictures, too, see? This week in Natchez. Captain Andy Hawk's daughter and granddaughter.
Give me that. Kim Ravenel. Julia, I never knew. I never knew.
Yeah, I'll bet you never
I take
knew.
my oath. I never knew.
You mean you... Look, I gotta go now. I hope I did right. I know there's always two sides to everything. But anyway, mister, if you ever do get to see Nolly, not get together with her, I mean, but if you ever do get to talk to her, don't ever tell her you saw me. I mean, don't ever tell her you saw me like this.
I won't, Julie.
Good luck, mister.
The cotton blossom, mister? Why, that's the cotton blossom just alongside the wharf there.
Thank you.
Mr. Gay. It's Mr. Gay.
Joe.
Lord. Oh, Lord.
Look, Joe, you haven't seen me. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Joe, my little girl. Kim, where is she?
That's Kim on the dock, Mr. Gay. Over there, playing with her doll.
So you're Kim.
Hello, mister. Do I know you?
No, you don't know me, but could you tell me something? Is your mommy here?
Of course. She's on the boat.
And your daddy?
This is my daddy. Just stop. This one's Nolly and this one is Gay. Of course he isn't my real daddy. He's far away someplace. So I just play make-believe this is my daddy.
Make-believe. Could you make believe that I was your dad?
You know how to play make-believe?
Oh, sure.
All right, you start.
Well, let's see. First of all, I'd put you up on my knee like this, and then I'd put my arms around you, and then I'd say, only make believe I love you. Darling, look, if your daddy really did come back, could you make believe that he'd never been away? Could you, sweetheart?
Of course I could.
Kim.
We were playing make-believe, Mommy.
Kim, it's time for lunch, dear. Grandma's looking for you.
He plays it real wonderful, Mommy.
Hello,
Hello, Gay.
She's lovely, Nolly.
Yes, she is, isn't she?
You look fine, too.
Thank you. Have things gone well for you, Gay?
Oh, yes. I just happened to see the picture, and
Did you?
Well, the one in the newspapers, and Oh, Nolly, there's so much that I want to say to you. So much.
Gay, darling, my darling.
Kim, he's back. Your daddy's back. It's Saturday night again. It's Saturday night forever.
You and me, we sweat and strain, body all aching and racked with pain. Coat that fought and lift that veil, you get a little drunk, and you land in jail. I get weary and sick of trying. I'm tired of living and scared of
Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And I'd just like to add my thanks for an enchanting evening to Catherine Grayson, Ava Gardner, Howard Keel, Marge and Gower Champion, William Warfield, and J.C. Flippin. Now I want you to meet the Gold Medal Award winner as producer of Showboat and first vice president of the Screen Producers Guild, Mr. Arthur Freed.
Thank you, Bill. And may I introduce the Gold Medal Award winner as director of Showboat and president of the Screen Directors Guild, George Sidney.
Thank you, Arthur Freed. Hello, Bill. We enjoyed the show tremendously and would like to add our congratulations to the cast. They were superb.
You know, as I predicted last year, you've gone ahead and developed some brand new stars out at MGM.
Yes, Bill, and believe me, it's a real thrill to direct young players like Marge and Gower Champion in Showboat and have them jump to stardom in their very next picture. Everything I Have Is Yours. Say, what is your play for next week?
It's one of MGM's outstanding successes of past seasons, Rudyard Kipling's famous story of Kim. And starring in their original roles will be Errol Flynn and Dean Stockwell.
Well, it was a fine motion picture and should make a great radio show. Good night, Bill.
Good night. Good night. And thank you, George Sidney and Arthur Fleed, and all of tonight's great cast.
The Hollywood Radio Theater is produced by Mr. William Keeley. Our orchestra is directed by Rudy Schrager. This is John Milton Kennedy inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway Is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. It's into January now, and Broadway's settled down to another year's worth of living. The days have begun to drift backward again, away from you, and it started all over. Punch the time card, smile at the boss, and the comments made. But the main chunk of dream is still there, and on Broadway it could happen. In the carnival, somewhere in there, in that eddy of crowd, or that one. Or across the street where the girl with the yellow hair sees your smile and blows a kiss. It's happened. But no dreams where I was. Long ago dreams resolved into hands full of crumbling plaster and thrown away. This place, empty tenements, abandoned, seen now for two men at very early morning time. Me.
You're not going to take me, Copper?
And murder suspect.
I didn't do anything, Copper.
Come on down from there, we'll talk it over. I'm coming up after you.
I got a gun. I'm going to use it, Copper.
All right. Wherever you are, just listen for a moment. Slide your gun toward me on the floor. When you do that, I'll turn on this flash. Then walk toward me with your hands up. After that, I'll listen to what you...
chance, Copper. You should have listened first.
Come on, Danny. Come on. Yeah. Now, we'll try another one, Danny. Yeah, that one should do it. All right, can you sit up? Hey, come on, I'll help you.
I'm okay, Markham.
Oh, look, it's my day for helping. Let me help you. You don't have to be a hero. You don't have to stand up.
Leave me alone. You get away?
You sure did. Brings your batting average down a little, Danny.
Real funny.
Well, don't let it worry you. We'll get him.
I'm not worried. Everything is just...
There's an all-points bulletin out on him, Danny. We'll get him. Won't take long. Make you feel better?
Yeah, real fine.
The lady recognized him when he came out of the alley with a gun as the neighborhood drunk, neighbor Herb Lennon. Description, everything.
I should have had him, Muggavan. 10 minutes after he shot that man in the alley, I had him cornered in here and lost him.
Oh, forget it. Come on, I'll take you back to headquarters.
Danny?
Come on in, Sergeant.
My.
Something hurt you, Jim?
You do, Danny. The lump you got there hurts me, if you must know.
Thanks. You got something for me?
Indeed, I do. As soon as I heard of the lump, I called Mrs. P., who prescribed the following poultice. Take a square yard of plaid wool,
Gino.
preferably of the clan of...
No, Gino, please.
Very well, Lieutenant. If you would care to know, there have been no reports on the matter of the All Points Bulletin on Herbie Lennon.
That's what I wanted to know.
And various items on the deceased whom Herb Lennon is alleged to have...
Just tell me.
Deceased name, Joseph Brady. 45 years old. Address, 1212 East 48.
Good neighborhood.
Death instantaneous from .38 caliber bullet fired from up close. Site of death, alley between his apartment house and East 47.
What else?
Preliminary investigation shows the following. The deceased, Joseph Brady, was well-to-do, living off of royalties from a gadget he had invented. A kind of a bottle opener for the bar trade and home use, which he did invent about 5 years ago.
Any connection between him and Herbie Lennon?
None, Danny, as far as known as yet. Can you manage, Lieutenant?
Yeah. Danny Clover speaking.
This is Herbie Lennon.
Where are you, Herbie?
Subway phone booth. 34th and Lexington. I'll wait for you, copper. And I'll talk to you. You better hurry before I change my mind.
I'll be right there.
I'll leave the recipe for the poultice right here on your desk, Danny. Please use it. Remember, I hurt too.
You missed it. You're looking.
Herb Lennon?
In the flesh.
Come on, Herb.
Yeah. Come on, Herb. Let's get out of here, Herb. It hurt, mister? It hurt when I brained you?
Yeah, it hurt.
Hey, you passed out.
Uh-huh.
The same like me. It gets too big to handle, I pass out. You gonna listen to me?
What?
You'll listen, maybe, but you won't believe me.
Tell me.
I know you're not gonna believe me. Tell you anyhow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I tapped you on your skull. It wasn't right. I shouldn't have done that.
I'll be upstairs, Herb.
Wait, will you?
For what?
I don't know. Just wait a minute, huh?
All right. Well, Herb?
I'm a drunk. But you can tell that, can't you?
Come on.
No, wait. I'm a drunk. Some things about my type drunk, maybe you don't know.
Up the stairs, Herb.
I told you wait. Didn't I tell you wait? You gotta understand the kind of drunk I am. Neighborhood drunk. Gutter drunk. Saturday to Monday drunk. If I'm lucky, sometimes in between. And I do things.
Like you did last night, Herb. Kill and run.
I do things. I black out, and people tell me after how I do things. It gets big screams in the neighborhood, the things I do. Only sometimes
what?
Sometimes, right in the middle, I'm doing something I don't know what. I come to. And I say to myself, what are you doing here, Herb? Who is this you're with? And another thing, who are you, Herb? The questions I ask myself.
Like last night, huh?
Yeah, just like last night. That was one of those sometimes. Sometimes when I come to and there was a gun in my hand and this guy dead by my feet. A guy out of nowhere.
Joe Brady, the man you shot.
A guy out of nowhere dead at your feet. And a thing like that closes in on you, you know? You get the meanies and you run. Something gets in the way like you did.
Come on, Herb. Let's go book you for murder.
You didn't understand a word I said, did you, mister? You didn't understand. I'm just a drunk. No killer. All those things people scream laughing over what I did. Not once was it I hurt somebody. I don't hurt nobody. I got enough of my own to last me 1 billion years, so why go looking to hurt somebody? Kill somebody? I'm a nothing drunk. I did that, mister. I killed.
Come on, Herb. And up the subway stairs and into another pattern of roar and chill and winter shadows. January days played against stone, against pavement, against crowd. And the woman who slows for a moment, considers you, considers the man at your side, smiles the knowing winter smile, the secret winter smile. And Herbie's mouth shapes an emotion about her, and her step quickens, flight into crowd. The squad car then, push Herb into it, ride drifting day. And it becomes headquarters and the booking of Herb Lennon for suspicion of murder. And upstairs now, from the corridor to your office, and the desk to pass.
Danny?
Yeah, I know, Gino, the poultice. I'll do
So
it.
quick to jump to false presumptions, Danny, I am surprised at you.
Not the poultice?
Your health and the lumps that go with it is a private affair after all.
Then what?
Under your very nose, on my desk, a tumbler full fresh camellias. And this is your comment?
Well, they're very nice, Gino. Now,
and how it comes to pass that the sergeant is bedesked with a tumbler full fresh camellias, this does not occur to you to ask?
All right, Gino, how come?
Given to me out of the blue. By visitor, a doll, a charmer, a lady of refinement and sensitivity who even now waits for you in your office. For you, there was a bachelor button which I have laid neatly across...
Who is she? What does she want?
Party by the name Miss Sally Carr. What she wants is a thing meant to murder Joe Brady. And I tell you, Danny, if it were not that my eyes are already fastened on a certain Mrs. Tartaglia... this kindly lady...
Steady, Gino.
Hi, Danny.
Miss Carr?
It was the sergeant's whim to lay your flower, the one I brought you, across your calendar. He said it would sweeten your day. I thought it so delicate of him, and I didn't have...
He said it was about Joe Brady.
May I place the flower in your buttonhole, Mr. Clover? It's what it was meant for.
What about Joe Brady, Miss Carr?
Him? Oh, very simple. Something I believe you should know about him.
What?
That I killed him. It does seem a little shocking, doesn't it? But I did. I really did. I took a gun, and I shot him, and I killed him. There now, Mr. Clover. How nice you look.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The new year has doled out only so many of its night times, and Broadway has already used them. Drained their moonflow, their trumpeting, their whispers. The long night times, quick surge, quick ebb of night times. And a new one coming up. And take your place in line. Wait for the new falling of darkness. Beat the change of price. And it will come like other Broadway darknesses. Explosion, laughter, shock. In the corridor where now walks solitude, wait. At edge of neon dream, wait. Soon there is night. And in the office at headquarters, gray flow of winter twilight, and the twilight woman who had brought camellias for a sergeant's desk, who had placed a flower in your lapel, who had confessed to murder.
Such a restful time. Such a lovely time.
What?
The close of day, Mr. Clover. When there's stillness and so much that's beautiful. And so many sweet thoughts crowding in to be heard.
Miss Carr.
And the planning of kindnesses. Such a delicious, wonderful time of day. Though I must confess...
I know, but you killed.
Oh, that... No, my other confession. That I hate darkness. I'm afraid of it. It's silly, I know, but I'm no longer a young girl, Mr. Clover. 45, to be precise. And darkness...
Let's get back to the murder of Joe Brady, shall we, Miss Carr?
If you wish.
You've confessed to the murder of a man.
Of course. Because I did it.
Why did you kill Brady? Miss Carr.
So much good left to be done, Mr. Clover. And so many dependent upon me for it. At least I deceive myself into believing that they are. And now I've gone and spoiled it for them.
Why did you kill Brady?
Please, Mr. Clover. It's her. I took a gun. I shot him in cold blood. Her. And so many other things to think about now.
Where did you get the gun? Tell me, Miss Carr.
I'm very tired, Mr. Clover. And he was a very evil man. And he deserved the death.
You knew Brady that well, that he was that kind of man that he needed you to kill him? That was one of the niceties you do for people, Miss Carr?
For Herb, it was. How much he needed what I did for him at that moment.
Herb Lennon?
That poor, helpless boy. Like a child in his drunkenness. And that man beating him and cursing him and beating, and Herbie crying. And I took a gun and killed that man and told Herbie it was all right. He could go home.
Yeah. You understand, Miss Carr, we're going to book you for suspicion of murder.
If you'd only listened to me. How simple I tried to make it for you. You could have done what was needed without all this. Where now, Mr. Clover?
And Miss Carr straightens her knitted mittens, gets up from her chair and lays a hand on your arm. Mannerism of gentle lady being led away to jail, and remarks about it.
After all, the day of the dungeon is past. And after all, I have committed a crime.
So book her on suspicion, get a copy of her address from the desk sergeant, tip your hat to Miss Carr, and leave her. Out into the street, squad car ride to East 37th, tenement neighborhood in early January evening. Winter chill against built-in shadow. Yellow pools of light from windows as if spilled from a broken bottle and swept thin. The walkers are solitary and wear their loneliness as tightly around them as their zippered leather jackets. So punch doorbells and ask questions of Miss Carr's neighbors and get answers like the answers Mrs. Taylor gets you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All I want to know is whether you think Miss Carr could have killed a man.
You're crazy.
Look, Mrs. Taylor, she confessed to doing it.
You're out of your mind.
Suppose you just tell me a little bit about Miss Carr.
With the greatest of pleasure, mister. Because Sally Carr is a blessing to all of us. You know what this neighborhood is. I don't have to tell you. Where kids grow up, so you police can assign them numbers. So you can...
Just tell me about Miss Carr.
Someone around here gets sick. Sally Carr's nurse, doctor, and file. Organizes things so everyone will have something for Christmas. Organizes things so we women can have our babies in hospitals.
Oh. Now tell me something about Herbie Lennon.
I'm glad you asked. Because now you know what kind of woman Sally is. Herbie is her pet problem and her pet charity. She clothes him, has for as long as she's lived around here. Herbie's a drunk, but it don't make no difference to Sally. Gives him a quarter or $1.
How long has Miss Carr lived around here?
Oh, let's see now. About 5 years, I think. And let me tell you something, mister. If you think Sally Carr killed a man, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to court and say that she was with me at the time of the killing.
She confessed it, Mrs. Taylor.
Because she's Sally Carr. She's just covering for that sot baby. Now, you get out of here. I don't like what your mouth says about Sally Carr.
Danny? Hey, I'm talking to you, Danny.
So what do you want, Muggavan?
Why don't you take a rest, let me walk around the office for a while?
Forget it.
Forget it, he says. Look, I had as much grief as you did today. I talked to some of our neighbors, too. 37th Street formed a block committee and came down in protest.
Oh?
Yeah. 3 of them said they were going to take the stand and swear Sally Carr was with them at the time.
Yeah, I know.
Right now, she's got her whole cell block singing spirituals in 4-part harmony. Do you think she killed anybody, Danny?
What do you think?
This Muggavan, Tim. I'm calling for Lieutenant Clover. Release Sally Carr. Right. Right, Danny.
Yeah. I'll meet her downstairs with a squad car. Take her home. And full squall of winter night now. And lightning-like storm of winter lights, gleam, refraction, phosphorescence. Ride it. And at your side, the dainty woman. And thin-lipped and trembling her protests of guilt.
I killed, and you're being very silly. Quite childish about it. And the girls and me in our cell. How well we sang together.
The never end of soliloquy on pitfalls of crime and etiquette of punishment. Until you escort her to her door. Help her shrewdly with the mechanics of key and the lock. And change of water in vases of
flowers, blossoms, Were you lonely for me?
Go home, where quiet is, and sleep. And morning at headquarters, morning in your office is a man from Brooklyn, man with identity.
Stan Clamley. Clamley, got it, fella?
What can I do for you, Mr. Clamley?
A deal. You talk deal, mister?
What deal, Mr. Clamley?
Last night in the paper in front of the handicappers, I noticed picture. Certain lady you held for murder, then released.
What about her?
What about her is pleased to convey to me her home address. As, if she is whom I think she is, this lady owes me for a plate glass window to my restaurant, through which she threw my blue plate special of that year.
What?
Also for the fixtures, which she and her boyfriend broke in at toothpicks at the time. My counselor will be very obliged to you, and will extend to you the courtesy a percentage that I take from the lawsuit. My deal.
The woman you're talking about, Sally Carr, is...
Sally Carr, she said. 6 years to yesterday. The time of the broken glass, etc., in my restaurant. Known to me as Hazel Thomas, the lady boogeyman of the neighborhood. 6 years now, my lawyer and...
Now, hold it a minute, huh, Mr. Clamley?
Yes, that's the procedure.
I want you to look at a photograph. Here, take a look.
Don't mind. Hey, this is of a dead man. Hey.
What, Mr. Clamley?
This fella by the picture. The dead. Sure, that's Joe. Sure, Joe Brady, the boyfriend of Hazel I was telling you about. This is how he is now.
You said this woman you've been looking for was known in your neighborhood. What neighborhood, Mr. Clamley?
Down by Prospect Park, from 212 to 218th Street. Corner of Brighton and 215 is my restaurant. Down the street is a bar and grill where this Hazel was lapping it up before she... Hey. Hazel Thomas and Joe Brady dead. And I'm worried about a plate glass.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Clamley. Thanks a lot.
What are you drinking, friend?
Police.
Yeah. Hey, Mickey, you owe me $1. Police, I stole you. What's yours?
I want you to look at a couple of pictures. We're trying to find out.
Yeah, you're casing the neighborhood and asking. I know the routine. Let me see them.
Here.
Hazel Thomas and Joe Brady.
You're sure?
You showed me and I told you. What do you want me to do? Put carrots in your ears and hang on to them and say, please believe me? Hazel Thomas and Joe Brady, friend.
They used to live around here, didn't they?
Yes.
Tell me about them.
Love.
Oh?
Yeah, when Hazel wasn't chasing Joe around the block with a meat axe, they were covering love on the table over my last boot over there. Go look at it. Notches all around the edge of the table.
Then Joe got rich, huh?
Yeah, he invented that thing over there in the ginger ale bottle. $1 item worth 39 cents. Joe give me one free.
Then what?
Then what?
Well, what happened to Joe after he got rich?
He bid Hazel fond farewell and left Brooklyn with 2 black eyes and a snaggled tooth. Never come back.
Now tell me something about Hazel.
The meanest drunk I ever seen in my life. Probably the worst dame that ever lived.
Tell me.
Mean, that's all. Look, like a bum come in and ask her to buy a beer. She'd buy it, wait for the foam to settle, hand it to the bum, and spill it all over him. And then she'd get down on the floor and laugh and kick the floor. She'd laugh so hard. Then, like you'd be reading the newspaper. Now, you don't see it, see? She'd light the paper and get down on the floor again and bang with her heels.
That's it, huh?
Oh, mean, like I said, like to hurt people. Little hurt. The worst, no good, horrible dame you ever saw. That was Hazel.
Danny?
Huh?
This time of day, she's probably having her tea. A nice, sweet lady like her.
Find out.
Why, Mr. Clover, what a pleasant surprise. And this gentleman must be a friend of yours.
May I present Detective Mugland?
Charmed, I'm real sure.
And so am I. Come in, come in. I'm just having tea. Right in here. Oh, please sit down. I'll pour.
No tea for me, thanks.
Me either.
No tea?
Miss
Well-
Carr,
Oh, I know. Dandelion wine. I have some in the closet.
Thanks, but we just had some.
What?
Do you know why we're here, Miss Trent?
Why, of course. The time of the day. Calling time. We're old friends now.
Guess again.
Should I, Mr. Clover?
Yeah.
Well, let's see now.
I'll give you a hint. Try murder.
Oh, you've come to take me back.
That's right.
I told you all along. Well, you just wait and I'll pack a few things.
Well, let's just talk for a little while.
How nice.
What the lieutenant wants to tell you is that you're not going to stand trial on the basis of your confession.
Why, whatever do you mean?
Well, if you'd stand trial on that basis, you'd get off. First of all, no jury would believe a sweet lady like you could kill a man. No motive. Secondly, all your neighbors, character witnesses. Some of them will even furnish you with an alibi.
If you love people, they'll love you back.
Just pay attention. The jury would say Sally Carr was covering for Herbie. Acquit Sally Carr. Sally Carr could never stand trial again for the murder of Joe Brady.
The way you planned it, Hazel.
Hazel?
That's right. There's no Sally Carr. Your confession wouldn't even be legal. Your name is Hazel Thomas.
Why, what are you talking about?
We've talked to a lot of people, Hazel, including people from Brooklyn.
Yeah, you really left your mark on Brooklyn, Hazel.
Matter of fact, if you'd paid a man for the plate glass window you kicked out, maybe we'd never have caught up with you.
Fellas,
Uh-huh.
why don't you give an old party an even chance?
Like what?
Give me a running start for that meat axe I got in the kitchen. A laugher, huh? I'll show you.
Let go of him. Let go. Take it easy here.
You leave me alone with that slob for 2 more minutes. That scratch on his face will end at his toes.
Give me a handkerchief, will you, Dan?
Here. Hazel,
Yeah,
you killed Brady because he ran out on you, huh?
sure. Makes a gadget. He goes crazy. After all the times we had together. You don't know the times we had together.
I heard.
You can believe it, too.
So you tracked him down and moved close by. Changed your name and your personality, too.
Nurtured a drunk named Herbie. A drunk who blacked out. So when you finally got your old boyfriend in an alley and shot him, you could stick the gun in Herbie's hand.
It took 5 years. But I paid off Brady.
Ready, Hazel?
You aren't going to let me race you to the meat axe, huh? Sure. I'm ready. Let's go.
Broadway's sleeping now. The furious avenue of the night is still. Stretches out in front of you, without beginning, without end. The dumping grounds of refuse and ashes and leftovers. The neon words are turned off. But look there, where the sidewalk meets the street. It's your name, written on water. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Paula Winslow was heard as Hazel. Featured in the cast were Martha Wentworth, Sidney Miller, Benny Rubin, and Paul Frees. Bill Anders speaking.
Broadway is My Beat has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
55 minutes, you've been listening to the best in radio drama with Theater 5 and Broadway is My Beat. Join us again Monday night at the same time, 9:05, when FEN will present Dragnet and X-1.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Are you reducing tooth decay with Amident ammoniated toothpaste?
Well, answer him, George.
Of course, Gracie. I use Amident twice a day.
You can smile when you say that.
Yes, it's the Amident Show, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, B. Benaderet, Howard McNear, Hal March, Harry Lubin, and the Amident Orchestra. For healthy laughter, it's George and Gracie. And for healthier teeth, for fewer cavities, it's Amident toothpaste. Since her return from Europe last week, Gracie has been the center of attraction among her neighbors. We find her now telling Blanche Morton all about Paris.
Oh, Blanche, I adored Paris. It's so gay and romantic.
Well, Gracie, it's sure good to see you. Or as the French would say, je suis enchantée.
Is that what that means, good to see you?
Uh-huh.
Gee, I slapped 12 Frenchmen for saying that to me.
Tell me about those Frenchmen, Gracie. Are they really, you know?
Oh, they sure are, Blanche.
It must be fun there.
Oh, yes. It's like being in a country full of Bill Goodwins.
They're romantic, huh?
Are they? If your husband isn't with you every minute, well.
Oh, I'll bet George was fit to be tied.
Yeah, I wish I'd thought of it.
Gracie, do those Frenchmen really eat snails?
Oh, I don't think so, Blanche. They couldn't eat snails and work that fast. Why, in France, even men in their 60s are romantic.
Sexagenarians?
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but they're romantic. Oh, gee, Blanche. I wish our husbands had some French blood.
Yeah, or any other kind.
You know, George used to be very romantic when we were first married.
Ha, that's husbands for you. During the honeymoon, they're so gallant, so dashing. But look how they wind up.
I can't even wind George up.
Remember when your husband used to rush home from work and greet you with those 3 little words?
Oh, George still greets me with 3 little words. What's for dinner?
Just like my Harry. First thing when he gets in the house, the lid comes off the pot.
Oh, you're lucky. George leaves his hat on.
I'll bet those Frenchmen aren't like that, are they, Gracie?
Oh, no, Blanche. They're so charming and romantic. When you sit down to have dinner, they bow and kiss your hand.
Does George ever kiss your hand before dinner?
With his appetite, I'd be afraid to let him try
it. Yeah. If every year of marriage could only be like the first year.
Mm-hmm. We ought to pass a law. A law that says a marriage license is only good for 1 year.
1 year?
Yeah. And then if a man wanted to keep his wife, he'd have to renew it, like a dog license.
Yes.
But in order to renew it, he'd have to court his wife all over again, have a date with her, and ask her to marry him.
Well, it's a fine idea, Gracie, but our husbands will never do it.
They'll have to. I'll make it a law. The Taft-Gracie law.
What's Taft got to do with it?
Nothing, but he's in all the laws.
Well, Gracie, you can't force a man to be romantic. You've got to be subtle about it.
Well, do you think that would work on George?
Well, sure. Now, look, did you buy a negligee in Paris?
Oh, a beautiful one, all black lace.
Well, try that on George.
Oh, Blanche, with his figure.
No, Gracie, you wear the negligee.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Oh, wait till George sees me in that negligee. Oh, George, I've been waiting for you. Look at me. Well, darling?
What's for dinner?
George, is that all you have to say?
No. I hope your Uncle John is going back to San Francisco. He keeps eating the pickles. And you know how I love a pickle before dinner. I better go and see if
No, George, wait.
What is it?
Oh, look, my lips are puckered. Doesn't that give you an idea?
You've been eating the pickles, too.
Oh, look at me. You haven't even noticed what I'm wearing.
Oh, yeah. You better take that nightgown off. You'll get pickle juice on it.
It's not a nightgown. It's a negligee.
Well, here. Slip on my coat. You'll freeze.
George, all I need to keep me warm is a pair of arms.
That's silly. Take the whole coat. I'm going out to get a pickle.
No, you're not.
Why?
Oh, you're going to court me. You're going to take me out on a date and ask me to marry you.
Are you crazy or something? I did that 16 years ago.
Well, I want you to do it again.
What for?
To put a little fire into your heart.
Let me eat a pickle. That'll do it.
I mean, the fire of romance. I want to recapture the thrill of our courtship. I want you to be the same dashing lover who swept me off my feet.
Look, honey, there's a time for everything. I'm at the pickle age now. I only hope that they didn't eat up.
Well. Well, look who's here. Look who's here.
Oh, hello, Uncle John.
Oh, it's nice to see you two together. Oh, it's nice. What's doing?
Well, I'm trying to build a fire under George.
Oh. Why, what's a strange place for a man to get cold?
Tracy, would you leave the room for a moment? I want to talk to Uncle John alone.
Well, that's fine. No romance for your wife, but the minute Uncle John walks in the room...
Oh, go.
Yeah, I can take a hint.
Now, look, Uncle John, when I invited you to stay here last week, I thought you were our sponsor, the man who makes Amidon's toothpaste.
Oh, but I'm not. Oh, I wish I were. Oh, I love Amidon. Oh, it makes your teeth so... Oh, it's good, I tell you.
Yes, well, we all like it. But getting back to you living here, there's an old saying, 2 is company and 3 is a crowd.
Oh, that's a nice saying. Oh, I like it. Oh, 2's company and 3's... Oh, that's a Derby-do.
Look, so one of us has to pack up and go to San Francisco. That would leave 2.
Yeah. Oh, but we'd miss you, George. Oh, we'd miss you a lot. Oh, we like you. Oh, even Mr. Purvis likes you.
There's something else I want to talk to you about. Your friend, Mr. Purvis.
Oh, he's a strong, rugged man, Mr. Purvis. He wakes up by himself in the morning. He sleeps in the park, you know.
Yeah. I know he sleeps in the park, but he eats here. Every time I walk into the kitchen, he's eating.
Oh, he's a proud man, Mr. Purvis. Oh, he's very proud. I tell him he can owe us for the food, but no, sir. He refuses to owe any man. He insists we give it to him outright. Oh, he's proud.
He's a proud man, Mr. Purvis. And he's neat, too. Yes.
Oh, so that reminds me, I must run out and get the latest paper for Mr. Purvis. Oh, he doesn't like to sleep under yesterday's paper. I'll see you later.
Yes. Gracie, you've got to tell your Uncle John to go back home. He and that Purvis are driving me nuts. There isn't one pickle left in that kitchen.
Well, if certain people would be more romantic to certain people, then certain people wouldn't need their uncles around to keep certain people from getting lonesome.
You mean if I go through with the second courtship business, you'll send them home?
Certain people catch on very quickly.
It's not hard when certain people hit them with a club. What do I have to do?
Well, we'll pretend we're single, and you ask me for a date tonight.
Okay. How about a date tonight?
Oh, no, not like that. First, tell me you love me.
I love you.
You love me madly.
I love you madly.
Now, say it with feeling, like you meant it.
I love you madly.
Now, ask me for a date.
How about a date tonight?
How about a date tonight, darling?
How about a date tonight, darling?
Well, put some passion in it.
How about a date tonight, darling?
Now, let's hear the whole speech.
I love you madly. How about a date tonight, darling?
Sorry, I'm busy.
You're busy?
Oh, no, I'm not really. I just said that so you'd think I was very popular. Now, don't forget, you're going to propose tonight.
Just better get rid of your Uncle John.
Oh, come in.
Hi, Burns.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Say, have you got any plans for tonight?
I'm afraid so, Bill. Tonight is something I've been waiting for 16 years. George is going to ask me to marry him.
To marry him? Impetuous little beaver, isn't he?
It's a gag, Bill. Gracie wants me to court her again.
Oh.
It's so silly. I courted her 16 years ago.
But that courtship has grown cold.
If you think that one's cold, wait till you get this one.
Switching networks didn't slow you down a bit, did it?
George, I just had a sensational idea. We'll really make tonight's date just like old times. Bill, you can be Riley Jackson.
Who's Riley Jackson?
He was my rival for Gracie's hand. I guess you know who lost.
Yeah, Gracie.
That you could have left with NBC.
Riley Jackson was Mother's choice, Bill. He was the bartender, and every Saturday night when he came to call, he'd bring something for Mother.
Really? What did he bring?
Father.
Yeah, they were each carrying a load.
Now, come on, boys. You're rivals, and you both want me to go out with you tonight. Start rivaling.
Okay. Well, go out with me, Gracie. We'll go to Sam's Delicatessen, where they've got great pickles.
Go with me, Gracie. We'll go up on Mulholland Drive and park in the moonlight. I can do better than George with one hand tied behind me.
Oh, tie both hands and I'll consider it.
Well, all right. I'll take you to Ciro's then. The Mocambo, Romanoff's, the Brown Derby. How about it?
Well, where will you take me, George?
You'll love Sam's pickles.
My, it's hard to decide. Oh, I'll tell you what. Each of you kiss me, and then I'll make my decision.
Oh, no. That's...
George. That's the way it actually happened. And besides, you've got nothing to worry about. I picked you, and I can't change history.
No. All right. Here's my kiss.
And now you, Riley Jackson.
Get ready, baby.
George?
What?
Let's do this over again, and this time you'll be Riley Jackson and Bill will be George.
Oh, no.
Bill Goodwin, folks. Every week at this time, I ask you this question. Are you reducing tooth decay with Amident ammoniated toothpaste? Are you? Have you tried this amazing new discovery to reduce tooth decay, Amident toothpaste? Are your children using Amident to help protect them from the pain and grief of ugly cavities every time they brush their teeth? Yes, Amident is a revolutionary discovery, a genuine ammoniated toothpaste. That means it contains 2 wonderful ingredients to help prevent cavities. No other leading toothpaste contains these ingredients. No wonder more dentists recommend Amident toothpaste and tooth powder than any other dentifrice. But make no mistake, Amident toothpaste still does everything your regular toothpaste can do. It cleans teeth superbly. It checks unpleasant breath. And as for taste, you'll love it. The single difference between Amident and regular toothpaste is this. Amident actually does help prevent cavities because Amident is ammoniated. So if you want truly effective anti-decay action in toothpaste form, ask for Amident. A-M-M-I-D-E-N-T. Amident toothpaste at your drug counter. Next week, I hope you'll answer yes when I ask, are you reducing tooth decay with Amident toothpaste? Ever hear of the Taft-Gracie law? Well, that's Gracie's new plan to keep romance alive in marriages. And it states that every year couples become single again, whereupon the husband must recourt his wife. On the promise that Gracie's Uncle John would move out, George has agreed. And we now find the Burnses having a date.
Oh, George, I enjoyed that movie. Humphrey Bogart is so wonderful.
Lauren Bacall is quite a dish, too. I'd like to talk to Bogart someday.
What about?
Well, a man is naturally curious to know what it's like to be married to a gorgeous, seductive siren.
I don't think our marriage is any of his business.
I'll quit while I'm ahead.
And besides, dear, we're not married tonight, remember?
I've been trying to forget.
Oh, now, George, we're going to have fun. We'll do everything just like we did on our first date. Come on, let's go into this drugstore.
Is that where I took you on our first date?
Mm-hmm. And, George, I want you to order the same thing tonight you ordered then. What a thrill I got when you said to the man, 1 vanilla soda with 2 straws.
I couldn't order a soda with 2 straws now, Gracie. I'd be embarrassed to death.
Well, now you've got to. Everything must be exactly the same.
But, Gracie,
Oh, please, George.
Oh, all right. Come on.
Hello, folks. Sit right down here.
Thanks.
Funny thing, 2 of those silly high school kids were just sitting there. What do you think they ordered? 1 soda with 2 straws. Did you ever hear of anything sillier than that? The whole time they were in here, I was trying to guess whether it was love or the 15 cents. Yeah. Well, what would you folks like?
Who, us?
Sure.
Well, tell him what we'd like, George.
Yeah, what do you want?
A vanilla soda and 2 straws.
Well, anyhow, with you, Bud, I don't have to do any guessing.
Just get the soda, Bud, and never mind the conversation.
Okay. That was vanilla, wasn't it?
Yes.
You know, we serve a scoop of ice cream in our sodas.
So what?
So would you like 2 spoons, or will you wrestle her for that?
Get the soda.
Oh, thanks for the soda, dear. I'm sorry you got into a fight with that clerk.
He got too fresh to suit me.
Oh, you sure shut him up. When he said he'd knock you down, he didn't know who he was talking to.
No.
But when you got up, you told him.
That big coward. Hitting a man with glasses.
Yeah, and he didn't even take the soda out of them.
Well, let's go home. I've had enough of this.
Oh, but darling, we haven't had our stroll in the park yet. That's the way you proposed to me, remember?
Gracie, I'm tired and my feet hurt.
You want Uncle John to leave, don't you?
Well, okay, we'll go to the park. At least I can sit on a bench and rest my feet and feed the squirrels peanuts.
Feed the squirrels peanuts when you've got me?
Well, I'll give them their choice. Let's go.
It's nice here in the park. I love being in the great out of doors with you, George. It makes me feel like Tarzan's mate. Tarzan's mate.
I heard you the first time. That was an owl up in the tree.
Oh. Anyway, I think of myself as Tarzan's mate. Tarzan's mate.
That was the owl again.
Nosy, isn't he?
Knows the owl there.
You're not acting very romantic, George.
I don't feel romantic.
Maybe I should have dated Riley Jackson.
Who?
There's that nosy owl again.
That was me. Who was it you should have dated?
Riley Jackson. Riley Jackson.
That was the owl.
No, that was the fellow who used to bring my father home.
I meant it was the owl that said who.
Oh, I thought you said it.
I said it the first time. Me.
That was the owl.
For Pete's sake, let's go home.
No, wait, George. You haven't proposed to me yet.
I can't think of anything to say.
Well, get down on your knees and it'll come to you.
Oh, all right. Oh, boy. I feel like Al Jolson.
I wish you felt more like Larry Parks.
Tracy, I hear someone coming. Help me up.
Oh, it's Bill Goodwin.
He looks just like that owl.
And there's a girl with him, Natch. Oh, hello, Bill.
Oh, it's George and Gracie. Folks, I'd like you to meet the girl, my one and only sweetheart. This is Miss Roberts.
No, my name is Bramford.
Oh, pardon me. I thought this was Tuesday.
Would you like to share this bench with us?
Well, George, we better find a bench of our own. See, I'm going to pop the question tonight.
Oh.
Come on, Peggy. We'll see you later, folks.
George, did you hear that? Bill's going to pop the question. Go hide under their bench and listen.
What? Hide?
Well, you'll learn how it's done by an expert.
Gracie, I wouldn't think of hiding under their bench. Bill might say something I shouldn't hear. Why, he might even... Wait here, kid.
Peggy, darling.
Yes, Bill, honey?
There's something I've been wanting to ask you.
I know, Bill, and I've been wanting you to.
If you say yes, you'll make me the happiest man in the world.
Well, ask me, darling. I'm waiting.
Are you reducing tooth decay with Amident ammoniated toothpaste?
Of course I'll marry you, and we'll be... What did you say?
You love the sparkling smile Amident gives you, Peggy. It leaves your teeth bright, and you say your mouth never felt so clean. Amident is a grand wake-up toothpaste.
Bill, we didn't come out here to brush our teeth, did we?
Oh, no, but it's an idea. Amident tastes delightful. That's why it's easy to get children to use it. And it's wonderful to know that Amident is helping to protect their teeth against decay. Amident has been tested and commended by Parents Magazine.
But, Bill, I thought... Oh.
Huh? What's the matter, Peggy?
Well, there's something under our bench. It's dark under there, but I can hear it moving.
Well, it's probably just a gopher. Forget it.
Now, I better look. Bill?
What?
Do gophers wear glasses?
Oh, Peggy, don't be silly. Let me look under there. By golly, they do.
George, what did Bill say?
He said Amident reduces tooth decay.
Oh, now why can't you think of sweet things like that?
I've got no imagination.
Well, come on, George. I've waited long enough. I want you to propose to me.
Oh, all right. Wait till I get down on my knees again. Oh, there. Now, will you marry me?
Well, I can't. You're much too short for me.
I'm on my knees.
Oh, my, this is so romantic.
If this is romantic, one of us is crazy. You know who, you Popeye.
I'm coming. Why, Mr. Purvis. Mr. Purvis, what are you doing here at this time of night? Oh, it's late.
Uncle John, I ran all the way over here from the park. I just had a terrible shock.
Oh, what was it?
I'm sleeping in a park. I hear a man talking. I sneak up close so I can see his face. It's Mr. Burns.
Oh, that was a shock.
I ain't come to the gruesome part yet. He was proposing marriage to your niece, Gracie.
Oh, that's sweet.
Don't you realize what this means? They ain't married. They're living here without benefit of Lohengrin.
Oh, Mr. Purvis, this is awful.
Well, home at last, darling. Thanks for being so sweet to me tonight.
You know, Gracie, maybe this idea of yours had something after all. I'm beginning to feel romantic as heck.
Oh, well, I knew it would work, sweetheart.
I kiss your hand, madame.
Oh, George. You're acting just like a Frenchman.
Bonjour. Hey, Gracie.
What?
I dare you to try that French negligee on me tonight.
All right. But I still think it'll look better on me.
Let's go in the house so you can put it on.
Well, would you like to carry me across the threshold?
I sure would. Here goes. Ooh.
Well, shall we try piggyback?
No, I've got you now. Put the key in the lock.
Yeah. Oh.
For shame!
Drop that woman.
Mr. Purvis, get out of this house.
After you cad.
Now, don't worry, Gracie. We'll protect you.
Why, Uncle John, don't hold that shotgun to George's head. It might go off and wake up the whole neighborhood.
What's going on here tonight?
There ain't nothing going on here tonight. You're scramming to the YMCA.
Scram yourself.
Uncle John, when I count three, blast them. 1.
Hold it. I'm going. Fine romantic night this turned out to be. I'll spend it at the YMCA.
No, wait, George. It can still be romantic.
How?
Well, I'll go get you the negligee.
It won't fit me.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Wednesday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Amident Orchestra. Now here are our stars.
We're a little late, folks. Good night.
Have you noticed the new low price on Amident tooth powder? That's because the enormous volume on Amident has enabled us to reduce the price. Yes, Amident is now the world's largest selling tooth powder. And no wonder. Amident contains 3 times more ammonia-releasing anti-decay ingredients than any other ammoniated powder. 3 times more ammoniated protection for you. So if you like toothpaste, get Amident toothpaste. If you prefer tooth powder, take advantage of the new low price on Amident tooth powder. Look for the Amident ad featuring Robert Young, star of Father Knows Best, heard Thursdays over another network. Until next Wednesday, good night and good health from the makers of Amident, the ammoniated toothpaste and tooth powder. recommended by more dentists than any other dentifrice. The George Burns and Gracie Allen program was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Paul Henning and was produced and directed by William Burns.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet.
That's the gas station on the next corner, Kruger? Not that one, Telly. Can't you see how much he's charging for gas? That one's okay. The one we want's around the next corner. Which way? Turn left. There's the place. Here it goes!
Well, boys, I guess we won't have no more trouble with that guy.
Not now, Slagle.
Drink up, boys. You sure the bomb did a good job?
I was watching through the rearview mirror, Slagle. Kruger tossed that pineapple right into the middle of the gas pump. Don't worry, boss. You can pick up what's left of the place with an eyedropper.
That's fine. From now on, he'll pay protection dough along with the rest.
You got a sweet racket, Slagle. Sure. Every gas station in the city is kicking in.
They're paying for protection, Sally. I make sure nothing happens to them.
And if they don't pay?
They run into trouble like tonight. You were careful not to let anyone see you?
We went by too fast, boss. Yeah, we used the stolen car. This is a couple of blocks further on. The only guy that has an idea it was us is the guy we bombed. Catch him talking. Besides, he don't know for sure. All he's got is suspicion.
Right. A guy who's scared don't make a good witness. You need more than suspicions for proof.
You said it, boss.
As for the police, they can't prove a thing when they ain't got witnesses.
Miss Case, get the district attorney on the phone for me. Have Lowry here when I'm through talking.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Snap it up.
Well, it looks like a 3-alarm fire the way he's burning up. Sally, get the district attorney on the wire. And tell Lowry to stop cutting out paper dolls and come in here on the double. Mr. Reed's in a hurry. And I do mean hurry. Oh, I wonder what it is this time. Last week he was turning out scorching editorials on dangerous drivers and how they were a menace on the city streets. Yes, Mr. Reed?
Get me all the information we have on the recent gas station accident. And bring it to me as soon as you get it. Oh, is that the district attorney?
Mr. Reed's office? Just a moment. Yes, Mr. Reed, it's the district attorney. I'll switch him on your wire.
I have it. Get busy on that list.
Hello, let me have the morgue.
Don't tell me, Casey. The boss is going to make me the lovelorn editor.
You'd do better at a racetrack, Lowry. Hello, morgue?
Morgue? Did somebody die?
Not that morgue, silly. The place where we keep all the back copies of the Sentinel.
Oh, no, Casey, you're kidding me. If there's any information he wants, I have it at my fingertips.
Listen, Miss Case. Mr. Reed wants all the information you have about recent gas station accidents.
That's it, huh?
I don't care how you get them. Well, check with the police. Go through your back copies.
Casey, that last gas station that was blown up was a shambles. Wrecked pumps, gasoline. I never saw such a mess.
It doesn't take a reporter to see that.
Do I detect a note of sarcasm in that last crack?
You do. Honestly, Lowry, it's an open secret who's back of all these bombings and fires.
Really?
Legal, that's who.
Tell me something I don't know, Casey.
Then why don't your stories say so?
Listen, Casey. Sure, Slagle controls the gas stations in this town. He's got a protection racket that brings in a cent on every gallon.
Then why don't
But the Sentinel can't print that. There's no proof. He'd be sued from here to Christmas.
Oh, My idea of heaven would be someplace where a newspaper can print what everybody knows is true, even though it can't be proved.
Yeah, but this place isn't heaven.
Not while Flegel is here.
Well, maybe the district attorney can do something.
I've been talking to him, Laurie. Just finished.
Did he have anything, Mr. Reed?
Not a thing, Miss Case.
How about that last bombing, boss?
That's the same story all over again, Laurie. Suspicions with no proof. Even the owner of that gas station refuses to talk.
And meanwhile, that snake Schlegel keeps raking in all the cash he can get his grabbing hands on.
There's one consolation, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, Casey?
None that I know of, Miss Case.
Well, what I mean is, Schlegel's only taking money from gas stations.
Well?
1 cent difference in the price of gasoline isn't going to affect people so much.
Miss Case, you're making the same mistake that others do. The price of gasoline is as important as any other.
But suppose Schlegel's racket were meat and vegetable markets. Well, people wouldn't be able to get the right kind or amount of food. Now, you can't compare...
It's practically the same thing.
Keep your ears open, Casey. Here's where you get a lesson in simple economics.
Meat and vegetable markets use trucks in their business.
Yes.
They have to pay the same higher price for gasoline that Schlegel forces from everyone else.
But a cent a gallon...
Well, that adds up. If they spend more for gasoline, they have to make it up somewhere else. In other words, if their expenses go up, they have to charge the public more for the food they're selling.
You hit it, boss, and the same goes for every family that uses a car.
Exactly. Every cent they have to spend for gas means 1 cent less to buy milk and eggs and fresh vegetables for the family table.
Why, of course. I didn't stop to think.
If more people did think, Miss Case, racketeers like Schlegel would never get started.
Too late for that now. Schlegel's got the gas stations tied up tighter than Houdini.
That's why I called you. We're going after every one of those gasoline dealers.
Why, boss?
If we can find one man who'll act as witness against Schlegel, that's all the district attorney will need.
They're sending the names up from the morgue, Mr. Reed.
Go after them, Laurie. Take Clicker Benny with you.
Okay. We ought to be able to convince somebody that he's smart to act as witness.
Lowry and Clicker Benny made the rounds of the gas stations which had recently had accidents, but their search was fruitless. They could find no one who would consent to appear against Bat Schlegel. As they approached a gas station run by a man named Jennings, Lowry said,
We're not having much luck, Clicker. Everybody gives us the same story.
I can't blame them exactly, Lowry. How would you like it if something happened to your family?
I haven't got a family.
Yeah, but most of these gas station operators have. Besides, they can't help much.
They say they can't, but I know
It may be true. Apparently, Bat Schlegel is pretty careful about making sure there's no actual evidence against him.
Benny, all these accidents can't have just happened.
Schlegel's responsible, all right. There's no doubt about that. Only all the victims claim they saw nobody, heard nothing, and know nothing.
I still say they're scared. How about this guy here? What's his name?
Jennings.
Okay, watch me work.
It'd be about time. Nothing's worked so far.
Even out here. Must be inside the station.
Yes, sir. You want some gas?
Mr. Jennings?
That's right. Guess I didn't hear you. I was busy checking over the business I've been doing.
How is business?
Could be better. Who wants to know?
Paying 1 cent tribute and every gallon to Schlegel cuts into the profits, doesn't it?
Listen, mister, you here to buy gasoline or what?
Hold on, Mr. Jennings. We don't mean to be rude.
If you want gas, I'll sell it. If you don't, clear out.
You don't understand. We're from the Daily Sentinel.
Sure. He does the reporting and I take the pictures.
How would you like your picture in the papers, Mr. Jennings?
My picture?
Yeah, the Sentinel's running a series on gas station operators. We want to tell our readers...
Don't kid me.
About some of our leading... Huh?
You heard what I said. You ain't fooling me with that serious stuff. You hear about Bat Schlegel, ain't you?
Nice work, Lowry.
Okay, Jennings. I won't stall. How about it? You know plenty about the way Schlegel works.
Me? Not a thing.
I suppose Schlegel didn't wreck your place last month.
Where'd you get that idea? It was an accident. The gas tank exploded.
Oh, Mr. Jennings, don't hold out on us.
Come on, Jennings. You know it was Schlegel. Pin it on him and you'll be a hero.
Yeah, I'd rather be alive.
But
Besides, it wouldn't do any good anyway. I didn't see nothing.
You were here when it happened, weren't you?
Sure, but I didn't see anybody. I tell you, it was an accident. See, an accident.
Just like the rest of them. Afraid to talk.
Listen, you. Take a tip and get out of here before I get mad.
Looks to me as if all of you are yellow.
I'm warning you to get out.
Letting Schlegel make monkeys of you. Yellow as a chrysanthemum.
Hey, you.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Now get out and stay out. Don't come around again looking for a store. You'll get another poke in the jaw. Tell me, Laura, the only result of sending you and Miss Benny out is that bruise on your chin.
Oh, the big jellyfish smacked me when I wasn't looking.
Doesn't sound much like a jellyfish to me.
Not this fellow, Mr. Reed. He was mad.
I mean about Schlegel, Mr. Reed. They were all jellyfish. Even the guy who shot me wouldn't open his mouth about Schlegel. Compared to them, a plan could talk your ear off.
Lowry, I don't quite approve of your tactics in questioning this man Jennings.
I couldn't help it, boss. By the time I got around to him, I was fit to be tied.
Reporters are supposed to go out for facts, not fights.
On the level, boss. I tried being polite.
Yeah?
You know Lowry, Mr. Reed. If he can't get facts one way, he uses another.
Whether any of them have something on Schlegel or not, I don't know. All I know is they won't talk.
Benny, you've been trying to conceal a grin ever since Lowry and you came in here.
Me?
Did you snap a picture of Jennings hitting Lowry? Huh?
Well, my camera was handy, and I just took it.
Liquor, you double-dealing little... Give me that camera.
Hey, can't a girl take a few shots for a private collection? Let go, you glass-jawed goose.
Hold on, both of you. It'll ruin me, boss. Flicker, show that print all around the city room.
You said it. I'll have it enlarged, too.
Flicker, I'll buy that picture from you. How much? Hey, never mind that. Rush the film to the darkroom, Miss Benny. That shot is going on page 1. As long as she doesn't... What? You're going to publish it? Why, boss? Why? With a caption under it reading, "This man is not afraid of hitting a reporter. Why is he afraid to talk about Schlegel?"
Wow. I've been waiting for a chance like this all my life.
Why don't that newspaper mind its own business? Putting my picture on the front page.
Now, Jim.
But, Alice, they know very well why I won't talk.
Perhaps you should tell what you know about Schlegel.
And have his mob do another job on my gas station? Or come over here after you and Timmy? Not a chance.
Schlegel wouldn't do that.
Sure he would. Besides, I can't prove it was Schlegel had my place bombed. He's too slick for that.
So we go on paying.
Yeah. And that reminds me, Schlegel's collector's due here pretty soon. Is the money ready?
Yes, in the envelope.
After them seeing this picture in a sentinel, I better have it for him on the line.
The doorbell. Is that him?
It's a little early, but... You stay here, Alice. I'll see him in the hallway.
Be careful, Jim.
Don't worry, honey. Gosh, I wish there was something I could do without making things bad for Alice and the kid.
Inside, Jennings.
Hey, what?
Man, get back.
A gun. I know you. You're the Green Hornet.
That's exactly right.
Whatever you come for, Hornet, you're not getting it, see?
Jim, you forgot the money.
Bring it here.
Why, you dirt...
I could give you a shot of gas and take it anyway, Jennings.
Hey, Jim, do what he says. Here it is.
Yes, better.
That goes for Schlegel, Hornet.
It was for Schlegel, but not anymore.
But that's all we have. The Schlegel collector is due any minute.
That's too bad. The Green Hornet got here first.
You can't. What do we tell him?
Tell him anything. This cash goes with me.
No, Jim.
Alice, let me go. I'll get up. Green Hornet, huh?
No, Jim, I won't let you.
It's too late. There he goes.
But Jennings was wrong. The Green Hornet had no intention of leaving. As the car pulled away, Betreed spoke to Cato, the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Cato, double back around the block. I want to be there when Schlegel's collector arrives.
Yes, Mr. Red.
I'll be there when he does. You wait for me in the car.
A short time later, Schlegel's collector arrived at Jennings' home. He refused to believe Jennings' story.
Stop stalling, Jennings. Where's that door?
I tell you, the Green Hornet took it.
Don't make me laugh. The Hornet wouldn't bother with 20 bucks.
It's the truth. My husband left the money in the other room when he came to the door before. I thought it was you calling, so I brought the money out to him.
And the Hornet grabbed it.
You expect me to believe that? You got that dough hid someplace. The other room, I'll bet.
Go ahead. Search if you want to.
You won't find it in there?
Oh, I won't, huh? What do you call this, you dumbhead? Right in the table and seal with my name on it. So that bluff so easy, I wouldn't even look in here, huh?
I swear it wasn't this.
You're getting too big for your hat, Jennings, since that picture got in the papers. When I tell Schlegel about this, he'll whittle you down plenty.
Outside the window, a tall, masked figure listened to Kruger's outburst and then moved away silently.
Step number 1 in my plan to uncover Schlegel's racket. Now, if only everything moves along as smoothly as it's been going so far, the Green Hornet is going to have a busy night. And that means a busy night for Bat Schlegel as well. Schlegel and his whole crooked outfit.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Betreed found that Bat Schlegel, a racketeer, had every gas station in the city paying him a cent a gallon on gasoline as tribute. By intimidation, violence, and every force at his command, Schlegel was making his victims keep silent. Assuming the role of the Green Hornet in an attempt to smash Schlegel's racket, Betreed made it appear that the most courageous of Schlegel's victims had attempted to withhold his weekly payment of protection money from Schlegel's henchmen. Following Bittreed's instructions, Cato had the Black Beauty waiting in an alley near Jennings' house.
Slide over, Cato. I'll take the wheel.
Very well, Mr. Bitt. Did the plan work, Mr. Bitt?
So far, the plan is going fine, Cato. I doubled back and tossed a collection envelope in through the open window. Schlegel's collector thinks Jennings is trying to pull a bluff. He's on his way to Schlegel now.
We'll go there?
The Black Beauty will get up to Schlegel's place twice as fast as he can make it. Cato, the Green Hornet is going to be in that office when Schlegel's collector arrives.
It's about time you showed up, Kruger. Got the dough from Jennings?
Yeah, that is. Can you imagine that guy, Pat? He tried to stall.
Jennings?
Yeah, Jennings.
What do you mean? Here's the dough.
He said he didn't have it. Tried to tell me the Green Hornet had swiped this dough.
The Green Hornet? That's a laugh.
And all the time was right in the next room. Wasn't even hid.
Tried to bluff you, huh?
Didn't work. You ought to take him down a peg anyhow, Pat.
If any one of them guys gives us trouble, it'll be him, all right.
Not if you show him who's boss, it won't.
Yeah. Kruger, from now on, Jennings is going to have to pay 2 cents on every gallon instead of 1.
Twice as much?
That'll teach him to try and act up with me. Now, let's count this dough just to make sure.
Okay, Pat.
It's getting late.
Feels like more than 20. Hey, Schlegel, look at this.
What?
Jennings tricked us. Instead of real dough, this envelope is chock full of plain paper.
What? Why that? Let me see.
He even used heavy paper so it would sound like the real thing when I felt the envelope.
You sap.
Well, the envelope was sealed, Pat. I didn't think he would try a stunt like this.
He won't no more. Jennings thinks he can fool around with me, huh?
Let me handle him, Pat.
Nix. You might come back like you did this time. Besides, this job's more down Zelly's alley. Zelly? Yeah, that's right. Schlegel on this end. You're going to do a job tonight, Zelly. I got it all figured. Now, here's what you're going to do.
Hidden in the shadows where he had been since before Kruger's arrival, the Green Hornet listened to Schlegel's conversation. Then as Schlegel finished talking...
That's the idea, Zelly. And make sure nothing goes wrong. I want Jennings to know he can't play around with my outfit.
Well, that's your scheme.
Huh? Who the devil's that?
It won't work, Schlegel.
You're masked.
It's the Green Hornet.
Over next to each other. Got a rod, eh?
I heard about that gun, boss. It ain't got bullets, only gas.
Oh, gas, huh? And only one gun.
I get it. Don't knock the table over. That won't help.
Get him from behind, Kruger. He can't shoot both ways.
Okay, back. Take it, gas.
Get him, Kruger.
Now I got you. More. Who else? Gas me from behind.
I was waiting. You didn't see me.
Good work. One from each side at the same time is a little hard to handle. They almost had me.
What do we do now?
Well, first, we make sure these 2 rats are unconscious. They're completely out. Can you fix them up so they'll stay that way until 4 in the morning?
4 in the morning?
That's the time when Schlegel told Zelly to do that job. If we're going to trap these rats, we'll need every minute in between.
Jim, we ought to be going to bed. It's after 12.
Well, you go ahead, honey. I ain't sleepy.
All right. Don't be long. Good night, Jim.
Night, honey. It's taken plenty out of me to be paying off to Schlegel. If he's going to make it any tougher with it, I might as well quit. And that reporter, why'd I sock him in the first place? I certainly must have looked jealous to him. Gosh, if I did have any dope on Schlegel's racket, I would call that reporter.
That's a good idea, Jennings.
Oh, it's you again. What do you want now?
I'm your friend.
You put me on a spot with Schlegel.
For one purpose, to take care of Schlegel.
It don't make sense. First you swipe that dough, then you bring it back so Schlegel's collector can find it.
Exactly.
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be worrying about what Schlegel's going to do.
Plenty.
I don't need a guy in a mask to tell me that.
Jennings, I'm going to help you stop him.
You?
You don't believe me?
I've heard plenty about you, Hornet, and none of it good.
Perhaps this will convince you.
What? It's money. Dollar bills.
Look at them.
Why, the money I gave to Schlegel's collector.
What he took was nothing but strips of paper. I had this money with me from the first.
I can't figure you, Hornet.
Don't try to.
But the whole thing's screwy. The money, Schlegel.
Jennings, I want to get Schlegel as much as you do.
Yeah, I guess this proves it. But how can you get Schlegel when nobody's got the goods on him?
Be at your gas station at 4 this morning.
But it's closed. I close it up at 12 when my helper leaves.
Never mind that. Call the cops, too. Call this reporter if you want to. Be there and watch what happens.
Jennings followed the suggestion given him by the Green Hornet. He called the office of the Daily Sentinel and asked for Lowry.
I want to talk to a reporter named Lowry.
Yeah, this is Lowry speaking. Who wants me?
This is Jennings.
Jennings?
Yeah, I'm the guy that runs that gas station.
Oh, you. Well, listen, Jennings. If you want to take another poke at me for getting that picture in the Sentinel, you can forget it. I didn't want that picture released either.
Well, you don't get it, Lowry. I'm calling about something else. Here's a tip for you. Be at my gas station around 4 o'clock.
What for?
The police are going to nab Slagle. I got the dope from the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? You mean he's in on this?
Will you be there?
Will I be there? Try and keep me away. Wow, talk about a scoop. So the Slagle mob are up to something. Hello. Listen, get me Clicker Benny. Show her on the phone. How else? I don't know where she is. Try every place. Try her home. Try the movie around the corner. Try any place but get her. No, it isn't personal. It's business. I got inside information that the Green Hornet's going to bust Slagle's gang wide open.
Here we are, Cato. Jennings gas station. Yeah, it's deserted, all right. And the problem now is how to get in.
I look down, Smith.
See if the window's open. I'll try the door. The door's locked. It's not very strong. It'd be easy to force it open, but I'd rather not. No need to damage property.
I found the window, Smith. It's locked, but there's a hole in the window pane.
Good, Cato. If there's a hole in the window pane, we'll be able to unlock it and get inside without any trouble.
Yeah, it is.
If I can reach the catch. Probably this window was broken the last time Slagle had Jennings' place bombed. And Jennings didn't have enough money to repair it. Yeah, there. I can feel the wind catch now. You have Slagle and Kruger, Cato?
Yes, sir.
I'll go in through this window and open the door. Then we'll bring the two of them in and put them right where Zelly will find them.
Yes, sir. They're still unconscious.
Working carefully and hurriedly, Britt Reed opened the door. Together, he and Cato carried the unconscious racketeers into Jennings' gas station. They moved in almost total darkness.
I never think to look at Slagle that he weighs so much, Cato. Hey, be careful of that chair. All right, put him down here next to Kruger. That's it. The two of them side by side where Zelly can find them.
Yes, sir.
We'll leave the door unlocked so that Zelly can get in without any delay. There. Yeah, time for us to leave.
You're not staying?
No, we can't afford to stay here. It's too risky. But we'll be near enough to check if anything goes wrong. Will Slagle and Kruger recover soon?
Positive. They'll wake up in a little while now.
Fine. I may be wrong, but Slagle's apt to be overconfident. He'll try to play out his hand in spite of everything. And that will mean his finish. Come on, Cato.
A short while after Britt Reed and Cato left, the two racketeers stirred. Slagle sat up.
What happened? Where? Oh, it's dark.
Hornet. Gas.
Who's that? Kruger. That you?
Gas. Hornet did it. Couldn't get him.
Kruger, wake up.
Huh? Oh, Slagle. Where are we?
Kruger, it was that blasted Green Hornet. I remember now. He gassed us in my office. Snap out of it.
Yeah, your office. That's where he must be now. He snapped off the lights and left us.
Sure, that's it. Got scared and took a powder. Now we'll find a light switch and then...
Slagle, this ain't your office.
No, it ain't. And where the devil are
Look out the window. Look at them gas pumps.
Hey, this is Jennings' place. I recognize a plane.
Yeah, just lighted up to see things outside.
So the Green Hornet brought us here. Guess he figured we'd still be unconscious when Zelly came around to do a job on the place.
We'd have been done for.
Yeah, only he figured wrong. That gas he used wasn't as strong as he thought. We'll just walk out when Zelly shows up, and nobody the wiser.
Hey, there's somebody coming now. See him? Through the window.
Huh? Well, that's Zelly. Come on. We're going outside and meet him.
What the? What's that?
Take it easy, Zelly. It's me and Kruger.
I didn't expect you down there, boss. What's the matter? Checking up on me? Ah, we know you can handle it, Zelly.
It was the Green Hornet. He brought us
the
here.
The Hornet?
He tried a little scheme to take care of me and Kruger. Only he slipped up, see? Now let's get busy. You got the bomb?
Right here, boss.
Okay. We'll set it down right here next to the gas tank. Now give me a match for this fuse.
We'll take care of it.
Never mind the man.
What the devil?
Slagle, it's okay, get in there. Grab him.
Gotta get out of here.
Hands up.
Reach. You don't get me.
No, you don't. No, what's Slagle? He's Slagle to me, Sergeant.
Wait, Jennings, don't.
On my gas station, will you, Slagle?
Hey, Trigger, snap this one. Jennings is going to poke Slagle.
Make us pay you tribute, huh? Well, the cop's got the goods on you now.
All right, you got me. What else now?
Yes,
Honey, did you get it, Clicker?
And how?
Thanks, Jennings. You saved us the trouble. Put the cuffs on.
Okay, Doyle.
Listen, officer, it's a mistake. I wasn't supposed to be here.
Tell it to the judge, Kruger.
Don't listen to him. He's in as deep as me. I tell you, the Green Hornet brought me and Slagle here.
Sure he did, and a good job, too.
The Green Hornet. Is that why you got the tip, Jennings?
Yeah, and it worked smooth as clockwork.
Trust the Green Hornet for that.
So the Green Hornet's responsible for this, eh? Well, that's the first good thing he ever did.
Listen, Sergeant, the Green Hornet's okay, see? No matter what people say, he's one guy I'm going to believe in from now on.
Hornet smashes gasoline racket. Slagle under arrest. Sentinel Pepper. Gasoline operators free for rocket roll. Green Hornet still in the heart.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. 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 Copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet.
Well, Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the western United States. His strength and courage were always on the side of right against might. No man could match his daring and resourcefulness, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy. We're riding the Spanish Flats. There's danger on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
The wild border town of Spanish Flats marked almost the exact center of a district extending for hundreds of miles in every direction that lay under the complete domination of a group of organized gangs. Smugglers crossed and recrossed the Rio Grande at will.
Watch out for quicksand! Johnny, keep the mules moving! Come on, fellas! Let's finish this trip for sunup!
Rustlers cleared the range of cattle.
Hightail, you critters, hightail! Let's go! Head up for the hills, boys! Head up for the hills!
Highwaymen roamed every trail.
Listen to hold up! Stop that stage! Pull up that horse to a blast them down! All right, boys, give it to them!
Of terror demoralized not only the honest citizens of the district, but the forces of law as well. Resistance was beaten down with such brutal disregard for human rights that when the first attempts ended in tragic failure, few were left to carry on the fight. Resignation seemed the safer course.
Go gunning for them fellers? Not on your life.
Yesterday they shot down Daniels just for saying he ought to be jailed.
They killed Mason, too. We ain't got a chance.
They strung up town for talking vigilante.
Run Laramie out of the county.
Boys, I'm playing safe. They can do what they please. I ain't lifting a hand.
At last, only one man remained who dared to raise his voice against the government by cutthroats and thieves. This man was Graham, the rancher.
Men, we can't let this condition continue. We must do something. Our homes are plundered. Our stock is stolen. The life of every one of us is placed in danger because without law we can have no security. And who makes the law? We do. You and I. By standing up for justice and returning blow for blow whenever outlaws think they can rule by force and bloodshed.
Nothing we can do. I'm not going to get drilled.
Neither am I.
You mean you won't fight back? You won't defend your lives and your property and your honest rights?
Not me. I've had my lesson.
Look what they done to Baxter.
And if they're going to behave like a pack of cowards, I'll fight them alone. Yes, and I'll fight them to the finish, too. I'm not afraid. Do what you please. I'll battle those murdering snakes to...
Who fired them shots?
I wouldn't see him. He got away.
I knew Graham would get it.
See what happens when you talk like that?
You bad hurt, Graham. You bad hurt. No, it's just a scratch. I'll be all right. Just give me a hand.
Many days' journey from Spanish Flats, and almost a month later, two men were camped where a small spring bubbled from the rocky wall of a narrow canyon. Nearby grazed a pair of magnificent stallions, one a paint, the other with a coat of the purest white. Abruptly, a dog bayed in the distance. One of the men stood suddenly tense, listening. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and wore a mask that covered the upper half of his face. In a moment, closer this time, the sound came again, and the masked man turned quickly to his Indian companion.
Tonto, that dog. Well, that sounds like...
It belonged to Arizona Lawson.
It must. Oh, wait. There's a horse.
Me hear it.
Heading straight here. Oh, wait a moment. We should come in sight in a second, and we'll see if it's Arizona or not.
Him close?
Yes. Tonto, it is Arizona.
It's him, all right.
Hello there.
Hi, Masked Man. Hi.
Howdy.
Come ahead.
There. Quiet, boy. Quiet. Quit that yapping, won't you?
Arizona, we haven't seen you for months.
It's been a long time. How are you, Tonto?
Me heap glad to see you.
Ain't no happier about it than I am to find you. You know, I've been looking for you two hombres for most a month.
Looking for us?
Just about everywhere.
Why?
Friend, you know where Spanish Flats is?
Ah, not near border.
We know the place, Arizona. It's not far from the mission of our friend, the Padre.
Know a rancher near there by the name of Graham?
No.
Well, he sent me.
For us?
Yeah.
Arizona, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Won't take long to explain.
Yes?
There's the dickens to pay back there, masked man. Graham wants you, and he wants you bad.
The Rio Grande country near Spanish Flats was a land of vast canyons, towering hills, and lonely plateaus, where a horseman might ride for days without sighting another human being. It was this fact, above all others, that accounted for the outlaws' success. No posse could hope to find them in such a wilderness. Into this region, late one evening, came a solitary rider, guiding his mount down a winding trail that led into the huge basin of granite. When at last, deep in shadows, the trail leveled off, he drew his mount to a halt.
Whoa, boy. Whoa.
There he paused for a moment, then gave a low call.
Gunner. Oh, Gunner. You there?
That's you, Stub?
Yeah.
Anybody with you? Come on, then.
Get up. Get up. Oh, there. Oh.
What's up?
The boss sent me. Where's the boys?
Sleeping. You want them?
No. This is a job just for you. They ain't even to know about it.
Yeah?
You ought to ride to Graham's place before morning.
Yeah, what for?
There's 3 gents riding for Graham's right now.
What do you want me to...
Just hold your horses, Gunner. I'll tell you what it's all about. Them 3 gents mean trouble.
Who are they?
One's a redskin.
Oh.
One's a young fella that grubs out a living hunting wolves and collecting the bounty on 'em. He travels with a dog. Maybe you've seen him around. His handle's Arizona Lawson.
I've run across him. And the third one?
Boss said I'd better not tell you that.
Well, why not?
He said if you knew, maybe you wouldn't have the nerve for the job.
I wouldn't?
Well, that's what he said.
Why, blast his hide. There ain't a man alive I'm scared of. Stub, you tell me that hombre's name.
Can't. That's order.
Now, you look here, Stub.
Gunner, you ought to know by this time that when the boss gives an order, it ain't safe to go agin it. And ain't no use yelling at me. I ain't going to talk.
As if things wasn't bad enough anyhow.
What do you mean by that?
I guess you know.
You getting restless?
Wouldn't you be if you was me?
No, I don't reckon I would.
Sure, it's all right for you. You know who you're taking orders from. But how about the rest of us? How long's it been since we got organized?
About a year.
A year, yeah. A year of taking orders from a fella I don't know and ain't never seen. And now on top of that, I ain't to know who this other gent is. Stub, I'm getting good and tired of this setup, but I can tell you I ain't the only one either. Plenty of the others feel just like I do.
Then they're fools.
Why?
Ain't things working out just about perfect? Ain't we got this part of the country just where we want it? You know any place else you could go without having to dodge the law half the time? Or where you can get half the cash you've made working for the boss?
That's just it.
What is?
For every dollar we put in our pockets, the boss gets 5.
He's earned them. You always pay more for brains than you do for guns.
I suppose the rest of us are just idiots.
Well, compared to him, you are.
Boy,
Now, take it easy, Gunner. You know I don't go running back to the boss with everything I hear you fellas say. But that don't mean you can go shooting off your mouth just anyhow. And besides...
Well?
Gunner, when you talk like that, you're getting set to spoil things. You know just as well as I do that you ain't really got anything to kick about.
I got plenty
but go on telling yourself you have, and first thing you know, you'll be believing it. And Bluey, we'll all be done for. Shucks, fella, you know I'm right. Now that you've blowed off some steam, you figure you can go ahead and do what the boss wants?
Well, I guess. I got a Graham's, then what?
Keep hid. Wait till those 3 gents come out again, then follow them.
Where?
To wherever they go. Reckon they won't ride any further. It'll take them to find a good place to camp.
And when they've made camp?
That's all.
Huh?
Just come back here and wait. I'll come back again tomorrow night, then you can tell me where the camp is.
Graham's brought them 3 gents here on account of us?
Yeah.
But just the same, I ain't to drill them?
That's right.
Stub, that sounds loco to me.
I thought it might.
And why do you have
You ain't never to ask why. When you get an order, you're just to do it, savvy?
Yeah.
You'd better get saddled.
Sure.
Adios. Get up, boys. Get up.
Grim, Tonto in Arizona and I rode day and night to get here. Arizona's told me enough of the situation, so I know it's serious. If you want to fight these outlaws...
I do.
Then we'll help you in every way that we can. But we can't work blind. We'll need more information. If you can give it to us, talk.
And I tell you, Mr. Graham, if you give this masked gent anything to work on at all, and all you'll have to do is just sit back and watch the fur fly.
I'll tell you what I can.
Go on.
No one knows the identity of the man at the head of this outlaw organization.
Arizona said that.
But whoever he is, Lone Ranger, he's a man that even you should fear.
Yes?
He's shrewd.
Well, I took that for granted.
He's organized the criminals under him into at least a half a dozen bands, each with its own captain and each with his own specialty.
Specialty?
One gang steals cattle.
Oh.
Another carries out holdups. Still another engages only in smuggling. You see?
I do.
From what I've been able to learn, not even the crooks who work for him knows his identity. I assume he has a go-between who transmits orders and collects his share of the loot.
You know this go-between?
No.
Then...
But, Lone Ranger, there's something I do know.
And that?
The name of every leader of every gang that crook employs.
There they are. Just leaving the house. Yeah, it's Redskin, all right. In Arizona with that dog ears. What the? That third hombre's mask. And that horse. Thunderation. I never seen a horse to compare with that one before in all my born days. All right, fella. Here's where you and me follow.
Gunner, hey!
Stop!
Wait!
How'd you know where I was?
You had to be here.
It's the only place you can get a good look without being seen.
What do you want?
Gunner, your orders are changed.
Eh?
Follow them like I told you before.
Uh-huh.
But when you see your chance, plug that masked man and shoot to kill.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story.
Hang on, Tonto.
When Arizona had reached the level of the cave, he braced himself, lowered a hand, and pulled Tonto up after him.
Come on, Tonto. I got a good hold. Just a little more. You're almost there.
You all right?
Made it. Better get our breath. Gosh, it's dark in there. Can't see a thing.
We make light.
Uh-huh. I got matches.
That a lamp?
Huh? How'd that get here?
Padre, bring it.
Oh, I'll fix it. You ready to look around?
You ready?
Just a second. Yeah. Now we got something to see by. Come on.
That's where them make camp.
Where they made their campfires. But ain't a thing in here. Why, everything's gone. Blankets, grub, even them medicines the Padre brought along are gone.
That's heap strange.
And no message. No sign, nothing.
No.
There's the end of the cave.
Me see it.
Tonto, you recollect just before we climbed up here what I said? That maybe we wouldn't want to find out what we was likely to in this cave?
Huh?
I was right. Everything gone. No message. Tonto, we found out the last thing I ever wanted to know.
Masked man in heap big danger.
Maybe worse, Tonto.
Oh.
He'd have left some message if he'd gone willingly, wouldn't he? Tonto, maybe this time them crooks really done it. Maybe we'll never see the masked man again.
Tonto and Arizona, when they had descended again from the cave and reached the valley floor, searched in all directions for a clue to the disappearance of the Lone Ranger and the Padre, but found nothing. When they rode on again, they did so in silence, each preoccupied with his own thoughts. Tonto's face, apparently expressionless, only served as a mask for emotions of rage and despair. Arizona's features were set in a scowl, and when the wolf hunter glanced at his companion, he forgot his own grief to offer comfort to the other.
Tonto, I know what you're thinking. I guess I feel pretty much the same as you. But you can't go blaming yourself for this. If anybody's to blame, it's me.
Me tell masked friend live. Outlaw find him.
You wouldn't have said nothing if I hadn't persuaded you to, though.
Me break promise. Me tell.
We don't even know that breaking our promise had anything to do with this. Maybe Laramie or some of the rest of that gang got scouting around and... Laramie. Tonto, I'll bet he's the one.
What you mean?
Ain't he been in charge of the smuggling for the gang? Ain't he the one that knows all this country here along the Rio best? Then who'd be more likely to find the masked man than he would?
You right.
And that means what we was talking about afore is decided for us.
What that?
Remember when I said I didn't know which one we ought to get after first? Laramie or that Pedro Mendoza? Well, we're hunting up Laramie. I don't care whether Mendoza works with Laramie or not. If he's the gent that found the masked man, he's the gent I aim to settle with first.
That's good.
He'll pay, Tonto. And by thunder, I'm going to have the pleasure of helping to make him pay. What's that?
Them shots.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Scott, oh.
Where'd they come from? Who fired them?
Them long way off.
Maybe. There they are again. And this time I know which way they come from.
Them come from that way.
Back on the north side of the river. Whoever fired them shots, Tonto, he's in trouble. Come on.
Get him up, Scout.
Get up, fella. Come on, Wolf. Get up. Get up.
Urging their mounts to their greatest speed, the two men recrossed the Rio and raced in the direction of the canyon from which the gunshots had seemed to come. Just before reaching the canyon itself, they changed their course, circling to gain the crest of a hill that would reveal all that lay below. Reaching the top, once more they drew their mounts to a halt.
Hold, Scout. Hold, fella.
Hold it, fella. Hold it, boy. Quiet, Wolf. Hey, Tonto, look there. Who do you think them fellas are?
Me not know.
They sure head up about something. Listen to them. Say, you think they could have seen us?
Them not look this way.
Oh, I guess they ain't. Well, doggone.
What matter?
Look beyond them, Tonto. Farther down the valley there. See that one hombre that's all alone? Look. Now he's jumping from the saddle and running for them rocks. He's throwing lead at them other gents now. Ain't there something familiar about that fella, Tonto? Ain't we seen him someplace afore?
Wait. That sheriff.
What?
That's him, all right. You look.
Well, golly if it ain't. With all them fellas after him. Now what kind of a hole he got himself in?
Me not know.
Wish them other fellas had spread out more, so as we could get a good look at them. I'd give a heap to know who they are. They're edging towards the place where the sheriff's hiding.
Maybe them rush sheriff.
That's just what they're getting set to do. Tonto, maybe I'm wrong, but you know what I think?
What that?
Didn't you tell me when you seen the sheriff, he said as how he was going after Laramie, and he didn't need nobody's help?
That's what him say, all right.
Well, I just got a hunch he's found Laramie, and wishes now he hadn't.
You think Laramie down there?
I could be wrong, Tonto, but I'll bet plenty I ain't.
Me get him.
Hey, hold on.
Him fella get masked man. Me fix him.
Oh, Tonto, wait. You can't just go right into that bunch. Wait till we figure out a way to go at this. They'll have you where they've got the sheriff. Hey, stop!
You let Tonto go. Me fix him.
Hey!
Get him up, Scout.
Come back here, you crazy galoot. Come back!
Get him up. Get him up, fella. Get him up.
Gone clean loco because he thinks Laramie done for the masked man. Well, I guess I'm loco, too, because I'm following right along. Get up, boy. Whoa, come on!
Plunging like a thunderbolt from the hill to the canyon bed, Tonto sent Scout driving for the band of dismounted gunmen who were slowly closing in on the sheriff.
Get up, Scout! Get him up, fella! Get on, boy! Get him up!
Arizona, shouting wildly to his own flying mount, followed not far behind. And the outlaws, turning at the sound of the two speeding horses, were too astonished by their arrival to do more than give way and divide before the onrush. But before Tonto and Arizona could check the flight of their mounts, they found they had been carried beyond the gunmen, had reached the place where the sheriff had taken refuge.
Whoa, Scout! Whoa, fella! Whoa! Whoa, boy! Go up there! Whoa!
Hi there! Hey, Arizona! Get back here with me! Get the cover!
Right! Me go back.
Oh, no, you don't. Once going crazy like that's enough.
Me get killer.
Doggone it, Tonto, you got away with it the first time because he didn't know you was coming. But can't you see you'd never have a chance a second time? They're just ready and waiting for you. Now you come on.
Me ride.
You set on that? And I reckon here's where I get mine, Tonto. Let's go.
You stay back.
Nothing doing. You go, I go.
You get killed.
That's my privilege as much as yours, ain't it?
You will not stay back?
If you ride, not in your tin type.
Then come.
Huh?
We take cover.
With the sheriff? Now you're talking. And if we don't hustle, we'll catch lead poisoning. Get up, fella.
Get him
Come
up,
on.
Scout. Get him up.
You fellas! Hurry up!
Oh, Scout. Oh,
fella.
Down! Quick! Get back here with me.
We're with you, Sheriff.
Send the horses on back.
You go, Scout.
Get him up, boy.
Why in thunder you take so long making up your minds to come the rest of the way? I thought them skunks was going to get you.
That Laramie feller?
It's him all right.
Him get masked man.
You mean this time he'd really done for the Lone Ranger?
Looks kind of like it, Sheriff.
Why, blast their low-down mangy hides. Here they come. Let them have it.
The first attack of the outlaws was beaten off, and the second, and the third. Given a breathing space, the three trapped men discussed their situation.
Sheriff, while we got a little time, suppose you explain how you got in this fix, huh?
Just from getting mad and being a stubborn idiot.
Yeah?
Got a letter from Captain Blake of the Texas Rangers giving me the dickens. Then a feller back in town said I hadn't gone after Laramie because there's Yeller. He was telling the truth, so that's why I got mad. Wouldn't listen to nobody. Just plain seen red. I'd heard it hinted Laramie'd be over this way on a little deal with Mendoza, so I come here alone. Which same is what I get for refusing help.
And now the three of us are in for it.
It looks it.
Where, Mendoza?
I don't know. He usually has some half-breeds trailing along with him, but I ain't seen hide nor hair of them. Only Laramie there.
That wouldn't be them, would it?
Huh? Where?
Just entering the canyon. Heading for Laramie's bunch.
My golly, I think. Thunderation it is.
Not bad.
Bad. Just means almost double the number of Guinness there was, that's all.
We didn't have a chance afore. Now we ain't got half that many. Well, all we can do is sell out for plenty and give 'em all we got when they come again.
Wait, hold it.
What that?
Them two gangs don't look so friendly to me. Sheriff, Tonto, they're going for their guns.
Well, I'll be... What in thunder you make of that?
Make of it? I don't give a hoot. All I know is that fight was just made to order for us.
Them not watch.
Too busy. Ain't got time for nobody but each other. Let's circle around and get closer.
You think...
Sheriff, I think when them two bunches get through battling, won't neither one of them win. We will. Come on. Look there. That breed-winged Laramie, by golly.
If we don't butt in pretty soon, there won't be enough left of them to take prisoner.
Sheriff, you circle farther there to the left.
What do you got in mind?
Tonto can circle to the right. I'll stay here. When I yell, all of us throw down at them at once.
All right.
And we'll have them where if they don't surrender, we can blast them to glory. Hurry up now. I'll count to 5. That'll give you time.
Me go.
I'm on my way.
Golly, whatever them gents are fighting about, they're sure mad. Just look at them go it. Wow. See that one fella tip over. And that little gent, fighting like a wildcat. Where's the sheriff and Tonto? There's Tonto. He's all set. Yeah, and the sheriff is too. Well, here's for it. Drop them guns and start to reaching, gents, or you can say goodbye to living right now.
You hombres, heist them!
Drop down. They sneak up on us.
Got us covered. The Indians got our horses blocked off.
Let them have it.
No, you don't. Next man to try that gets worse. Come on, Tonto. At him, Sheriff. Take their guns. Here, you birds, let loose of those.
Don't shoot.
They're out of the guns. Them not make trouble now.
Got the whole kit and caboodle of them.
Laramie, you are one great fool. If you do not try to cheat me, these things do not happen.
Oh, my arm. I didn't cheat you, Pedro. How many times do I have to tell you? I sent you that cash by Clem.
Clem? Then why you not say so?
Well, didn't I try to when you went for your guns?
Diablo, it was not Clem I see. It was a masked man.
Cassidy.
I think the senor with the mask come from you. He say you no bring cash, that you keep money for yourself, that you think me a big coward would not dare to ask for the cash.
A masked man told you that?
See.
And you thought I sent him?
See.
Well, that's enough of that, you two. Line up with your pards so I can search you good before we start for the calaboose.
Tonto, you hear that?
Me here.
A masked man. Got these two outfits to scrapping. Tricked them to save our lives.
That the Lone Ranger.
Living and raising Ned with crooks. Tonto, with him riding again, there ain't nothing can stop us. Sheriff, put these coyotes on their horses and let's get going.
Mount, you polecats.
I'm aching to get at the rest of their pards. Who can beat us now? The Lone Ranger's on our side.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Crime doesn't stand a chance against Dick Tracy. Up next.
And now, Dick Tracy!
This is Dick Tracy in the case of the Moth and the Flame. Stand by for action. Let's go, man!
Yes, it's Dick Tracy, protector of law and order.
Say, boys and girls, do you know how the first real man-of-war came into being? Well, just before the year 1500, warships were used to carry troops, who would then fire their muskets at the enemy ships and try to close in and board them and capture their crews. Well, along about 1525, the English King Henry VIII had an idea. He called in his ship designers and he said, "I want you to take 20 cannon and build me a ship around them." Well, the designers were shocked. They'd never built a ship strong enough to hold cannon, which wouldn't go to pieces at the vibration of the first broadside. They tried to explain. The king just wouldn't listen. Finally, almost afraid for their lives, they went back to their drawing boards, and wonders of wonders, 3 months later had drawn up plans for the first battleship. By making the hull of the ship broader and by using stouter timbers to brace it up, by building taller masts and fuller sails, they had actually built a ship around 20 cannon, thus promising England supremacy on the seas, building the first real man-of-war, all because they couldn't say no to a king. And now, Dick Tracy. Tracy and Patton are investigating a warehouse fire, a fire which gives every evidence of having been deliberately set. The building was owned by two partners, Blackmar and Kett, who had been doing a thriving business in the black market. When federal investigators began to investigate their illegal sales, Blackmar, one of the partners, hired a gang of arsonists to destroy the building and the evidence. This gang is headed by a sinister character named the Moth. As today's story opens, we find Tracy and Patton at headquarters completing their investigation of the Black Market Corporation. Tracy's at the phone.
Yes, I see. Miss Spindle, huh? You say she worked for them about a year. Mm-hmm. Well, thanks a lot. I'm sure this is going to be very helpful.
Who was that, Dick?
Jorgens, the Internal Revenue Department, Pat. They're as much interested in this fire as we are.
Yeah, those fellows, Blackmar and Kett, seem to be interesting an awful lot of law enforcement agencies. What's the pitch on this one?
Well, it seems the federal government was preparing a tax evasion charge against the Blackmar Kett Corporation, and this fire has given them quite a setback.
How come?
Well, it would permit the company to claim that all of its records were destroyed in the fire, Pat. Blackmar and Kett could write off a large amount of their tax by claiming loss of personal property that was supposed to be in the building.
In other words, one branch of the government is interested because the fire destroyed evidence of illegal dealings in hardware. Another branch is interested because the company may avoid paying a large income tax. The insurance underwriters are interested because the building was heavily insured.
And we're interested because a man died in this fire.
Well, you've got to give those fellows credit. They don't operate in a small way.
They certainly don't, although I don't think it's credit that they should get.
Well, maybe we ought to get together with these other fellows who want to know more about the Blackmar Kett Corporation and pool our information.
Which is exactly what I've been doing, Patrick, remember?
You mean all that stuff you were saying over the phone about a Miss Pringle or Spindle or something?
Spindle, my boy, Spindle.
Well, who is she anyway?
She used to be Blackmar's private secretary. She's already given valuable information to the Internal Revenue Department.
Well, if she used to work for Blackmar, why is she so keen on testifying against him?
According to what Jorgens told me over the phone, she disapproved of Blackmar's business methods and resigned a short while ago.
Well, maybe she just got fired and is trying to get him in trouble by making up a lot of fancy stories.
Well, it's always a good possibility, Pat, but I don't think there's any harm in my having a talk with her anyway. I think I'll do it right now. Well, if it isn't my old friend Cupid. What are you doing out of jail, Cupid?
Same thing you are, making an honest buck here and there.
Making a buck, I have no doubt. The honest part, I'll have to see.
You know, that's the trouble with you cops. You never believe that a guy can go straight.
That's where you're wrong, Cupid. I don't give up on a man easily, but in some cases, my faith has become a little shaken, particularly after 10 or 12 convictions.
But I never been convicted for nothing serious, just boyish pranks.
Particularly those black market coupons you were counterfeiting. That was quite a prank, Cupid.
I was framed. Anyway, that's all over. Straight and steady, that's me from now on.
Well, I hope so.
Give my regards to boys at the station. I won't be seeing them again.
Maybe. Maybe not, Cupid. Well, let's see. Apartment 1G was 1G. Here it is.
Yes?
I'm Inspector Tracy from headquarters, madam. May I come in?
I suppose so.
Thank you.
What did you want to see me about?
Well, I'm checking up on the recent fire that destroyed the warehouse of the Blackmar Kett Corporation.
I don't know anything about it.
Yes, I'm sure of that, but I understand that you might be able to give us some facts that would help us get to the bottom of this case.
I don't know anything.
You gave very valuable information to the men from the Internal Revenue Department.
I didn't. That is, it was all wrong.
Now, look here, Miss Spindle. Has anyone threatened you?
Of course not.
You didn't by any chance just receive a visit from a man named Cupid, did you?
Cupid? I never heard of a man named Cupid.
Miss Spindle, I wonder if you realize that this case involves more than the burning of a building. It involves the death of a man. It involves murder.
Murder?
Yes. And by concealing important evidence, you're making yourself an accomplice to that crime.
It won't do any good. I still can't say anything.
You realize, of course, that you're playing right into these criminals' hands by refusing to talk, don't you?
Get out. I don't know anything. Get out. I don't know anything.
Go on, Cupid. Tell me more.
That's about all there is, Morse.
And you're sure it was Dick Tracy you saw going into Miss Spindle's apartment house?
Of course I'm sure. He even spoke to me.
Well, then he saw you. Do you think he knew that you had been seeing Miss Spindle?
This I doubt. There's maybe 20, 30 apartments in the building.
Mm-hmm. And do you think Miss Spindle conveyed any nuggets of information to our fair-haired detective?
If you mean did she sing, no. I doubt it. I got that dame so scared she wouldn't say hello to her own mother.
I'm curious to know what persuasive you used that so terrified the lady in question.
You know, it's amazing how scared most people are of fire.
That's what I thought. However, I don't like Tracy nosing around this case. I don't like his having seen you there. He's not the stupidest detective in the world, you know.
Relax, Mort. I ever had no arson rap charged to me yet. There'd be nothing to make Tracy suspicious.
But it means that they're beginning to put pressure on Blackmar. It also means that they think the fire may not have been accidental. I'm still somewhat worried about that Spindle woman. She has seen you in Blackmar's office many times when you were selling him ration stamps. If she should decide to talk, your value to the organization would be over.
Maybe we ought to take care of her now.
Not just yet. Once you start killing, it's like a chain reaction, almost impossible to stop. I don't like anything I can't control.
You can't control fires, and yet they don't seem to bother you none.
Oh, that, Cupid, is different. You know Blackmar pretty well. Can he stand the heat of an investigation?
Hard to say. Kind of a nervous little guy, though.
It probably wouldn't be a bad idea if I had Flame keep a close watch on him so we can be prepared if he shows signs of cracking.
Just what I was going to suggest.
He's dropping again, Flame. Maybe I should record all my conversations to save you the trouble of listening.
Oh, no. That would take all the fun out of it.
She's your girl, Chief, and you know what's best. But if she was mine, I'd give her the hot foot of all time.
Well, I'm not your girl, and I'm not the Moss girl. And don't ever forget it. I have no intention of being anyone's girl.
You may not live long enough to be anyone's girl either.
I wonder why everyone loves me so.
All right. Break it up.
Society dames hanging around the rackets to pick up a cheap thrill. Why don't she latch onto some striped-shirted square with a Windsor tie like she oughta? What's she gonna bother us for?
Would you care to tell him, Maud?
Look, Cupid, you know that through Flame Society connections, she steered us to some of our most profitable clients. How else would we have known, for instance, that Blackmar was in trouble and was ripe for our professional services?
Yeah. But who was it made the big pitch? Who was it who actually steered Blackmar in to see it?
Cupid, I'm not trying to take any credit away from you. Your contacting of clients who are ready to talk business with us is a great value to the organization. You merely serve on a different echelon, shall we say.
Different echelon. All right, say it. It will make you feel good.
But remember that you're both of any use to me just as long as no one suspects your connection with the outfits. Now, Cupid, I'd suggest that you run along and try to find out if Dick Tracy got any information out of that Miss Spindle, particularly any information about you. If you did, I think you know how to proceed.
All right, Chief. Although I think we ought to proceed that way anyway.
Cupid?
Okay, Mort. Whatever you say.
May I suggest that he needs to be taken down a few pegs?
He's a petty racketeer who's getting his first taste of a big organization. However, you'll bear watching.
I've known a few men who offered a lady a cigarette first.
I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that you're old enough to smoke. Yeah.
Thanks. No, don't waste a match. I'll light it from yours. Now, what's all this about Blackmar?
The local police seem to think the fire may not have been accidental. They've put Dick Tracy on the case.
Is that bad?
Not good, but the point is they're putting the heat on Blackmar, and I want to be sure he can take it. Do you think you can find out what his plans are?
I also am rather persuasive along my lines.
Yes, so I've noticed. What do you plan on doing?
This. Hello, Tookie. This is Flame. Is that wake you're throwing still planned for tomorrow night? Good. I wonder if you'd do me a favor. Would you invite that fascinating Joe Blackmar? He's cute.
In a moment, we'll return to Dick Tracy. But first, in the words of Webster, gala means a festivity, a gay holiday. And what could better describe the Bing Crosby Show? It's a festivity of song and music that provides one of the gayest half-hour holidays you can find on the air Wednesday nights. As your host, there's Mr. Bing himself, singing popular melodies in his own inimitable style or blending his voice with the famous charioteers. And then there's that amazing pianist, Skitch Henderson, tinkling the ivories to top tunes of today. John Scott Trotter and his orchestra playing music that will make you want to get up and dance. Each Wednesday p.m., Bing also has celebrated guest stars on hand to join in the fun. Popular people from stage, screen, and radio that you all know and like. So, Tracy fans, for really top entertainment, be sure to listen tonight to the Gala Bing Crosby Show. And here are 3 other listenable shows that you'll want to enjoy tonight. There's the Merry Willie Piper Show, Pot of Gold, and Henry Morgan shows, which we'll also bring you tonight over most of these same ABC stations. Now, back to Dick Tracy.
Well, Dick, did you find out anything from Miss Spindler?
I think maybe I did. Patrick, I want you to find out all you can about a certain petty racketeer, a man named Cupid.
Will Dick Tracy uncover Cupid's connection with the case? Tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, for The Adventures of Dick Tracy, written for radio by John Ray. This is George Gunn speaking. Well, Tracy fans, if you want to hear some really good arguments where the debaters know what they're talking about, listen to America's Town Meeting of the Air tomorrow night. Famed experts speak on both sides of important national and international issues. Naturally, a person talking for one side forgets to mention a few facts that might weaken his argument. But on America's Town Meeting, there are experts on the other side, too, who make sure that you hear those facts. So, Tracy fans, if you'd like to try to understand today's problems, tune in to America's Town Meeting of the Air tomorrow night on most of these ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
Coast to coast, gangbusters, police, the G-men are government agents marching against the underworld. Tonight, the case of the Wolverine, a shrinking, shadowy figure who stole out of the raging blizzards of the North Country to spread terror and destruction. That's tonight's Gangbusters. Picture our setting as a special office turned over to gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police for a proxy interview between Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf, United States Army, and Tim Curran, former sheriff, Delta County, Michigan. Colonel Schwarzkopf. I understand tonight's case has a very unusual setting, Sheriff Curran. Yes, Schwarzkopf. The desolate North Woods on the upper peninsula of the state of Michigan. And it was out of the swirling blizzards of this region that the criminal known as the Wolverine struck. When I hear you mention blizzards, Colonel Schwarzkopf, my ears go right up. Why, Frank? Well, blizzards, cold, and rain make up what I call Sloan's liniment weather. And this winter, with fuel so carefully rationed, is going to make heavier demands than ever on your bottle of reliable Sloan's liniment. So be prepared, as families the world over have prepared themselves during the past 50 years. Always have a bottle of Sloan's liniment handy. Sloan's, you know, takes only a jiffy to apply, and usually brings you quick and comforting relief in almost no time at all. No painful rubbing or massaging. Just pat Sloan's on that sore place and relax for a few minutes. You'll actually feel Sloan's go to work like a heat treatment, which seems to soothe the tightness and tiredness right out of that aching muscle. Don't let winter catch you unprepared. Ask your favorite druggist for a bottle of Sloan's liniment tomorrow. And now, Colonel, what about the blizzard you were discussing? Well, Sheriff Curran, where and when does the case of the Wolverine begin? Late one cold winter's night near the town of Gross, Michigan. A fur trapper, Pierre DeGan, and his dog trotted through the heavy snowdrift toward the shack of another isolated trapper, John Charles. It was beginning to snow heavily. A blizzard was setting in. But soon we warm up at Mr. Charles' place, huh? Ah, there she is, Baguette. The delights with the pantry. I bet Mr. Charles is surprised to see us after all this month. Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles. You wouldn't go out and leave the lights on. Maybe something wrong. Look at that. The door, she's swinging open by herself. Come on, boy. We go in and see. Mr. Charles. Mr. Yes. Mr. Charles lying on the floor. Ah, good God. His head all blood. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? I'm here. Run back up with your hands. Come up with your hands. What have you done to Mr. Charles? Shut up, Mutt. My Jupiter! You steal my dog! I'm killing you, too, for sticking your nose in here at the wrong time. I can die there with your dog.
Ticket agent, Northwest Canal, Through Line Railroad Station.
Fred, that's you?
Yes. Who be you talking to?
Pierre the gun. Fred.
Yeah?
There is bad trouble. Mr. Charles has been beaten and robbed in his cabin.
What's that you say?
And the gunman, he killed my dog and tried to kill me.
Good luck. Pierre, you saw this gunman, did you? Was he a big fellow with a black mask and a green mackinaw?
Yes, but now you know, Fred.
That's the same critter robbed me here at the station the other night. The Wolverine. Pulled about 10 robberies he did. Pierre, did you call Sheriff Tim?
Well, Sheriff Tim don't answer the telephone. That is why I call you.
Yeah, all right, Pierre. I'll get the sheriff quick. I'll call him back right now.
I won't put down that phone.
How did you get
it down?
The Wolverine.
You didn't expect me back again, did you? I want that cash box. That's just a little taste of what I'll give you. Get me the cash box.
Here's the cash box.
There better be more money in it than last time. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. 9:30 Fred, right on time to pick me up. Now, Pop, you get yours.
Keep your hands off of me.
You're gonna call that two-bit sheriff, eh? Here's what I think of sheriff. Sit down, Detective Ross. Been doing a little checking on some police reports.
Sheriff Tim, this case has me dead beat.
You're right.
No wonder they call him the Wolverine. Seems to have an animal's instinct to avoid every trap we've set.
Now, let's do a little reasoning, Detective Ross. The Wolverine is no stranger to these North Michigan woods.
Mm-hmm.
Notice his cunning in heading for the railroad tracks after he told us.
Yes.
It prevents our tracking his footprints through the snow. All he has to do is hop a freight. The trail is lost.
Well, I certainly hope our new plan works, Sheriff Tim. It's got so that people are afraid to go out nights, barricading their doors, thinking each sound they hear is the Wolverine stealing up on them.
If our first plan doesn't work for us, the second plan may. You know your assignment?
Yes, Sheriff. Stand guard at the North Escanaba Railroad Station every night.
Good. Chief Crosby will have men watching the other stations. It may take nights of watching, but this time, if the Wolverine returns, we'll be ready for him.
This railroad station's like an ice house. Probably warmer outside than in here. It's been long after midnight. Made me jump. Didn't expect that thing to ring. Sheriff's the only one knows I'm here. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Well, who is it? Who is it?
I was just wondering, Detective Ross, if you were lonely down there at North Escanaba.
Who is it? Whoever you are, if you got anything to say, you better say it. Hello?
You should have been watching the railroad station up at Gladstone, Detective. I just dropped it. I thought I'd let you know.
Hello? Okay, brother, so the joke's on me, eh? Well, maybe not. You don't know about the other trap the sheriff set, and you've just swallowed it. Hook, line, and sinker.
This case gets more interesting all the time, Sheriff Cohen. I know our gangbusters listeners are anxious to know what this second trap was.
I know that I, for one, am most interested, Colonel Schwarzkopf, because I've been advising our gangbusters audience for a long time to set a few traps of their own. Traps that will catch muscular aches and pains in time to prevent needless suffering. It's very simple. First, guard against overexertion, accidents, and overexposure to raw weather. Second, if muscular distress does strike, despite all your precautions, apply Sloan's liniment at once. Third, be prepared. Always have a bottle of Sloan's liniment on your medicine shelf. The sooner you pat on Sloan's liniment, the sooner you can expect the quick and comforting relief for which Sloan's is so famous. And how welcome that relief is to you men who come in stiff and short in your jobs, or you youngsters with your football Charlie horses and roller skating bruises. Yes, even to you mothers, who often feel that a day's washing and cleaning has seemed to tie your muscles into knots. All you have to do is pat Sloan's on that aching back or stiff shoulder, and almost immediately you'll feel that gentle and penetrating warmth acting like a heat treatment to smooth out the kinks and miseries in those painful muscles. Remember, it's best to be prepared. Ask your druggist for Sloan's liniment next time you're shopping in his store. Well, Colonel, that's the kind of trap I've been setting. What about the trap we hope is going to close on the Wolverine?
Well, Sheriff Cohen, you told us how the Wolverine robbed the railroad station at Gladstone, Michigan, while the authorities were guarding the station at North Escanaba. But without knowing it, the Wolverine fell into a carefully set police trap, Colonel Schwarzkopf. It took a little while for the trap to develop. But 3 days later, it was beginning to close. In Nick's small lunchroom on Main Street in Escanaba, Michigan, at exactly 14 minutes to 8 in the morning.
Hey, Nick, how about a check for the food? Let me get out of here.
Oh, sure thing, Mr. Parent. Let's see. You went to 60, 70, 85 cents, Mr. Parent.
Okay, Nick. Here's a dollar. Keep the change.
Oh, thank you.
So long.
Goodbye. He's a very fine man, P.A. You want any more coffee, P.A.?
Who is that, Nick?
Oh, what? He was a Joe Parent. Don't you know him, P.A.?
Oh, no. First, seemed like I heard that voice someplace.
Oh, monsieur, so Mr. Parent used to live in Escanaba till 3 years ago, P.A., but he moved out west to buy a ranch. Now he come back for a little while. I wish I had his money. If I had one of Mr. Parent's money, P.A., I wouldn't slave in a lunch cart like this.
No wonder you don't have his money, Nick. Look what you are doing.
Oh, what am I doing? What do you know? I roll up a dollar bill and give me with a paper napkin and throw it away. That's a good one out of me, all right. Throwing away dollar bills. I better put in the cash register. That's a good one. Me throw $1 bill away.
Then, at 9 o'clock that night, Colonel...
I'm so excited, Chief Croswell. I rushed right over here to your police office. Chief Croswell, don't you see? This dollar bill that I make a mistake about and roll up into my napkin, she's one of the stolen money from Gladstone Railroad Station. There's the mark on the front of it, like you want on the stocking.
Now, easy, Nick. Calm down.
Yeah.
This is one of the marked bills, all right, but, Nick, when the Wolverine robbed the Gladstone station, he had no idea he was stealing marked money.
Oh.
But he was. He had every bill in the Gladstone station marked. And this dollar bill certainly has our marking on it.
Well, when you told me, Chief Croswell, to watch all the bills for that little mark on it, I do it. I see the mark on that dollar.
You say it was your parent who gave you this dollar, Nick?
Absolutely, Chief Croswell. Positively, without no perception. This morning in my lunchroom, he gave it to me. I remember well, I started to roll it up into my napkin and throw it away, but Pierre the gun, he was there, and he saw me almost to throw it away.
I wonder where Parents got it. I noticed Parents back in town, Nick. I understand you bought a ranch out west.
Monsieur, but I ain't saying to Mr. Parent stole this money, Chief Croswell. I'm just saying to Mr. Parent gave it to me. Maybe somebody else should give it to Mr. Parent.
Well, you did a good job spotting it, Nick. It's the first mark bill that's turned up.
Pretty good eyes for an older man, eh? When I see it in my cash register, I get so excited, I knock over 2 ketchup bottles.
Yeah, well, I know the hotel Mr. Parent's stopping at. Think I'll drop over there and see what he can tell me about this dollar bill. Yes? Who is it? Police Chief Crosby. Police? Oh, just a minute. Hello, Mr. Parent. I heard you were back in town. Yeah, I was wondering if you had any idea where you picked it up.
Oh, I see. Where I picked it up.
Yeah.
I know, Chief. I'm afraid I can't help you. I might have gotten it anywhere.
Well, can you think where you changed any bills? You may even have more than marked money on you. Take a look in your wallet.
My wallet?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I have it right here in my back pocket.
Hey. What's the idea of that gun, Parent?
As I didn't know, copper. Turn around and watch out that closet in the corner. Come on.
Oh. You're the Wolverine.
Move or I'll plug you.
Yeah. I know you will.
Pretty clever marking that money, Chief. But I won't help you now. Open that closet door, Chief. Now get him. What? Oh, can't your arm the door so it won't close, eh? I'll fix your arm. I'll break it. Now, wise guy. Knocked, I forgot his gun. I better slam.
No, you don't, Parent. Tell me or I'll shoot. Oh. Go right through that balcony window.
A quick search of the alley, Colonel, showed where Parent had landed. There were bloodstains in the snow. Chief Croswell, following the stains and seeing that they led toward the railroad tracks, hurried back to headquarters and rounded up all available men.
All right, men. Now get lanterns and flashlights. Bloodstains leading toward the tracks. I checked for the railroad, and there's no train passing through. This time we got the Wolverine in the open. Now, Jim, you be ready to swear in more deputies. We need them. I'll let you know.
Right, Chief Crosby.
Okay, men. Everyone set? I will spread out and cover the railroad tracks. Come on, let's go.
The trail led along the railroad for half a mile, Colonel, and then branched off into heavy brush and woodland, where it eventually was lost. Then, just before midnight, a report came that footprints, evidently apparent, had been seen entering the forest 4 miles to the east. Chief Croswell and Pierre Degan, whose dog Parent had killed, and who since had been deputized, were nearest the spot and picked up the trail. It was 18 below zero. Snow falling heavily.
Chief Croswell, this snow she is falling so fast, she's flat out Parent's footmark.
Well, we gotta hurry, Pierre. Looks like he's heading for Big Perch Lake and the railroad beyond. You're the best trapper in the state, Pierre. If anybody can trail him, you can.
Yes, we got to be careful, Chief Croswell. So may wait in ambush and kill before we see him.
Stop. Huh? Something moving over there by those bushes.
That is just another of those square devils. They ever bunched together in wolf pack, Chief Croswell. We be in one tough spot.
Yeah. Well, let's go on.
Sacre, what horror.
Stop. There is something up ahead this time.
Yeah. A shack just back of the street.
That's probably why Parent headed this way. To get to that shack, out of the wind. We sneak up to that side window. Careful now.
See anything?
No. Looks empty inside.
We'll try the door.
My leg! What's in this for? Oh, that's hot. Where's the snow? My leg is broke. The devil of the flesh is going right into my leg. Oh, stay here. I'll see if I can pry the trap open. There. It's giving a little. Can you pull your leg out? Little big boy, please.
Yes. That's not a good here. Legs ripped to pieces.
The devil Baron said he trap. Baron knew he was running in. He set the trap in front of the door.
Get your arm around my neck. I'll have you inside the shack.
Mr. Long, he will get away.
Well, I gotta fix you first, Pierre. You'll die if I leave you, Pierre.
In the snow, she will block out our strikes, Chief Crosby. He will get away.
I'm afraid of that, but right now it's your life we gotta worry about. Come on, put your arm around me.
That was a very unusual accident, Sheriff Kern. The police actually being stopped by a bear trap.
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. And it enabled parents to escape. Alarms were flashed out, and late the next day, word came that a man answering parents' description had been seen near the railroad station at Champion. Sheriff Kim and Detective Ross left for Champion immediately. Well, Sheriff Kim, I guess there's no sense hanging around this railroad station any longer. That must have beat us when he saw the station agent had spotted him.
Yeah. What I'm afraid of, Detective Ross, is that Sarge will hop a train and head for the Canadian border.
If there are no more trains out of here tonight, Sheriff.
Now, what there is a 10:30 train leaves from over at Astoria tonight.
Sheriff Kim, we should never get over there in time. It's 5 after 10 now, and Astoria is 11 miles away.
We've got to make it in time.
But how?
There's only one possible way. Are you out there on the railroad siding?
The handcar, Sheriff Kim?
Yes. That's our only chance. We've got to pump that handcar and get to Astoria before the train does.
Holy smoke.
Come on, there's no time to lose. Every second counts. Thank you, Detective Ross. One left. This is the first time I've ever pumped a handcar, Sheriff Kim. My half broke. Keep pumping. That mighty express will be catching up on us any minute now. I've gone after criminals a good many ways, but never before on a handcar. If the train overtakes us while we're on this trestle with it, some Sheriff. Faster. Good Lord, it's going now. We haven't a chance. We've got to get across this trestle. Keep pumping. We can't make it. We're almost there. I can see the engine lights right back of us. Come on. There, we did it. Right out. Got to dump this hand car off the tracks or the train will be right. Come on. Lift. All right. Right with you. Put it off a bit further. Now run for the railroad station and fast. All right. What's that now, Ross? People are getting on. You see, Parent? No, not yet, sir. Wait. There he is. Where? Near that woman with the suitcase. What now? He's right in back of her.
Yes, and we gotta get him before he can move his gun.
He's sitting on a cop with her, too. Stand still. He's looking this way. He sees us. Come on. Rush him. Look out, Sheriff. He's pulling a gun. Now you don't stop that Parent. I'll kill you. Stop. I've got it on, Ross. Put the cuff on him. All right. Now you don't. Got him, Ross. All right, take it, Sheriff.
Now I have.
Another juggler that kills you. Hopping trains was always part of your scheme, Parrot. But this is one train you're missing. Come on. You're going in the opposite direction.
Sheriff Kern, the police did a remarkable job in ending the menace of the Wolverine. Thank you for telling us this case. Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. Joseph Parent had proved one of the most elusive and wily criminals. But today, Joseph Parent is behind bars at the Marquette State Prison in Michigan. Well, that certainly was quick thinking on the part of Sheriff Kim and Detective Ross in using that handcar to cut off Parent's escape. I was just going to mention that, Colonel Schwarzkopf. For when Detective Ross complained a few seconds ago that his back was half broke with working the hand car, it brought to my mind the many letters we've received from regular railroad men applauding Sloan's liniment. And praise from them is praise indeed. Yes, Sloan's liniment helps to save many an hour's work that might otherwise be lost. And these days, when every pair of hands count, that's important. And that's the reason so many men make sure to keep a bottle of Sloan's liniment on the job with them, as well as on the medicine shelf at home. Because Sloan's is the pat-on liniment. All you need is a few minutes during a rest period or your lunch hour to apply it to that sore and aching muscle. Like a heat treatment, Sloan's will be helping to bring you quick and comforting relief while you work. Just pat Sloan's on. That's all there is to it. So tonight or tomorrow, on your way home from work, drop in at a convenient drugstore and get a bottle of dependable Sloan's liniment to keep in your locker. You'll find Sloan a real friend in need when you want relief in a hurry. And now, Gangbusters presents its nationwide clues of criminals still at large. Wanted for questioning, murder, man described as 70, about 5 feet 8 inches, 160 pounds, thinning gray hair, parted left side, thinning gray hair, parted left side, gray-brown eyes with prominent crow's feet, gray-brown eyes with prominent crow's feet, no teeth, refers to himself as yours truly, man of 70, gray hair parted on left side, crow's feet around eyes, refers to himself as yours truly, man fitting this description, sought for questioning concerning murder by Sheriff's Office, Port Orchard, Washington. Charged with bank robbery, George Thompson, 32, 6 feet 1/4 inch, 155 pounds, hair dark, combed back, long nose, deformed, slopes to right side, long nose, deformed, slopes to right side, long neck with prominent Adam's apple, long neck with prominent Adam's apple, large hands, walks very erect, never wears hat, likes to play cards, never wears hat, likes to play cards, man, 32, tall, slim, nose sloping to right, long neck with prominent Adam's apple, man fitting this description, wanted for questioning, bank robbery, Katona, New York. Charged with violation, National Motor Vehicle Theft Act, Edward Hendrickson, 42, 5 feet 9 inches, 165 pounds, heavy black hair, dark eyes, scar over right eye, scar right cheek, scar left front chin, mole left cheek, nose turns up at end, gold cap upper front tooth, tip left index finger amputated, neat dresser, likes to play golf, bridge. If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. And now here's what Philip H. Lord has planned for next week. Gangbusters, friends, for Sloan's liniment next week, we're going to take you behind the scenes as a modern police department unravels a series of baffling incidents. Learn how the police found a paper matchbox, an umbrella, and an antifreeze tag. Hear how these small articles set the police on the trail of an infamous gang, and the startling climax. You won't want to miss 1 second of next week's gripping Sloan's liniment presentation of Gangbusters. Gangbusters is a Philip Bates Ward production which has originated in New York. Which has originated in New York. Which has originated in New York. Which has originated in New York.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Your guide would cut your throat for $10. And even if he didn't, you'd be shot by bandits or scalped by Indians. My gun is your safe passage. You're going to need it.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
You know, hey, boy, I'm bored this afternoon. Too much of the same thing.
Oh, you saw Mr. Paladin.
If only something different would happen.
I say, Porter. Oh, something different, Mr. Paladin. Which is the way to Fleetown, Montana?
Fleetown?
Yes.
Perhaps I might help. My name is Paladin.
Why, thank you, sir. I'm James Brunswick.
Hey, boy, bring Mr. Brunswick some brandy.
No, you're very kind, but I can't tarry. You see, my father, the 8th Earl of Aylesbury, invested money in this ranch in Montana, and now that my brother's dead, his share was left to me.
And you're going there to take possession?
Precisely, yes. My interest is half. The rest is owned by a 5th cousin, Miss Felicia Carson. Yet I must make arrangements to get there quickly. A lone woman attempting to run a large ranch. Well, you understand.
Yes, of course. I imagine she'll be pleased to have a man's help.
Oh, quite. Yes. Well, I'll hop a train, and I'll just pop in on her in a day or two.
3 weeks will be closer to the truth.
Oh?
The train will drop you about 200 miles from Fleetown. From there on, it's horseback over the mountains.
Oh. Well, then in that case, I might do a bit of hunting. I shall hire a guide.
And he'll cut your throat for your money.
Good gracious.
No, you couldn't do it alone. You get lost, shot by bandits, or scalped.
Well, that's rather awkward. What's the solution?
This.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Oh, I say. I mean, the gun, is it necessary?
Not always. But sometimes it's mighty useful.
If dandruff dulls your hair, leaves your scalp itchy, please listen. You can get rid of annoying dandruff so fast today, no one should suffer any longer. With Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes. It's the quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. Besides that, using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Simply apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. And while removing dandruff, Fitch can also brighten hair up to 35%. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
James Brunswick, 9th Earl of Aylesbury, endured the 3-week ride over the mountains with the help of an English saddle, a sun helmet, and 2 pack horses carrying his trunks and carpet bags. He marveled at the size, the coldness, the expanse, and the beauty of the land. There were some Indians lounging around the general store when we rode into Fleetown. They stared at him fascinated. He stared back, fascinated. We dismounted and walked up the steps.
This is Fleetown, mister. You looking for someone special?
Yes. Miss Felicia Carson. Perhaps you can direct us to the King's Arms Ranch, sir?
I'll be danged. Miss Carson?
What is it, Wardy?
Ma'am, I think your cousin from England just got here.
What? You James Brunswick?
Yes, that's right.
Oh.
Well, I reckon you're my kinfolk.
Oh, my goodness, Cousin Felicia. Why, this is delightful.
Well, I reckon. I'm pleased to meet you.
I'm delighted. This is my friend, Mr. Paladin.
A pleasure, Miss Carson.
The same. This here's Waddy, my foreman.
Howdy.
You go see if them horses is shod yet, Waddy.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is Crazy Clothes?
I beg your pardon.
Crazy Clothes.
Harry, you go on about your business. Quit standing around staring. And take your braves with you. Go on now. Go on.
Crazy Clothes.
I say, Cousin Felicia, there's a savagery.
No, them's Harry Blackfoot, Little Horse, and a few of the boys from across the road is all.
James was disappointed that we didn't see any Indians on the trail.
Ah, good thing, too. The only braves you'd run into up there'd be a war party taking scalps. Oh, Harry and them a lot more peaceable. They ain't smeared war paint in years.
War paint? Taking scalps? By Jove, it's all true, then, just as I've read.
Makes good reading, but it's nothing you'd care to see.
No, I expect not.
Well. So this is your cousin all the way from England, huh?
Now, look, NG, let's not have
now,
any...
wait a minute. You the one who shot that poor little bear cub on that pack horse?
I shot him, sir, but he's scarcely a cub.
Listen to him, boy. Why, mister, you just ain't acquainted with the Montana breed of bear. Full grown, they're as big as this house.
Really? Well, I never heard of any animal that large.
I've only been in on the kill of one full-size Montana bear myself. I was with the Army. Took a 10-pound shot to bring him down.
How extraordinary.
And you know what we found when we peeled the hide off him?
No, what?
Why, bear skin, you blame fool.
Well, I must say the joke is on me, what?
It sure is. What a dude. Come on, let's get up.
You tripped me.
How's the water in the horse trough?
I guess that's a horse on you, Andy.
You think that's funny, do you?
You must admit a man swimming in a horse trough looks pretty foolish.
Not as foolish as you will with your jaw busted.
Seems like NG finally bit on one himself, and he don't like the sour taste.
You're kind of handy with your practical jokes, mister.
Next time, it might be better to let a man become acquainted with the local customs before you try to make a fool of him.
In the 1800s, the Monroe Doctrine dictated that Americans put a wall between themselves and the world. Today, however, times have changed. From city dweller to farmer, Americans know they are part of the world and close to it. And the more they can find out about it, the better. That's why the broadcasts of Edward R. Murrow and Lowell Thomas are so popular. Each of these internationally known newsmen has a wide background in the history, the politics, the economics on which current events are built. Whether you're interested in high-level affairs of state abroad, economic developments here at home, or the latest advances of science, you'll find them presented clearly and understandably by Murrow and Thomas, with the touch of wit or human interest that has won them listeners everywhere in the world. If you're not already addicted to the news, as CBS Radio presents it nightly, start this week to follow the broadcasts of Edward R. Murrow and Lowell Thomas. They're both heard Monday through Friday on most of these same CBS stations.
James Brunswick, 9th Earl of Aylesbury, changed to knickers once we got to the ranch. After tea and a pipe, he picked up his riding crop and announced it was time to look things over. Felicia Carson reckoned it was time. I tagged along. We made a circuit of the main ranch buildings and ended up sometime around dusk back at the corrals.
Well, that's the works, Jamie. These buildings, 6,000 head of cattle and 12,000 acres of land.
It's immense, absolutely immense. And you've been looking after all this alone. You know, you're an amazing woman, Felicia.
Had to be done.
Well, now that I'm here, I intend to take this burden off your shoulders. You just sit back and be the lady of the manor, huh?
Well, thanks, Jamie, but for a while you just sort of take it easy and don't strain yourself none. I'm going up to the house. Supper's in a half an hour.
What? Well, I'm afraid that she doesn't take me very seriously, Paladin.
That'll change. Right now, you're sort of unusual to her.
To everyone. You know, I've been thinking about NG and his little joke this morning. I was being tested, wasn't I?
Yeah. And they think that a man who can be tricked is a fool. See, around here they figure there are two kinds of no good people, cowards and fools. In a rough situation, the coward will run out on you, and the fool might make a fatal mistake.
And I showed myself up to be a fool.
No. But you showed you've got a lot to learn. Let's say you've lost face.
Mm-hmm.
You don't quite fit in yet.
How does one go about fitting in, Paladin?
Well, here. This is your saddle. English. Made for riding. Nothing else, right?
Well, what else is there?
Well, look at the saddle of mine. The Western saddle.
But yeah, it's a cumbersome, heavy sort of thing.
Maybe, but there's a reason for everything. See the horn here? The tie post when roping cattle, and elbow rest for a man in the saddle all day.
I see.
And the height and the slope of the cantle here. See that?
Huh?
I figure to give a man the most comfort and the best brace through a day's work. Oh, the rigging, the cinch, the stirrup leathers are all designed to contribute something useful. There isn't a piece of leather on this saddle that isn't needed.
Uh-huh. Well, I must confess, I thought it was an unwieldy piece of business.
No, nothing on the frontier is without a definite purpose. No individual is without a definite purpose either. Survival's too difficult. Everything and everyone must contribute something, and you'll just have to find the thing that you have to contribute.
I say, Paladin, look. Yeah, but they're attacking us.
They shouldn't be hostile here. They're showing themselves too openly. Oh, no. You see, they're firing in the air. Hey, they put down that rifle.
Well, why did you knock the rifle?
Shut up, you hit him. Come on.
Huh? Well, it looks like... Well, that's the one, Harry Blackfoot.
All right, now, hold still, Harry. Let me see.
Why, crazy
Now, you just take it easy now.
Of all the fool tricks, screaming like a bunch of medicine show squaws. It serves you right, Harry.
Hey, can I help?
NG say it was a joke. Everybody have fun. NG say.
High in the chest. It's a bad one.
You do this, Englishman?
I'm sorry. I didn't know it was a joke.
Take him to the house.
No, we take care of our chief.
Well, I can't tell you how sorry I am.
Why couldn't you wait and find out what it was about before you... Oh, never mind. We'll go into town in the morning. Maybe they'll listen to reason. We ain't had no Indian trouble here in years until you come along, you dang fool.
She put that kind of strong.
What was that you said about a fool? A fool that makes fatal mistakes?
Toward greater victories, the March of Dimes is again asking your help to wipe out the deadly cripplers of thousands of children and adults. Not only polio, but arthritis and birth defects. Did you know that 1 out of every 7 persons in the United States will suffer from arthritis, an exceedingly painful disease for which no cure has yet been found, and that it menaces our youngsters as well as older people? And did you know that 1 out of every 16 babies born this year will have a birth defect? You have helped the March of Dimes fight polio and emerge the winner in the battle. And now your 1959 contribution to the March of Dimes can help win the battle with these other awful cripplers. We did it before, and with your help, we can do it again. Send your gift of money to your local March of Dimes headquarters. Send it tonight.
There was tension in Fleetown after Harry Blackfoot was shot. No one knew what the Indians might do about it. They had him holed up in an old barn, feeding him whiskey and working on his wounds. At least that was the news we got.
When are you figuring to leave, Paladin?
Tomorrow.
Take him back with you for his own good. How long do you think he'd last out here before somebody blows his head off?
You could learn if you'd help him.
I'm running a ranch, not a school. No, it isn't as if I don't like Jamie.
Well, then don't send him away. This ranch would give him a purpose in life. You need him.
To shoot Indians?
Would it be better if he'd run away and hid?
Well, he should have used his head before he used that rifle.
He reacted the way any man would. He was attacked, picked up the rifle and defended himself.
Good morning. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Morning.
Now, when we get to town, Jamie, you let me do the talking. The Indians are probably cooled down by now.
If Harry Blackfoot is all right.
NG started this, and it's up to him to stop it. Now, James, I just want you to show up and stand there, like you got nothing to be ashamed of.
Yes, of course.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Paladin, I'd appreciate it if you would stay here until we clear up this matter, and then I'd like to return to San Francisco with you.
If that's what you want.
Well, I believe it would be best for everyone. There he is, propped up against the log under the tree.
Harry Blackfoot seems to be recovering very well.
He's drunk. They're all drunk. Look at that barrel of whiskey. Bet they got it from NG.
We better get NG before we try talking to Harry. Now, you can't stay out here alone, James. Come with us.
Well, I'd like to apologize to that fellow.
Oh, not right now.
There you are, you blasted troublemaker. You got the engines all stewed up, the blame fool.
Don't you try to squirm out of this, putting all the blame on Jamie.
Well, I didn't have anything.
NG, you're going out with us now and tell Harry Blackfoot exactly why all this is your fault.
My fault?
I don't have to explain that to you, NG.
Them engines is in no mood to listen to reason now. They'd kill me.
If you don't go out there, I'll kill you.
Send out Crazy Clothes.
Where's my rifle?
You kill any one of them, and word will spread to every Indian in the section. And every one of them will be wearing paint in 24 hours.
You get out there and tell them to stop it.
I can't stop them. They want the Englishman.
He's right.
Where do you think you're going?
Out there. There's little choice, is there?
You can't go out there, Jamie.
Well, I can't endanger your life or be the cause of an uprising.
Stop him!
If he can get across the street, maybe he can get to Harry.
Paladin, why didn't you stop him?
Sometimes a man has things to prove to himself.
It's a rundown. They're going to swipe him down and trample him.
Oh, no. He's getting up. Here comes another one.
No man can take that kind of punishment.
Oh, no. He's getting up again.
He's trying to get to Harry Blackfoot. I'm going out there. Wait here.
They'll kill you too, Paladin, if you interfere.
Harry. Call him off, Harry.
No. Braves teach lesson.
We could have shot your braves by now, but that would have made a war. He's had his lesson. He's been hurt enough.
Crazy clothes on his feet.
Listen to me, Harry. Only a few may wear clothes like that. It is a proud uniform from a far-off land. Only brave and honorable men wear that uniform. The clothes are the sign of a great and wise leader, a man of strength, a man like yourself. You see how he behaves?
Enough!
I feel I owe you an apology, old man. I'm really dreadfully sorry, you know. Inexcusable.
You're right. He brave man.
Feeling better, Jamie?
Oh, much, thank you, yes. Fortunate the store carried my size in stock. How do you like me? Do I look like a rancher? Paladin?
I guess you do at that. Well, come on in, Harry.
Where'd he get your clothes?
He requested them.
Only brave and honorable men wear this uniform. Great and wise leaders?
That's right, Harry.
Me and that one, Englishman. No one else?
No one else.
Good.
Well, he seems quite happy. Now, Paladin, shall we return to the ranch and pack?
Oh, you're not going to run out and leave me now, Jamie. You can't do that to me. I'm just a mere little old woman. That ranch needs a man.
Oh, thank you for the offer, Felicia, but Really, I'm afraid there's so little that I have to contribute out here.
Except courage.
Oh, come now, Paladin. I mean, one doesn't talk about that sort of thing.
Mr. Paladin, you're traveling back to San Francisco alone.
Well, if you insist, I stay.
One favor before I leave, James.
Oh, yes, of course.
I'd like the address of your tailor in London. If I sent him my measurements, perhaps he could make me a brave and honorable chief.
Oh, you buck me, Sir Paladin. But where is man from the bowler hat?
He's ranching in Montana.
Oh, him? Montana?
Oh, he changed clothes.
Well, but...
Excuse me, please. Can either of you tell me the way to Henrysville, Oregon?
Oh, sure. Best is to go to a street at the end of town there.
Oregon and Henrysville are a long ways off.
Oh.
And difficult to get to.
Oh, but you see, I really must get to Henrysville. A cousin of mine, a rancher, died. And it's my duty to take over the management of the ranch.
Oh, boy.
And you've just arrived from England and you're in a hurry.
Well, yes, that's quite correct, as a matter of fact.
My name is Paladin. May I offer you my service?
Would you have garden, will travel? What kind of service?
Sit down, please. Hey, boy. A glass of sherry for Miss...
Worthshire. Lady Angela Worthshire.
For Lady Angela. And hurry.
Oh, Esau, I'll get sherry right away. Oh, Lady Angela. Oh, boy. Tally ho, Mr. Paladin.
Now, Lady Angela, I think I should tell you...
Must you hold my hand?
It's an American custom. You must accustom yourself to American customs.
Oh. Well, now the service you spoke of.
It begins tonight at 8 o'clock. A dinner at Fabre's, then a glass of sparkling wine at the Porter, and then a tour of San Francisco. You must see the points of interest before you leave.
I feel I'm already indulging myself in something interesting.
Lady Angela, I know I can assist you.
Do you know something, Mr. Paladin? I'm quite certain you can.
Have gun. Will travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Sam Rolfe and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Ralph Moody, Gene Bates, Barney Phillips, James Nusser, and Harry Bartell. Hugh Douglas speaking. Have Gun Will Travel salutes station KRMG, Tulsa, Oklahoma, which became CBS Radio's newest affiliate on Monday, January 5th. KRMG covers 93 counties and reaches about 1 million families in the Southwest and operates on 50,000 watts daytime and 25,000 nighttime. Join us again next week for Have Gun Will Travel.
Hop Along with Hop Along Cassidy. Up next.
It's Hop Along Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop Along Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Murder on the Trail. Some folks always seem to be right in the center of excitement. And that may be because some folks look for it. Of course, you'd never get Hopalong Cassidy to admit that, but his pal California strongly suspects it. And especially now that they interrupted a peaceful ride back to the Bar 20 to hitch over to Rapid River for the night.
Well, there's the Rapid River Hotel up ahead on the right. Let's see if they have a couple of empty sacks.
I'd sooner be out under the stars, and so would you, Hoppy. You can't fool me why we come here. You decided awful sudden after you heard there was a little trouble.
Me? Walk into trouble? Why, California, you hurt my feelings.
Well, you're going to hurt my stomach if we don't get some grub pretty soon.
Soon as we get a room lined up. Folks there in the lobby seem pretty excited.
Yeah, I guess they're talking about the killing. Who was it?
Mr. Mills. He owned the stagecoach line.
Robbery, I suppose?
No, he was...
Hey, you! Hey, you're Hopalong Cassidy, ain't you?
That's right.
You're wanted at the museum.
Really? Well, I hadn't figured on being put under glass quite so early in life.
Ha, ha! You tell him, Hoppy.
Go on over, pal. You'll enjoy yourself in a museum.
What makes you think so?
Well, you seem to like keeping an old relic around.
Huh? What do you say? Why, if that ain't they did... I ought to... of all... doggone you out.
Come in, Mr. Cassidy.
I had a message for somebody here at the museum.
Yes, I sent the message. I saw you ride into town a little while ago, and I thought perhaps you could help me.
Well, this is my partner, California Carlson.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. My name is Muncie.
Howdy. I judge you're upset because of the murder, Mr. Muncie.
Oh, yes, indeed. I'm responsible for it.
You're what?
Well, just what I said. Mr. Mills would be alive now if it weren't for me. I deciphered a map showing the secret passage into Lost Canyon, and I showed it to Mr. Mills. He had always been so interested in the canyon. He started for there at sunup, and by noon a rider found him dead.
Well, that doesn't make you responsible.
No, but I knew it would happen to anyone who tried to go up into the canyon. I knew it when I showed him that map.
This is getting kind of complicated. Now, why is an old Lost Canyon so dangerous?
Ah, there's a legend about that canyon, California.
A true legend, Mr. Cassidy, of the vow taken by the Jepson followers never to let anyone invade their canyon. It has been sealed up for 20 years. Disaster will overtake anyone who tries to enter Lost Canyon.
But it doesn't seem like religious folks would take to murder.
Don't you understand, Mr. Cassidy? They're fanatics. They will stop at nothing. Look here in this cabinet. Now, these are dumb bullets. They have a hollow nose. Rip a man to pieces when they strike. The British developed them. And do you know why? To stop fanatics who couldn't be downed by an ordinary bullet.
But you're speaking of savage frontiersmen, Mr. Muncie.
Then you aren't afraid of these people in Lost Canyon?
You don't know Hopalong Cassidy very well, or you know he ain't afraid of nothing.
Then will you take the map?
What?
The map to Lost Canyon. I'm not a brave man, Mr. Cassidy, and now I'm terrified. I just want to live here among my treasures. I don't want any violence to befall me.
I don't suppose any of us really wants violence.
But you can cope with it. Please, will you take the map?
Well...
Go ahead, Hoppy. You're just itching to get into more adventure.
Good. I have it hidden in this room. I'll be right back.
I know something like this would happen, Hoppy. You head for danger like Topper does to a field of wild oats.
Oh, there's no danger in this. Mr. Muncie is just an excitable little man.
What in blazes?
Mr. Muncie.
Hoppy, look. This axe has split his skull. It's out from the wall, or maybe...
I know what you mean. Go get a doctor, quick.
now back to Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy rode into Rapid River because he was curious about one murder, and now he's mixed up in another. The town is in a nasty mood. They want somebody to pay for the killing, all of which puts Hoppy and California in a pretty tough spot. The dark little museum is now bristling with outraged townsfolk, and the sheriff is not having much success keeping order.
Get the two men who did it. Enough of this killing. Yeah, string them up before somebody else gets it. They were the only ones in the museum.
Men, get back. I'm the law around here. This is my business.
When our friends go getting killed, it's pretty much our business, I figure. So do I. Bring them two men out of the other room and let us tend to them. That's what we want. We'll give them justice.
Now, quiet, all of you. I'm drawing my gun, and the first man that interferes with me is going to get it, you understand?
What do we say?
It's mobs like you that hang innocent men, and there'll be none of that in Rapid River.
Then stop this murder.
I will stop it, I will, in the right way. All right, Deputy, bring them two men out. Yeah.
There's the folk.
Shut up! This gun's cocked, and I mean business. Stay back if you want to keep your head on straight.
Thanks, Sheriff. They don't seem very friendly.
I'm here to keep the law, and if you're guilty, you'll hang just as they want.
Now, look here, Sheriff. You don't know who you're talking to.
Oh, am I supposed to bow when I meet you?
No, but by golly, you'll take off your hat when you meet my partner here. This is Hopalong Cassidy.
Uh-huh.
How do you do, Sheriff?
You're Hopalong?
Don't let him trick you, Sheriff.
Shut up! Nobody tricks Sheriff Richards. So you're supposed to be Hopalong Cassidy, huh?
No, Sheriff, I'm not supposed to be. I am.
Ain't you never seen his picture?
The only pictures I ever see are the ones with wanted on them.
Ain't true. He ain't Hopalong.
Ain't nobody here ever seen Hopalong? Huh? Oh, shut up, Jake. A lot of good you'll do us.
Well, if the fella knows me, bring him out, Sheriff.
Nah, that's old Jake Peters, blind as a bat.
I don't need eyes to know Hopalong Cassidy. Let me through here.
How in tarnation you going to tell, Jake?
I got ways. Where is this fella?
Here I am. You must be the Jake Peters that used to ride range in Cheyenne.
Now don't confuse me with talk. There's one sure way I can tell Hopalong. Don't matter now if I don't have eyes to see him. I'll still know him if I can just hear him walk.
Huh? Doggone if this ain't something.
Go ahead, you walk.
Like this, Jake?
Yeah. A little more. It's him, Sheriff. That's Hopalong. I'd know the ring of his spurs anywhere.
You sure, Jake?
Of course I am.
Well, that's good enough for me.
You're welcome to Rapid River, Hoppy.
Thanks, Jake. Your friends were hard to convince.
Well, I'm right sorry, Mr. Cassidy. But you know, a feller can't be too careful, especially when he's the law.
Hoppy ain't used to treatment like this.
I understand, Sheriff, and I'll be obliged now if I can help in any way to clean up this murder.
Oh, thanks, but we don't need no help. We're used to handling our own affairs in Rapid River. Come on, men. Way out of this museum. We ain't getting nothing done hanging around here.
Oh, Sheriff.
Yeah?
Do you mind if my friends and I stayed here for a while and looked over the displays? Seems to be quite a fine collection.
Well, I don't know.
Well, we rode quite a ways to see this museum. We'd be grateful if we could stay and look it over.
Well, just because you're Hopalong Cassidy don't think you're privileged character around here, I'd do the same for any citizen. You can stay for 10 minutes.
Thanks, Sheriff. That'll be fine.
Why, that insulting tin-horn sheriff. The idea, him talking to you the way he did.
Oh, forget it. He was just trying to impress us.
I don't know why you went to all that trouble to stay in this here museum anyway.
Don't you know California? Really?
Oh, all right. Of course I know. You think you can find something that the sheriff didn't in his investigation?
I'm sure of it. Mr. Muncie was a nice little fellow, and I'm pretty put out that somebody would go to the trouble to murder him.
But there ain't nothing to prove it was a killing. There's axes all over the room he was in. It could have been an accident.
Do you think it was?
Well, I don't know.
Come on in here. I noticed something that may help you decide.
Oh, this blood all over the floor is giving me indigestion.
That's impossible, California. You haven't eaten anything.
Doggone, that's right. That's what I'm feeling. No supper.
Now, look here. See these axes? Go on, take one off the wall.
I'd rather just as well look at them from here.
Don't you see something pretty obvious? Look at this one. And this row over here. See?
I don't see nothing except a bunch of axes.
But don't you realize that there's not one of them in here that is like the one that fell and killed Mr. Muncie?
Well, sure there is. It was just like these red-handled ones.
I don't mean the handle. I mean the other end. The blade. That's right. Every axe in here is so dull you couldn't cut summer butter with it. But the one that fell was sharp enough to slash a human skull.
You're right, Hoppy. Gee willikins, what do you think of that? Shh, quiet. Huh?
Howdy, boys. Howdy. Mind if I go along on this little tour? My education has been kind of neglected.
Come on in, mister, but don't hide behind doors. You might get into trouble.
Oh, I never get in trouble. But you might. Especially if I was to tell the sheriff that about an hour ago I delivered a message to you from Mr. Muncie.
And how is that going to cause trouble?
Well, it depends on what the message was. If I was to say that Mr. Muncie wanted you to please leave him alone, and he couldn't possibly make the payoff that you demanded.
Why, you
California,
dirty...
stop that.
Fighting ain't the answer, cowpoke.
No, I can see that. California, how much do you have with you?
What?
Get out your pouch, California.
Hoppy? Well...
We understand each other, eh, Mr. Cassidy?
Yeah, we certainly do. I don't believe I know your name, though.
Oh, the folks just call me Brick.
Gold Brick, maybe.
Now, listen, you old goat.
Yeah,
Brick.
Brick.
A crack like...
Yeah, something to make you feel better. And don't go causing any trouble, will you? We just want to stay out of this.
That's better. You know, I was watching through the window all the time.
Oh, you were?
Huh?
Well, don't say anything about our taking the map, will you? We're just collecting curios for our ranch.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, sucker. Thanks. Now I'm big fine.
Hoppy. Are you stark raving mad? What do you mean by paying off that little chiseler? And why did you tell him about finding the map?
But I didn't find it, California. I just thought it might be interesting to see what he would do if he thought I did. Come on now. Let's have our dinner and see what we can figure out.
Now you're talking. I can just taste a big hunk of steak. Hoppy, I just thought of something.
What?
We can't buy no dinner. You gave that chiseler all the money we had.
Oh, what do you think of that? Well, the bank will be open in the morning, so let's go dream of a hearty breakfast.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hop Along Cassidy and our story, Murder on the Trail. One of the leading citizens of Rapid River has been murdered because he started up into Lost Canyon. Then Mr. Muncie, curator of the museum, was killed by a fallen axe as he was about to give Hop Along Cassidy the map showing the secret passage into Lost Canyon. So now Hoppy and California are camped out on the edge of town, and they're trying to figure out two things. Who is doing the killings and why?
It doesn't add up, California. Just 2 men have been killed for no apparent reason.
But the little feller at the museum told you the reason. They're religious groups.
No, California. I don't think that's the answer. It's very seldom that wars are fought or murders are committed because of religion. People generally kill for a very earthly possession.
You mean money?
Uh-huh. But in this instance, I can't figure out who will gain and who will lose because of this map showing the secret passage into Lost Canyon.
Sure wish you hadn't told that brick fella that we have the map.
But that may bring the murderer out into the open. Why, we may even have visitors before the night's over.
You think so? Say, maybe we should have gotten a hotel room after all.
Why, California. You said you didn't want to ask for a room without having the money to pay in advance. You were afraid of being embarrassed.
Well, I'd rather be embarrassed than dead.
Do I detect a note of fear someplace?
I just don't want to die on an empty stomach, that's all. If I'd had supper, I wouldn't have mind laying out here to be shot.
But think how much you have to look forward to. As soon as the bank is open in the morning, I'll buy you the biggest breakfast in Rapid River.
You will, Harvey?
You bet. Buckwheat cake stacked a foot high. You dream about that.
Mm-hmm. Swimming in syrup and gobs of butter.
That's right. And brown little sausages to spice them up.
Buckwheat cakes. Sausages.
And a pile of scrambled eggs.
Scrambled eggs. Sausages.
Sure. Sweet dreams, California. I'd better shut up and get to sleep myself. All this talk of food is killing me. California, wake up.
Yeah. Breakfast time already? Suffering snakes, what's that?
Let's find out. No time to saddle up. Come on.
I'm coming, Hoppy.
Come on, Topper. Over towards these bushes.
Hey, maybe it's a trap, Hoppy.
We'll have to risk it. Look over here.
Yeah, that's his horse.
Easy, boy. Who is it?
Is that you, Hopper?
Why, Jake. Jake Peters.
He's hurt bad, Hoppy.
Take it easy, Jake. We'll get you to a doctor.
It ain't no use. He rode up behind me and put these slugs into me.
Who did, Jake?
The murderer. He knowed I was riding out here to warn you. He's after you now, Hoppy. If I'd had eyes, I could have found you. The fella at the forge told me you camped out on this road.
Jake, who put the slugs in you? Who was it?
No use, Hoppy. He ain't hearing you now.
Poor old Jake. California, we're dealing with someone who will shoot a blind man in the back.
I'd sure like to get my hands on the varmint.
I've got a hunch Mrs. Mills may know something about these murders. You meet me there later.
Where are you going now?
To the bank as soon as it opens.
If it's for breakfast money, Hoppy, forget it. I ain't hungry now.
No, I'm going to try to find out who is the wealthiest man in this town.
Taking such an interest, Mr. Cassidy. You didn't know my husband.
No, Mrs. Mills, and I didn't know the man at the museum. And I'd only met Jake Peters, but it still winds me up inside to see cold-blooded murder.
The whole town knows that there are religious fanatics up in Lost Canyon.
The whole town may know that. But what about you? Do you know it? You don't believe that story any more than I do, Mrs. Mills. There's someone right here in this town that's doing the killing. I only want to know the route into Lost Canyon so that I might be able to bring the murderer out into the open.
Yes, I want that, too. I'll tell you what I'll do. I won't give you the route, but I will act as your guide and lead you up there.
Oh, but that's too dangerous.
There's no man in my family now, Mr. Cassidy. I've got to be father and mother both to my children, and their father would ride up and gain what Lost Canyon has to give us.
All right, Mrs. Mills, with spirit like that, come along with me, and we'll clean up this whole dirty mess. This is bad business. I'm sorry I agreed to let you come with me.
Living is bad business, Mr. Cassidy. You have to have courage to take chances.
You trust me, and we may both come out of this alive.
What's the matter? Did you hear something?
Yes. Someone's coming up the trail overtaking us.
Why, it's the sheriff. Hello, Mr. Richards.
Hello, Mrs. Mills, and it's you, Cassidy.
That's right, Sheriff. Who did you expect?
I expected you to have better sense, I'll tell you that.
Or maybe you mean I shouldn't have had such good sense.
You saw what I did with that mob back in the museum, Cassidy. I cocked my gun like this. and I threatened to use it on the first man that tried to take the law into his own hands.
Oh, but, Sheriff, you don't understand. Mr. Cassidy
If
is...
this is Mr. Cassidy, the only man in Rapid River that vouched for him was blind Jake Peters.
You mean dead Jake Peters.
If he's dead, you're the only one that knows about it, Cassidy. Well, there's been enough talk. My deputy's right down the trail waiting for my whistle. So now I'm sending you back to town for safekeeping.
And you?
Mrs. Mills and I are going right on up this trail.
Yes, Sheriff. I'm glad you came when you did, for we're approaching the passage now.
You ride on, Mrs. Mills. I'll catch up with you.
All right, Sheriff.
Howdy, Sheriff. Looks like I rode up just in time.
Brick, you take Cassidy back to town and watch him.
Okay, Sheriff.
Well, so Brick here is your newly appointed deputy. Seems like only last night that he was a cheap blackmailer.
Shut up, Cassidy. I got me a badge now. And if the sheriff don't get out of Lost Canyon alive, I'll be head man.
Don't say a thing like that. I'm coming back.
What's the matter, Sheriff? You kind of superstitious?
I'll tend to you later, Cassidy. Right now, I'm going with Mrs. Mills after the murderer. Of course, it's mighty dangerous for a woman to be riding up into the canyon. No telling what might happen.
You know, Sheriff, you sound just like a man who's trying to establish an alibi.
Huh?
Yeah, an alibi. In the event Mrs. Mills doesn't come back alive.
You know, Mrs. Mills, it was a sad day that your husband found that map showing the secret passage into Lost Canyon.
Oh, it was a horrible day. But how did he know it would cost him his life?
Yeah? No, I guess he didn't. But that Mr. Munsey at the museum knew the danger. He wanted to get rid of the map.
He wanted to give the map to Mr. Cassidy.
Yeah, but he never did. Because I killed him and took the map myself.
What?
Yes, Mrs. Mills, I killed Mr. Munsey and I killed your husband. I thought they was the only two that knew the passage.
Sheriff, what are you saying?
That I can't let anybody living know the passage, Mrs. Mills.
But I know it.
That's right. I don't like doing this. In fact, I never enjoy killing.
Jake Peters, you killed him, too.
Oh, he was a worthless old coot, but he was nosy and got to suspecting things. He was on his way to blab to Cassidy, so I had to get rid of him.
Sheriff, this is incredible. How can you go on killing and killing and...
You're the last. Then I'll be safe. Everything I've got will be saved.
What do you mean?
I'm a rich man, Mrs. Mills. I ain't just a tin-horn sheriff like folks think. I got a barrel full of money. But I'd lose it all if this here secret passage is found.
You're really going to kill me.
Get off your horse, Mrs. Mills.
No.
Come on, Lawson. That's right. Let's get this over quick.
No. Sheriff, I have children. You can't.
Maybe I'll adopt them, Mrs. Mills.
Oh, forget the passage. I'll leave Rapid River. Let me live.
Say your prayers, Mrs. Mills. This is it. What's that? Who's over there? Get up here, you.
Take your hands off me.
Well, stay right here. We got visitors out in the bushes.
Let me go.
You stay right in front of me.
I'll come back after you, Sheriff.
I thought it was you, Cassidy, hiding behind them bushes.
You're wasting your bullets, Sheriff. I got you covered. Your little game is up.
If you shoot me, Cassidy, you shoot Mrs. Mills first. Come on, behind these rocks.
Oh, be careful. You're too close to the edge.
I see you sneaking for the trail, Sheriff, but I'm sitting up here to see you don't make it. Why, you sniveling skunks think you can trap me, do you? Hey, you Mr. Miles.
Let me go. You're hurting me.
Why, I ought to... I see your hat, Cassidy.
You're out on the ledge, Sheriff. We got you covered both ways. You might as well drop your gun.
You think I'll give up, do you? I'm used to living hard, and I'll die the same way. You're not going to take me alive, and I'll die laughing, because I'm taking Mrs. Mills with me.
Stop it, Sheriff. You're pulling her over the ledge. Stop it.
Oh, we're falling. Let me go.
back to Hopalong Cassidy.
Doggone it, Hoppy. That was the fanciest roping I ever seen.
Did I hurt your arm, Mrs. Mills?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't know. I'm just so thankful to be alive.
It was a mighty close call. If it hadn't been for Hoppy's roping, you'd be at the bottom of the ravine with the sheriff there.
And if you hadn't ridden up the trail, California, and helped me disarm Brick.
Well,
it's so horrible. The sheriff must have been insane wanting to kill me for no reason.
Oh, he had a reason, all right.
But what? How could it matter to him that I knew the secret passage?
Well, didn't you want to use it to build up your stagecoach business, Mrs. Mills?
Well, yes, but no one knew that.
Don't see how that mattered to the sheriff, Hoppy.
He was a very wealthy man, California.
Yes, he told me that. But I just thought he was raving.
Oh, no. I managed to find that out at the bank. He owned controlling interest in a railroad that runs from Rapid River to Dodge City.
What?
That's right. The railroad had almost run your stage line out of business. Now, if you were to route your stages through Lost Canyon, you could beat train time and get the business back again.
Well, if that ain't the dag bustedest, doggonest...
Why, it's incredible. He did all that killing to protect his railroad.
Yes, but now you're free to route your stages through the canyon.
Yes, I must do that. I've got to support the children. I guess the first thing is to find a good driver and try the canyon road.
Hoppy, do you suppose there really is a fanatical religious cult up here in this canyon? I get a feeling we're kind of being watched.
Well, I know one sure way of finding out.
How's that?
You drive Mrs. Mills' stage through this canyon. And if there are any religious folks up here, you'll probably scare them right up into the hills.
Well,
Hoppy and California are heading back Bar 20 way. Got a lot of things to take care of at the ranch. But it won't be long till Hoppy gets that feeling, and they'll be heading out again for more excitement and adventure. We'd like mighty well to have you along. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Murder on the Trail was written by John Barclay. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Lights out, everybody. It is later than you think. This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
Yes, Adelina, I am here.
Dr. Miller. Dr. Miller.
Yes, she'll be here any moment. I sent for her. You must not talk, Adelina. You're strained. Come, Frank. We'll go see if Dr. Miller is coming. Yeah. So, now I can breathe.
But, Herbert, Dr. Miller, why do you send for her? What can she do?
Do not be a fool. Did you not hear her? But the old woman. Dr. Miller, Dr. Miller. I tell you, she drove me crazy with it. Until finally I sent for Dr. Miller.
But will she come?
Who knows? And if she does come, what difference can it make? The old woman, worn-out machine. 84 years is long enough. Perhaps that is the doctor now.
I will go with you. I cannot believe that she would come here.
In a moment we shall see. Yes, I'm coming.
Adelina lives here?
Yes, Dr. Miller. You do not recognize me, perhaps. I am the mayor, Old Albert.
Oh, yes.
Will you honor my house by entering?
Of course.
I did not know if you would come. You are so busy. She is such an old
She's a
woman.
friend of my mother's. Where is she?
Oh, this way, please.
Albert.
Oh, yes. Doctor, if you will permit me. This is my good neighbor, Frank.
It is a great honor meeting you, Dr. Miller.
Adelina, you say she is dying. Why do you keep me from her?
Oh, no, Doctor. Do not even think such a thing. Come this way. In here, Doctor. In here. You hear? She talks with her last breath so pitifully. It is a great pity. For one as old as she, it will take heaven's own intervention to
Please
stop.
go now.
Huh? Oh, yes, of course, Doctor. Anything you say.
Adelina. Try to open your eyes. It is I, your old friend, Dr. Mueller.
Dr. Mueller.
Yes, I came as quickly as I could.
Dr. Mueller. I'm waiting.
Yes. Here is my hand. Oh, my friend, you are in pain.
My son. My youngest. In 2 days, he will be here. Oh, Dr. Mueller, I am so tired. And I want to die. But not yet. Not yet.
No, you must rest.
Not yet. Not yet. I tell you, I must not die. Not yet.
Adelina, please.
My youngest. He comes. I must see him once more. I must not die. Not yet. Not.
Oh, my friend.
You call me friend, don't you? You, my only friend. Have pity.
What can I do?
Give me life. Give me life with a few more hours until my son arrives. You are so wise. A few more hours. Say you can give me life.
Life.
I am so old. I know. The blood is cold and worn. But in your wisdom, you must know some way. You keep a little warmth within me. A little warmth until he comes.
I don't...
Oh, friend. Do not turn away from me. I beg you. Have pity. Help me. All day. I have fought so long. Now you must help me, Dr. Mueller. A few more breaths until my son. Help me.
Yes, I will help you. You must not speak. You must use all your strength in listening and trying to understand what I'm going to say. Good friend, what I'm about to tell you is so strange that I almost dare not speak. And yet if I'm to help you as you ask, I must speak. No, just listen. As you've said yourself, death is very close to you. And since yours is the disease of old age, of a body worn with long years of living, there's nothing that medicine can do for you. Except perhaps to ease your leaving of this life. And I will help you. But what I'm about to do to you is something I should not do. Listen, good friend. Try to understand. For many years I have worked with little white mice attempting to discover the true nature of cancer. For many years, good friend. And while in these studies I've made a discovery. A discovery which goes beyond all understanding. In working on the little creatures, I discovered that when an organism has lived its full span of years, the cells within the body become aged, worn, and become what I call a fibroblast. Now I've discovered that by injecting the extract of the tissues... Oh, she dies. What should... I promised her.
Oh.
I must do it. I must. My instrument case. I must. I promise. The hypodermic. My hands tremble. The liquid, so green. If it only gives her a little more of life. My hands must be sure. Needle deep into her heart. No, you must live. Only a few seconds more until There. Deep. Done. No. It will never work. My experiment's foolishness, the reaction on the mice, only the illusion to my hopes. And to do what I've done to this old woman. Her dying flesh. Her pulse almost gone. Oh, forgive me, old friend. In your death... No. Not death. Lips. Cheeks so red. Eyes open. So bright. So fresh. So young.
Doctor.
No.
Doctor!
No. It cannot be. No.
Dr. Miller,
No.
hold on. What is it? What?
No.
Doctor, there's the old woman. There's Adelina. Who?
It is
This
I.
young woman. Who?
I. Adelina. Look at me. My arms. Warm. Live. My cheeks. I can feel them. Round. Full like they were years ago. She has made me young. She did it. She. Me, old Adelina. Young.
Miracle on earth. A dying old woman young again.
My face.
Oh, Doctor, all the states will know of this miracle. You have conquered death. We shall live forever.
Oh, no. What have I done? What is it? What do you want?
Doctor, it is I, Frank. What's such news? He is coming here. I tell you, he comes here. The mayor is bringing him. He refused to wait until morning.
And who is this impatient one that has to see me at midnight?
It is His Excellency.
His Excellency?
Yeah.
Frank, what are you saying?
I tell you, His Excellency. Oh, his last name, I never can remember names. His picture, you see his picture everywhere. He's coming here, Doctor, to see you. The mayor is bringing him.
Frank, you've been drinking.
Oh, no, I tell the truth, Doctor. The great one has heard of the miracle of Adelina.
What are you saying?
Yeah, the miracle, the resurrection from the grave. I hear him talking to the mayor. He is coming to see you. There. You see, I tell you the truth.
Open up in there.
Aren't you going to open the door?
What else is there to do? Open it, Frank.
Yeah. Oh, what an honor.
Well, Frank, there she is. Dr. Miller, have you told her?
I am here, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I did not see you standing there in the shadows. Doctor, a great honor has come to you. Yes, a great honor. Most distinguished visitor our little community has ever known. Yes, a most distinguished...
Excuse me, you cackling old fool.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency. I only thought... That is to say, I only meant...
Stand aside, you fat old fool. Dr. Miller, you know who I am?
Yes, Your Excellency.
I am a man of few words. I will speak plainly. I want plain answers.
I am at your service, Your Excellency.
Then tell me quickly, how did you do this miracle?
Miracle?
He means Adelina. His Excellency means...
Close your mouth. I am talking. Go, all of you.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Now then, Doctor, I ask you for an answer. How did you give that old woman back her youth? Well, don't stand there staring at me. I want an answer. How did you do it?
There is nothing to say.
Nothing to say?
No.
Do you realize to whom you are speaking?
There's no doubt you do not. In your unfortunate isolation, you have failed to do your duty in having the proper knowledge of who is important to the state. All right, I will educate you. I am Joseph Brown, Doctor of Philosophy and member of the Department of Propaganda.
I know of you.
So? Then speak plainly. There is no use hiding facts. I've seen the woman with my own eyes. Your fat mare took me to her. I've talked to neighbors, friends. I know that she was worn out, aged, dying. Now she's young again. Speak, and speak plainly. How did you do it?
And if I tell you?
If you tell me. My dear doctor, this is your house?
Yes.
Your experiments in that room?
My laboratory.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Come here.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Open that door.
At once, Your Excellency, at once.
Into your laboratory, my fine doctor. I follow. The rest of you stay out here. Now we will be quite alone. So, now we can speak plainly. Ah, so this is where you do your work, my fine doctor?
Yes.
What have we here? Well, mice. Little white mice. How charming.
I use them in my experiments.
And what are your experiments?
The hereditary factor in cancer.
Cancer. So you persist in lying to me. Doctor, they tell me you are a very clever woman. Yet I assure you, you will be most stupid if you persist in keeping the truth from me. I am not a violent man, so I ask you very calmly to be sensible and speak freely. Now then, the miracle of youth. How did you do it?
I am not quite sure myself.
That is no answer. Well, there are other methods. Mr. Mayor.
You want me, Your Excellency?
Come here.
Yes, yes. Anything you say, Your Excellency.
Mr. Mayor, how old are you?
Why, Your Excellency, I'm not quite sure. In my 50s, I believe.
All right, you will do. Bare your arm.
My arm?
You heard me. All right, doctor. Give him the injection.
Injection? Me?
You will kindly shut your mouth. You heard my order, doctor. Do as I say.
The injection to him?
Yes, to him. I spoke plainly enough.
But I can't do that.
Why not? You will have more of the liquid.
Yes, but don't you understand? It's permanent reactions on the human mechanism. I don't know that... And so I dare not use it.
But that woman, she is young.
Yes, but who knows what other...
All right. That's quite enough. Doctor, I have come a long way to investigate a rumor. Now I am here, and you will do as I say.
If I refuse?
Do not speak like a child. I am not a violent man, and yet... Doctor, it would be a pity to lose your life work, Do not stand there. I'm growing quite impatient. Yes, and the mayor, too, grows impatient.
Oh, Your Excellency, what are you going to do to me? I am an old
Hold
man.
your mouth and bare your arm, you old fool. Well, doctor?
I am ready.
Excellent.
Oh, doctor, what?
Hold your tongue, I tell you. Proceed, doctor.
Oh.
It will not hurt, Albert.
So, how simple. The needle in, you press the plunger.
It is done. How do you feel, my friend?
Yes. How is it, old man? What's going on inside of you? Look, his flesh
begins to glow like hers did.
The wrinkle's gone. His back straightening.
It happened again.
A miracle. Speak, man. Speak.
Your Excellency, my head, it hurts. My blood rushing through my veins. Doctor, why do you look at me so? My voice sounds so strange in my ears.
Look in the mirror ahead of you, you old fool.
Yes. No, it cannot be. My face, young. I'm young again. Doctor, look at me. Young again. I'm young again.
Young again.
Oh, my muscles so strong. Look, I jump, I dance. And let me out of here. Everyone shall see.
Yes, go.
Frank, everyone, look, I'm young. I'm young again. She made me young.
So, it makes them young again.
Does it?
Are you blind? Didn't you see it just as I saw it? Wrinkled flesh, young, twisted back straight. I tell you, a gift to the state from heaven.
Or hell.
All science is mad, and all scientists are madmen. I've often said that. Only we who think with our blood think clearly and recognize our destiny.
I don't understand.
You will receive many honors for this, Doctor. Oh, but first, you have kept an accurate record of your experiments?
Yes.
May I ask where?
notebook. This...
Excellent. In the name of the state, I asked you to give it to me.
To you?
Yes.
What would you do with it?
I told you. There are some of us who recognize our destiny. I recognize this as mine.
What?
With this power in my possession, think what wonders I can perform. An army of youth, everlasting youth. An army invincible.
Oh, no.
Old men young and young men forever young. An army without end sweeping the earth. And I, yes, I, the leader.
No, you cannot use it for that.
Cannot? Ah, yes, I understand. You are thinking that there is another leader. Well, Doctor, at this moment I can speak quite frankly with you. Yes, there is a leader, and they bow their heads to him, the masses. But I will tell you this. It was my brains, my catchwords, my slogans that taught them to look on him as the invincible. And so, what they shout for is really a man who exists only in me. Now perhaps I can take my rightful place. He's an emotional old woman, Nayland. While I know the wonder and the power of the soft word. With your elixir of youth to tempt men, I shall become quite invincible. With an army invincible. You do not speak? All right. Then do give me the notebook.
You cannot make men young to kill. Make them young to live.
The notebook, Doctor.
No, I'll not give it to you. My work has been to preserve life, not to destroy it.
The notebook?
No, you can't have it. Not for soldiers, do you hear me? Not for soldiers.
As you wish, Doctor. I told you, I am not a violent man. Good night. Doc.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Go in there. She has a notebook in her hand. Bring it to me quickly.
Yes, Your Excellency.
What a pity. The good doctor. She has committed suicide.
Company, halt! Ready? Orders of the day. Company A, D, F, and G report to medical officer at once. Company J, M, Q report to medical officer at 12 o'clock. Reserve officers orders report to medical officer within 3
Your regiments, General, they do not quite know what is happening to them,
It does not matter, Your Excellency. They obey orders.
Come, let us go into your office.
As you say.
Now then we can speak most comfortably. How many men have been treated?
50. Picked ones.
You are satisfied with the results?
It was beyond belief.
And so you will join me?
Anything you say. When does it happen?
He gives one of his infernal orations next week in the old hall. With you and the others to help me, I assure you his old womanish ravings will end right there.
You speak of others.
You doubt they will join me?
Oh, no. No, all men will follow you.
Naturally.
To think that you should have made such a discovery.
I sometimes surprise myself.
And you alone know the formula?
Yes. That is why I am so sure of you and the others. It will be most pleasant to know the delights of youth forever, my friend.
Have you taken the injection yet?
I? No. No, I decided to wait until the results of our test cases were quite complete. 50 human guinea pigs. Now that I am certain of the success, yes, I will do it. At once.
Eh?
My injection here. Have it all ready. Hypodermic filled. Very well filled. How interesting it looks in its case, General. My immortality.
Yes.
You would like your youth again now, too?
I am not ready.
There's nothing to fear. You see? I pinch the skin in my arm. The needle bites for a moment. So, it is done.
Do you feel pain?
Huh? Pain? No. No. Only a strange warmth in my veins. I feel my blood seems to run swiftly.
Your face.
What is it?
Your face. It is changing.
Yes, I feel it. I'm young. A young man again.
I told you. Young.
You will pardon me.
How dare you? Get out. No. Let him come in. Nothing disturbs a young man. Nothing. Well, what is it you want? Well, how thoughtful of you to bring me such a beautiful young woman.
Yeah, it is about her that I have come, Your Excellency. About her and the mayor.
The mayor?
Yeah, he is waiting outside.
But who are you? Oh, yes, I remember you.
Yeah.
You are from the village where... this woman. The first to be rejuvenated.
Yeah, Your Excellency, Adelina. The very first. The villagers, they send me to ask you. You will help her and the mayor, won't you, Your Excellency?
Help? What are you talking about? Yeah. Look at her, the picture of youth. She was dying of old age, but look at her now. Young, beautiful.
Yeah, Your Excellency. It's so sad. Young, as you say, beautiful. But the devil's brew Dr. Miller put into her veins. Listen to what it has done to her.
What?
Speak, Adelina, speak.
No.
Yeah.
No, I won't.
Stop
No.
it. Make her stop.
No.
I order you make her stop.
Yeah, quiet, Adelina,
No.
quiet, my friend.
Tell me, you. Tell me, what's wrong with the woman?
I tell you, the devil's brew, the stuff that makes her young.
Speak, I command you, speak.
1,000 pardons, Excellency, I'm trying to. It made her young. It made her body young. But day after day, her mind, it has kept on growing younger.
No, you lie. Not the injection. It was something else that did it.
No, I tell the truth. The mayor, he did the same thing to the mayor. The injection.
No, it can't be the injection, no. General, why do you look at me? You took an injection. A large one. Get out. Out, all of you, out! You can't frighten me, get out! Get out, you lie! It was not the injection, it was something else. I'm all right, my mind is strong. Out! Yes, it was lies. It cannot be the injection, no. Some strange disease, yes. I'm all right. I must be all right. Yes, I'm strong. My mind is strong. I'm young. I'm not a violent man, no. I am young. My mind is strong. How can the mind grow young and the body stay old? It cannot be.
My voice. My head. It spins. Younger. What was I saying? Younger. The room spinning. Where am I? My voice. Strange. These clothes. Soldier clothes.
I am a soldier. I am a soldier. I am a soldier. I am a soldier. My head. Mother. My head. Where am I? I want my mother. My head. It hurts. Mother.
character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as The Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Kara.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives. And I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. Say what you will about Harry Lime, he at least was honest in his desire for money and the good things of life. Harry believed in seeing the world at other people's expense. Sometimes the cost ran high as a man's life. Let me tell you about it. I know what I'm talking about.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in Clay Pigeon.
In 1942, my fortunes being for the moment at ebb tide, it pleased me to return to America, to New York specifically, because I'd heard that an old and important enemy of mine was in difficulties and wished to see me. I went to the hotel where he was staying, supposedly incognito, and made myself available at the bar. But nothing happened. I ran up quite a bar bill and things were looking serious. So I ordered another drink. And then...
Mr. Lime? Mr. Harry Lime?
Yes, indeed.
I'm sorry to bother you.
Bother? If all bothersome things were as attractively packaged, I'd gladly be the most burdened of men. Won't you join me?
I didn't come here for that reason, Mr. Lime.
I know. It's a friendly gesture, and I have a hunch we're going to see a lot of each other. Now, since you know my name, why don't you tell me yours?
That's unimportant.
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
Will you please come with me?
Well, I say, now, isn't that approach a little bold? After all, an establishment like this frowns on such an obvious...
Please, Mr. Lime, come with me. You're the only one who can save him.
Me? Save anybody? You've come to the wrong Harry Lime.
Please, you must, even though you hate him.
Hate him? Now you interest me. Now, just which antagonist do you mean? I've got an awful lot of enemies.
You're wasting time. He'll pay you a great deal of money.
Money?
You can name your own price.
The price of my hatred comes pretty high. But for money and hate, Lime goes anywhere. Lovely lady, lead on. Profitable business should be made as painless as possible, and this girl was a pleasure. The dark Irish type with eyes, the mold and color of the restless channel waters, and hair as blue-black as the proverbial raven's wing. I began to enjoy myself. My waiting game was going to pay off through an old enemy. It was a fine evening for cold mischief. We took the elevator in silence, walking down the corridor to the suite of my enemy. I studied my young guide. She caught my glance. Her color mounted. I smiled.
We're almost there.
I say, are you bringing me on a wild goose chase?
If it is, then it's the goose that lays the golden egg, Mr. Lime. This is it.
You don't approve of me, do you?
Follow me, please.
I'd love to. You're just like the rest of the public, dear. You're always clamoring for high ideals, fair play, and always the first to indict without a hearing.
Yes?
I found him, sir.
To the contrary, I found you.
Please.
Oh, come in, by all means.
The Honorable James Hadley, I believe.
Aren't you surprised to see me, Lime?
Well, not particularly. This morning when the wind from the East River brought with it the usual aroma of stale grease, ancient garbage, and sewer gas, I had an idea I might run into Governor Hadley before the day was out. Aren't you in the wrong state?
Still the same old Harry. Insulting, conniving.
And you're the man I'm supposed to help?
It's not by choice, believe me.
That I do believe, Governor. The dislike is mutual. Well, Governor, it's nice leaving you.
Wait, Lime. I'm offering you $15,000
if...
Had I better leave, Governor?
No. You're responsible for bringing Lime here, Nora. Perhaps my only hope of keeping him here.
You're quite wrong, sir. There are 15,000 reasons holding me here for the time being. How long I remain depends on you. Talk.
I know how you hate me. I also know your capabilities, Lime. You're the only man to accomplish the job I have in mind. I've already told you what I'd pay. Lime, I'm begging you to help me.
That's good. You begging me for help. All right. Sing your sad song, Hadley, old man, about the beast you must feed.
You know.
Don't I always know, Governor? Knowing who was after your official scalp, I realized you'd undoubtedly come to me for help. Used one poison as the antidote for another, made myself available. You found me.
You mean you knew it all the time, even downstairs you knew?
In general, dear Nora, though I neither knew the sordid details nor the price to be paid for my services.
Show him the pictures, Nora.
Yes, Captain. Right here in the briefcase. Here you are.
Thank you. My Governor, I didn't think it even of you.
You see, Nora, even Lime believes the man in those cursed pictures is me.
It's very interesting. Who's the lady?
How should I know?
Oh, come on now, Governor. Official manners, or in this case, even unofficial manners, demand that you at least know the name of your female companion. As American etiquette deteriorated to the point that you summon such creatures with a, hey, you.
Mr. Lime, I'll have you know that Governor Hadley is not the man in those pictures.
And good little girls should never tell lies, Nora.
Oh, hang it all, she's telling the truth, Lime. I never frequent such clubs as those pictures show. And here, look at this one. You recognize a newcomer to the party.
Yes, Cato. Cato, the robber baron. I admire his instincts, but not always his performance. He's a bit clumsy.
Trubus Cato. Gambler, ward heater, grafter.
Such dear, nostalgic words. You almost make me homesick, Governor.
Be sensible, Lime. Can you imagine me in such company at any time, particularly with an election coming up next month?
Not unless you're even more stupid than you used to be, James. But then everything is possible.
Really, Mr. Lime, this is the...
But cameras don't lie.
You, above anyone else, should know better than that, Lime. How many times have you faked a picture to gain your ends?
Touché, Governor, but then I always do things the hard way. You told Nora that yourself.
Yeah, it's hard for your victims. Oh, but this isn't getting us anyplace. No matter what else you may choose to think of me, Lime, you know my term in office has been clean.
Insofar as proof is concerned, the incorruptible Governor Hadley. However, these pictures could prove extremely embarrassing, old man. The untouchable Hadley seems to have been taken.
I don't know much about you, Mr. Lime, except that you hate Governor Hadley. And now he's asking for your help. No matter what happened in the past between you, please help him. He's willing to pay. He said your hatred came high. Wasn't his offer high enough?
Nora.
That's quite all right, Governor. I admire honesty and loyalty, even though I don't approve of it or believe in it. Come here, Nora.
What?
Come here. I want you to stand right before me. Look right into my eyes, straight in my eyes. Answer a question.
But Well, Mr. Lime, what is it?
If I were the governor and you were my secretary, would you be as honest, as loyal?
As honest? Yes. As loyal? No.
I see. Well, why the great concern about these pictures, Hadley? Surely your indiscretions aren't that important.
Then you are going to help me.
I'm considering it.
Then you know those pictures are important, Lime. Cato's going to use them to ruin me.
Why?
He wants control of my state. Either his crooked syndicate moves in, or he sends these pictures to every newspaper in the state on the eve of the election.
Trubus Cato has improved with the years. This is almost worthy of me.
I never expected you to understand, Lime. But I thought the fee might make it worth your while. Re-election means a great deal to me. I worked hard for my office. I don't want to win or lose because of a hoodlum like Cato. And I don't want my wife, my family, to be subjugated to this kind of smear campaign. They don't deserve it.
Spoken like a true family man, an American and a politician.
Governor Hadley, there must be some other way to get the negatives than this man.
Please, Nora.
Elaine, the fair Elaine, the lovable Elaine, the lily maid of Astolat. High in her chamber, up a tower to the east, guarded the sacred shield. I'll get the negatives and the rest of these pictures from Cato for $15,000.
Oh, thank heaven.
And dismissal of all charges against me in your state, old man.
What?
The price is cheap, Governor, for your career and your family.
But, Governor, you can't.
Just a moment, Nora. Very well, Lime. You get me those negatives and you'll receive your money and full pardon.
I'll take the money now.
I expected that. Pay him, Nora.
How do you know you can trust him, sir?
The only man I know who can outwit Cato. I've got to trust him.
My fee, Miss Peyton?
Here it is. You'd better count it, Mr. Lime.
But why? I trust you.
Oh.
Just how do you plan to contact Cato?
That's easy enough. Easy to find a man like Cato. The hard part is in avoiding him. You should know that very well, Governor.
Well, what is my next move?
Right back to your nice snug capital. Return to your ivory tower, Hadley, and carry on business as usual.
Very well. We might as well start packing, Nora. We'll leave at once.
Yes, Governor.
No.
What?
Nora stays with me.
I what?
Now, listen here, lad.
Cato doesn't know her by sight, does he?
I don't think so. He contacted me away from his office.
And she'll be our go-between. You can still pack, Nora. I want you to register at another hotel. The Plaza will do. I'll meet you at the cocktail lounge in 3 hours.
Just what do you think?
Nora, I'd appreciate it if you would cooperate with Mr. Lime in whatever way you can.
Well, Nora?
Very well, Governor. I'll do my best.
You understand, Nora? We must trust Mr. Lime.
Well, who wants to talk in the hall, Cato? Let me in.
Come in, then. Well, what have you found out, Izzy?
I am tailing Governor Hadley like you want, ever since he sneaked into town.
Yeah. Come to the point.
Who is staying away from the point? The governor is making contacts with every main hood in New York, but nobody wants to go against Cato. Only Hadley must be finding someone who will go against you, because he leaves the hotel 3 hours ago.
Leaves?
Checks out, is taking a powder. But before that, he sends his girl down to the bar.
Girl? What girl?
Who knows her name? But who this girl talks to down at the bar, you'll never guess.
Come on, Gib. I'm not playing guessing games.
All right, Cato. So don't get sore at me. I'm trying to tell you all the time. She meets a Harry Lime. I hear her say the name.
Harry Lime.
This is not good news.
Harry Lime's the only guy, but the only guy who can louse me up. He would have to come to New York. Come on.
Come on where?
To the Plaza, you jerk. If Lime's to come into this game, he's going to be on my side, alive or dead.
Mr. Lime.
Nora, I never dared hope you'd be this eager to see me.
Cato over at the bar.
Oh? Have a drink.
What are you going to do about Cato?
Careful, here comes the waiter.
Yes, sir. What will you have?
Well, what's your pleasure, honey?
Nothing. Anything.
Well, that offers a pretty wide choice, waiter. Scotch and water for 2.
2 Scotch and water, it is.
Thank you.
I want you to smile, Nora. Look relaxed. Listen very carefully to what I have to say.
I'll try.
Glad you blessed me once before I die.
What?
Your smile. It's the first time I've seen it. Its radiance is breathtaking.
Please.
Leave me at once, Nora. While you're going to the powder room, don't return. Go to your room and stay there.
I don't understand.
Mr. Cato is preparing to beard me in his den, and I want you around when he does.
But
It's coming this way. Now, hurry. I haven't called you by morning. Get back to the capital fast.
What about you?
Why, Nora, I never dreamed you cared.
Oh, of all the...
Your Scotch and water, sir?
Fine. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Drinking alone, Lime? That can turn into a bad habit.
True is Cato in the flesh. It is flesh, isn't it, old boy?
Same old Harry. How about buying me the next round, Harry? At my place.
Why, Trubus, old man. Are you thinking of taking me for a ride?
Why,
It's all right, old man. I'm game for anything. Shall we go?
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Orson Welles as the third man continues with Play Pigeon.
You know, it sounds funny, but it's true. I was being taken for a ride. And a long one. A silent one. Once we got in the car, Troopers stopped talking, and I was not in the mood to make any conversation. I had my tiger by the tail, and I waited for his move.
Wait in the car, Easy. This won't take long.
Okay, boss. I am waiting.
After our nocturnal tour, you bring me to a ruin like this? Really, Cato, I thought you were doing pretty well.
I'm doing fine, Harry. Place on the state line, not too far from the capital. Makes it handy.
For you or the governor?
Wait and see.
Troubus. Well, this is a surprise.
Hadley.
Who's this fella, Troubus?
The face is Jim Hadley's, and the voice is almost identical.
Inside, Luke. Come on, Harry, and I'll buy you that drink I promised.
Sure. The drink's on the house.
Yes, I could use one.
Yeah, sit down, Harry.
I didn't think I'd see you so soon again, Troubus. What happened? Did you...
Shut up. Pour the drinks.
Oh, sure, Troubus.
Now, Harry, I'm open for business.
Well, to risk the obvious, this isn't Governor Hadley.
Hey, you bet I'm not.
The Hadley boys were identical twins. Luke here was the black sheep of the family. Also was supposed to have died in a train wreck 15 years ago.
Identical twins, the oldest pitch in the world.
Luke was the man in those pictures. So simple it always works. Even fooled you, Harry.
Oh, I can be fooled. I can be fooled, old man.
Luke's lived on jealousy and whiskey ever since he's seen the accident. He crossed my path several years ago just as I was figuring how to move into Jim Hadley's state. He was an answer from heaven.
Yeah, or the devil. I thought I had luck.
I can give you a fat fee, Harry, and a fine chance to pay off your old grudge against the governor.
Since when has benevolence become one of your characteristics, Cato?
What about this fat fee? You only paid me.
Shut up. As you know, I've already made the first contact with the governor.
How do you know I know?
Takes one to catch one, Harry. As I said, I got Jim over a barrel. I know he's bought you to get the pictures from me, but if you come into my deal, you not only make yourself some money, but you can put the final squeeze on the good governor.
Planning to set me up as a clay pigeon, are you, old man? Sending me to make the actual transaction so you can move your syndicate into the state while I'm caught with my blackmail down.
No, Harry, you know I wouldn't do that.
To coin a cliche about thieves, Cato.
I know. How much is the governor paying you to get these negatives?
$15,000 and a full pardon.
$15,000? Why, Troubus, you only gave me $500 to pose in those pictures.
I'll give you $25,000 to come in with me, Harry.
25 in advance?
Half of it. The rest when the deal is clinched.
Listen here, Troubus. If you're so quick to throw money around, toss some my way. I've been
And
cheated.
a percentage of my gross to take when I'm in the state. It'll be like an annuity, Harry.
You listen to me, Troubus. You cut me in on this big deal you're talking about. If you don't, I'll go to jail.
You what, Luke?
No, nothing, kid. I didn't mean I was only trying to... Oh, what are you going to do, Troubus?
Is he? Take this rat and let Magee work him over. He talks too much.
No, I promise not to talk. You need me. I'll never...
Come on, Lou.
No.
Roll it.
No, please.
Come on, I
won't, no.
Well, what's your answer, Harry?
Do all of your business partners get that treatment, old man?
No, of course not. He's always asking for it. But now us, for instance. Why, we'll clean up in Hadley State. Slot machines, numbers, racket, dope protection, and that's just the beginning. Harry, give us 5 years and we'll be making money from every man, woman, and child in the United States.
Compared to you, Joe Stalin is an amateur. I don't think I'll settle for a mere percentage, Cato, no. Our deal's got to be 50-50, or I won't come over and slide down your cellar door.
50-50? Why, Do you think you'll get away with this?
I'm certain of it. No, because the young lady was with me at the plaza.
What about her?
She's Hadley's secretary. I spent a great deal of time and effort on getting a complete file of your misdemeanors, Cato. If I fail to contact her, copies of said file will immediately be sent to all state and federal law enforcement officers. Your pitiful tintypes will be forgotten in the headlines about Trubis Cato. You wouldn't want to be named public enemy number 1.
50-50 it is.
Governor Hadley.
Nora. Good heavens, girl. What's happened?
Harry Lime, he's with Cato now, or at least he talked with him last night. By this time, he might be dead.
Dead?
Why don't you call the police or the FBI? You're the governor. Do something.
You too, Nora.
What do you mean?
The notorious Lime charm. The man's brutal, merciless, vindictive, lives only for himself. Yet when he wishes, he can hide all this with a cloak of magnetism. Great fascination. He's blinded you, Nora.
No, I hate him. He's a horrible man. I don't know what he is. It's been terrible, all of it. Seeing Cato waiting all night for Harry's call, not hearing, coming here.
I know, my dear. Believe me, I'm sorry. Yes?
Governor Hadley, Mr. Harry Lime to see you.
Harry.
And Mr. Cato.
Cato here? Send them in, please.
Yes, sir.
What can it mean?
I don't know.
Good afternoon, Governor Hadley. Nora.
Mr. Lime.
And true as Cato. Surely you haven't forgotten me, Governor.
Cato, I told you once and for all.
Don't be too hasty, Mr. Governor. My proposition is so good that Mr. Lime has come in on the deal with me.
What?
But you agreed to...
Lime? Is this thug telling the truth?
I've bought certain contracts for your signature, Governor. They'll allow Mr. Cato full-scale operations in your state.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
I can't believe it, Lime. Not even you.
The price of the negatives, Governor. Oh, you'd better give me those negatives now, Cato. Prove our good faith to Governor Hadley.
What good faith? Oh, but here you are, Harry. The negatives and the rest of the pictures.
All nicely tied with a pretty ribbon, Governor. A ribbon as blue as Nora's eyes.
How small can you get?
Now, when you sign Mr. Cato's contracts, Governor, I'll deliver the negatives to Miss Patron.
That's right. Just sign on the dotted line, Hadley, and everybody will be happy.
Sold out because I trusted a rat.
Here's your pen, Governor.
And here. Back, Nora. Get out of the way.
Lime, what?
What are you doing?
Down on the floor, Governor. Down on the floor.
A gun. Are you crossing me, Harry?
Hold it, Cato. It's my deal.
Oh, yeah?
Oh. You killed him.
What happened? No shots?
I suggest you call an ambulance, young lady. There's been an attempt on Governor Hadley's life.
My goodness.
And keep those people out of here for a minute.
How can I ever thank you, Lime?
You risked your life, Harry, and all the time we thought...
Save it. I had to kill Cato to take over his very lucrative business myself. I'll keep these negatives, Governor.
You'll what?
No, Harry, oh, no.
This is one time, Governor Hadley, when you're not getting off so easily. These incriminating negatives in my possession, like the sword of Damocles, will be suspended over your uneasy head from now on. Call them Harry Lime's annuity, Governor. And now, if you'll excuse me.
I might have expected this.
And I was beginning to think you were a human being.
By the time I left the Capitol building, the stars were out. The stars. I was reached by hard ways. I searched for a likely alley. Alley that was dark enough, lonely enough. This don't do well enough. Better remove the ribbon. The blue ribbon. Better to burn them. Oh, another voyage of the night. Greetings, Cat. You chilly? Come closer. Seem to be ablaze. First the negatives. My candle burns at both ends. It will not last the night, but are my friends and all my foes. Gives a lovely light. Thank you, friend. Your applause is deeply appreciated. Now we'll add the pictures. Does that warm you, Cat?
Gilbert, what do you think you're doing in this alley?
Isn't it fairly obvious, officer? I'm making a fire.
Are you now?
Burning some love letters. Girl named Nora.
Nora, huh? Well, that's a good Irish name.
She had the bluest eyes this side of heaven. I'll leave the ashes to you, officer.
Hey, by the saints, you're Harry Lime. Come back here. So long.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Goodbye for now. And remember what Ben Franklin said about honesty being the best policy. I wish I could. Just keep slipping my mind.
here we are again. It's time for the Trivia Minute. Latin is an Italic language. It originated in the region around Rome known as Latinum. Classical Latin was used in literature, while vulgar Latin was the spoken form by the common people. The Latin alphabet is the basis for many modern alphabets, including English. Latin was the official language of the Roman Empire, spreading across Europe, Africa, and Asia. About 60% of English words have Latin roots. Latin is the foundation for many scientific terms, especially in biology and medicines. Many modern legal terms and phrases are derived from Latin, such as habeas corpus and pro bono. Latin was the language of education and scholarship during the Middle Ages. The Renaissance saw a renewed interest in Latin literature and classical text. And that was the Trivia Minute. And I hope you enjoyed today's radio shows, and have a good day.
Thank you.